So which is it going to be, Shaw Brothers or TVB? My father asked me that the way other men ask what you want on your toast, like the answer was already sitting there and all I had to do was pick it up. He was 73 years old, he owned the biggest film studio in Asia and the only television station in Hong Kong that anybody actually watched, and he had just finished slicing the whole thing in half and laying it on the table between us like a fish. Behind him, the radio was still going. Donnie Yen's new picture had done 11 million Hong Kong dollars, the biggest number this city had ever printed on a poster. Tony Leung Chiu-wai was on every screen in every noodle shop from here to Kowloon. Li Shaoqi had just taken Hutchison Whampoa off the British. Tung Chi-hua had taken Wharf. Everyone in this town was busy becoming a legend, and my father had spent the morning deciding which half of his empire to hand me. Neither, I said. The radio kept talking. My father did not. You need one fact about me, and then we keep moving. 3 years ago, I woke up in this body with somebody else's memories in my head and my own memories stacked underneath them like a second floor nobody knew about. In the life before this one, I was nobody worth writing down. Background extra in a film town, sweating in armor for 8 hours so a camera could see the back of my head. Apprentice in an antique shop where I learned that a thing is worth exactly what a story says it is worth. Then watches, then cosmetics, then buying, which is a polite word for standing in a Paris boutique with a shopping list from strangers. By the end, I was a very small agent for a very large French house, and my entire professional achievement was knowing why a bag costs $11,000 when the leather costs $80. Then I died, and the universe put me down inside the family that owned Asia's Dream Factory, and my father wanted to know if I would like the studio or the station. Hong Kong's showbiz is a beautiful pond. It is also a pond. Neither, I said again, because he was still looking at me. It's too small. That got him out of the chair. Too small. He said it flat, tasting it. Eastern Asia, Southeast Asia. Hundreds of millions of people who speak our language and watch our films and cry at our songs. My pond has no bottom, boy. Jaws, I said. What? Jaws did 5.5 million here, second place for the year. It did 500 million everywhere else. I let that sit for one beat, which is one beat longer than a young man is supposed to let anything sit in front of Sir Gordon Wu. Right now, Hollywood makes one of those every couple of years, and we survive it. What happens the year they make 10? He didn't answer that, so I kept going, and this is the part where I probably should have stopped and did not. Your studio pays everyone a salary. Your best director makes a few thousand a month while his picture makes millions in one weekend, and he smiles about it because you're you. He will not smile forever. The men who built this house are going to get old at roughly the same time, Dad, and when they do, this whole city's advantage evaporates in about 18 months. The room got very quiet. Out the window, Hong Kong was doing what Hong Kong does, which is stack itself higher. Then my father laughed. Not the polite one, the one from the chest. You surprised me, he said. You actually surprised me. I found out later what he was seeing when he looked at me like that, and it was not me. It was a 19-year-old with a projector and no money standing in front of somebody else's father, saying the exact same kind of insufferable thing. So I put my whole life on his table in a manila folder with a title on the front. He read the cover twice. I know he read it twice because his eyes went across it, stopped, and went across it again. The Luxury Empire Creation Plan. Open it, I said. He opened it. 7 lines on the contents page. Industry, brand, factory production, listed finance, investment and acquisition, confronting Japan. And the last one, which is the line I had written 6 times before I got it right, because you only get to write it once in your life. Decisive battle in Europe. I watched my father's pupils move. That is a thing I have only seen a handful of times in my life, a man's pupils actually shifting size while he reads, and every single time it has meant money was about to change hands. Hong Kong, I said, exports the second largest volume of watches on this planet. Second, on Earth. And how many watch brands does this city own? He knew the answer. He said it anyway, quietly. None. None. The Swiss own mechanical, the Japanese own quartz, and we own the privilege of assembling both for a fee, like a very skilled pair of hands attached to nobody's head. I tapped the page. 80% of what a customer pays is the name on the dial. We build the whole watch and we sell the 20%. Then I reached into my jacket because I had not come to my father's house to make a speech. I had come to make a sale, and you never make a sale with a speech. I put the first box on the table and opened it. I wish I could describe my father's face at that moment without sounding like an advertisement. The watch inside was from Ulysses Nardin, and the old master who built it had put the sun and the moon and the earth into the case. Actual orbits, actual astronomy, turning against each other under the glass in gold and blue. It did not tell you the time so much as inform you that the time was a small and local matter. My father owned a Rolex, he owned a Vacheron, he owned an Audemars Piguet, and had opinions about all 3. He picked this one up with 2 hands. This is a miracle, he said. This is a real miracle. That one is yours, I said, and put the second box down. The second was a Blancpain. Gold. On the dial, painted small enough that you had to lean in and big enough that you could not stop leaning in, was Diao-chan looking up at the moon. First of a set of 4. Drunken concubine, the lady going out past the border, the girl washing silk in the river. 4 beauties, 4 watches, and every wealthy woman in Chinese Asia born with the physical inability to own only one of anything. And I want a dial, I said, that runs our calendar and their calendar on the same face, zodiac, stems and branches, 5 elements, the moon exactly where the moon actually is, a Swiss movement underneath and 4,000 years on top. My father put the second watch down very carefully, the way you put down something that is already spending your money. What do you want from me? You have a weapon and you keep using it to sell soap. I nodded at the window in the general direction of the transmitter. Go to your receptions, take mother, wear these. And take 10 more with you and give them away, and don't ask me who to, because you know that list better than I ever will. Then put them on your stars, all of them. Whoever can afford to buy one, let them buy one. Whoever can't, I'll pay for it myself, and never mention it again. You want me to hand out watches? I want the top of this city wearing them by autumn, I said, because nobody has ever bought luxury for the object. They buy it because somebody they envy already has one. Rich people are a herd, Dad. A very well-dressed, extremely competitive herd. You put the bell on the front animal and the rest walk themselves. My father sat back down. He put his palm flat on the plan, closed it, and left his hand there, and he looked at me over the top of his own hand with an expression I had never once gotten out of him in 3 years of being his son. Speak, Zhenhao, he said. How much money do you need? That question is going to come up again in this story. It comes up a lot. I want you to remember the number he was thinking of, because by the end of this thing, the number has grown legs. My mother was waiting in the corridor. Of course she was. Cynthia Ho was not the woman she had been in the other version of this world, and I know that because in the other version, I read about her in an article. Sharp as a razor, no children, ran my father's business life for 40 years and half his personal one. Here she had a son, and the razor had a small dent in it exactly my shape. What did he say? 100 million. I kept walking. She kept up. Payable back in a year, with interest. With interest. My mother stopped dead in the hallway. That old fox is charging his own son interest. And if I miss it, I go work for him and reform the family business from inside. Oh, he's good, she said, with real professional admiration. He's very good. Then she told me the shop was already handled. She had picked the location herself in Landmark Plaza in Central, which is the most expensive floor space in the city and the only address where the herd goes to look at each other. A month for the fit-out. First shipment to land the same week. Every single dollar of my European money had come out of my mother's private accounts, quietly, in 3 pieces, with no paperwork that would ever embarrass anybody. I have never asked her where a woman like that keeps a fund like that. Some questions are just rude. Where are you going now? She said. The peninsula. Marcus has been sitting on his hands for 2 weeks and he's already picked a target. Picked a what? I was in the car before I had to answer that. The Peninsula Hotel is 114 years of colonial confidence sitting on the harbor, owned by the family that also sells electricity to half of Hong Kong, which tells you everything about how this city is arranged. You go there to be seen deciding things. My man in Hong Kong kept a suite at the Peninsula. I paid for it and I never once complained. Marcus Thorne was in the corner suite with the curtains open and a bottle already breathing, because Marcus believes that bad news should be delivered comfortably and good news should be delivered expensively. 30 years old, Cambridge, material science, which is a strange degree for a man who has never in his life cared what anything is made of. 6 years as an analyst, then a fund in South Africa, and then 2 years ago, a 19-year-old with an unplaceable accent handed him £3 million and told him to go be interesting. He turned it into 6.7 in a year. Then he bought me a Swiss watch manufacturer named Blancpain for £10,000 because the quartz crisis had convinced every accountant in Switzerland that mechanical watchmaking was a corpse, and the corpse was priced accordingly. Then £1 million for the factory that actually made the things. Then Ulysses Nardin, $3.5 million, 71% of the works and the men inside it. My 2 of them, waiting for me. Dr. Muller was with him. Small, precise, terrifying in the way that only a man who can build a solar system inside a wristwatch can be terrifying, and permanently annoyed that the world contains people like me and Marcus. How much did your father give you? Marcus said before I sat down. 100 million Hong Kong. I made a face. He's being careful. They both stopped moving. 100 million, Marcus said slowly. Hong Kong dollars. Roughly £5.5 million, said Dr. Muller, who does arithmetic the way other people breathe. That is enough, Marcus said, to buy Ulysses Nardin and Blancpain a second time, from scratch, today. He thinks he's testing me. He's funding an invasion, Marcus poured. All right, sit down, because I found it. The doctor spread the papers. Baocheng Industrial, stock code 0084, run by a man named Chen Jianhong, who is the third generation of a family that is, and I say this with no exaggeration, the richest Chinese family in the Kingdom of Thailand, and who had been quietly farming Hong Kong for 20 years. There are 13 serious watch factories in this city, the doctor said, and this is the one you want, and not because it is the best. Look at what they buy. I looked. It was a strange list. An American audio firm, a Hong Kong property company, 2 small Swiss houses I recognized, and 1 I did not. They buy a company, they take the technology out of it, and they throw away the rest, the doctor said. They have been doing it for years. The consequence is that the things inside Baocheng are worth several times what the stock market says Baocheng is worth. The market price is a parts supplier. What is actually in there is a toolbox. And, Marcus said, in the tone he uses right before the good part, the family also owns the exclusive distribution for Seiko across all of Southeast Asia. Baocheng builds parts for Seiko under contract, which means every quartz process the Japanese use, that factory already runs. I sat with that for a second, because the plan on my father's table had a line in it that said confronting Japan, and it is very easy to write that line, and very stupid to write it if you have no quartz of your own. The Swiss lost the last war for exactly one reason. They had the better art, and the Japanese had the better machine, and art loses to machine every time the price gets read out loud. If we're going to hit Seiko, I said, we need a quartz brand of our own that is not 1 inch worse than Seiko, or Citizen, or Casio. Then this is the door, said the doctor. Marcus was watching me over his glass. There is a specific look he gets when he thinks I am about to be sensible, and he was wearing it, and I did not care for it. You look nervous, I said. You're 22. Marcus, if I had real money, I would be eating Dior and Gucci and Vacheron 1 bite at a time and complaining about the service. I finished the wine in one go, which the doctor found vulgar, and I found necessary. A watch parts factory is not going to frighten me. There is exactly one question on the table, which is, do we swallow the whole thing on 100 million? And Marcus Thorne, who had a Cambridge degree, 6 years of institutional discipline, and a genuine understanding of risk, leaned back in his chair in a 114-year-old hotel and said it loud enough that the waiter heard him. Of course we'll swallow it. 4 days later, Hong Kong woke up to a headline. Now, the newspaper. I did not write one word of it. I want to be extremely clear about that because I have been accused of it in print about 40 times since. Do not let Huang Ziqing get away. Front page of the Tsingtao Daily, above the fold, in letters you could read from a moving tram. Underneath it, a very calm and very thorough biography. Born 1919 in a village in Puning, Guangdong, taken to Siam at 8 years old, 20 years working in Hong Kong, during which he had made something in the neighborhood of 10 billion Hong Kong dollars. And then the part that mattered, a list of everything he had quietly sold in the last 3 years, a list of the land he had quietly bought in Siam with the proceeds, and a project called Tongcheng New City, 10.8 billion of it, which was where all of Hong Kong's money was apparently going to end up living. The last line of the article did not accuse him of anything. It just noted, sadly, that he seemed to be leaving 5 million people behind. I did not write it. I want to be very clear about that. I have never written a newspaper article in my life. I simply arranged for a number of true and unrelated facts to arrive at one editor's desk on the same afternoon, in an order, and the editor did the rest, because editors are professionals and I respect their craft. I did not see any of what follows. I have put it together over the years out of what people told me afterwards, and I have never once been sorry that I was not in the room. Chen Jianhong read it at breakfast. He was the 3rd generation, he ran the Hong Kong side, and by all accounts he got about 2 paragraphs in before he put his bread down in his milk without noticing. Who wrote this? He said. Then, louder, to nobody. Who wrote this? They've laid us on the coals. Then he called Siam and told his father to come back immediately. Out on the street it was worse, because the street does not care about nuance. Li Shaoqi had just pulled a giant British firm back into Chinese hands and kept every dollar of it in Hong Kong, and everybody knew it. So when the tea houses read that some old man in Bangkok had made 10 billion here and shipped it home, the verdict came back before lunch. I had aimed one sentence at one man. It landed on a whole city. Ungrateful. You cannot buy that word. You can only aim things at it. Now. 2 men read that newspaper that morning who were not supposed to be part of my plan, and both of them became part of my plan by 9 in the morning, which is roughly how all my plans go. I only heard about the first of those conversations 2 years later, and when I heard it, I went cold. Deepwater Bay, house number 77. Tung Chihua had more ships than the Royal Navy, and 4 daughters and no sons, which meant his empire was going to pass to men who had married into it, which meant every son-in-law in that house ate breakfast like it was an exam. He slid the paper across to one of them. What do you see? That these Southeast Asian families are like the British, the son-in-law said. They're looking for an exit. They don't believe Hong Kong has a future. Correct and useless. Tung Chihua tapped the page. 1997 hangs over this city like a sword on a string. Everything we have won in the last 2 years, we won because the British were walking backwards. Fear is contagious. If Chen Weiguo runs, 10 more will run behind him. He let his son-in-law sit in that. And is that a disaster, he said, or is that a shop with the door left open? Then, and this is the part I still find slightly rude, someone put this article there. Whoever he has already thought everything I have just said. His son-in-law read it again, and this time he saw it. He's calculated every step, and the scheme is completely open. There's nothing here to attack. He hasn't hidden anything, so nobody can expose anything. I did not know that man. I had never spoken to him. He worked me out over breakfast off 1 page of newsprint, and it took me another year to understand how badly that should have frightened me. Buy some Bao Cheng, Tung Chihua said. Not much, just enough. Why? Because whoever comes knocking on your door about it, the old man said, is the man who wrote that newspaper. The paper hit the table with the sound like a door closing. The second man was 2 houses down, at number 79. I have been inside both since. 79 is the better house, and if you think that is an accident in this city, then you have never been to this city. Li Shaoqi was 52 that year. He read the article twice, put it down, and tapped one finger on the table for about a minute and a half. Public opinion, he said, used as a lever on a share price. Tap. And it works. He closed his eyes and did the arithmetic that made him what he is, and when he opened them, he said one word that nobody in the room understood. Watches? Then, to his secretary, find out what is happening in the Hong Kong watch industry, everything unusual, and bring me every stock that has moved hard this month. There is a detail about that man that the newspapers love, and I actually find useful. His first job in this city, as a boy with nothing, was assembling watches, and the father-in-law, who spent years making him feel small, was a watch magnate. 52 years old, richest Chinese businessman in Hong Kong, and the word watches still went through him like a nail. Then my Monday arrived. The exchange opened at 10, and I was nowhere near it. I have never in my life stood on that floor. Let me tell you what a stock exchange looked like in my city in 1980, because if you are picturing screens, stop. There were 4 exchanges, all of them competing, none of them talking. Brokers in red vests, a blackboard the length of a wall. A man with chalk in one hand and a rag in the other, wiping and writing, and everything anyone knew about the price of anything came out of that man's wrist. I was at home. I want to be honest about that. I had a cup of tea and a telephone, and I sat by it. Bao Cheng opened at 2:67. Within 30 minutes, the chalk had written 231, then 211, then 189, then 176, and the man holding the chalk had to stop because his hand would not do it anymore. An old broker in the front row said out loud to no one that he had seen a board move like that exactly once before, in 73, and half the people who were standing next to him that day were not alive anymore. The floor did what floors do. If Chen Weiguo runs, Bao Cheng is paper. Sell. Sell now. Sell before the man ahead of you sells. Up in a private box above all of it, 2 men were watching with drinks. One was Chen Songqing, Malaysian Chinese, beautiful suit, the smile of a man who has never once been asked to prove anything. He ran a thing called the Carrion Group, and a year earlier, he had bought a property company off the Huang family for 900 million and reverse listed it, which is a technical term meaning he put a small company inside a big company's paperwork and told everyone the result was worth 4 times the sum of its parts. Everyone believed him. That is the entire trick. The other was a very fat man everybody called Goldman Tim, because he wore a gold Rolex and had never in his life allowed a photograph to be taken of the wrist without it. He was the king of that trading floor. Can anyone actually swallow Bao Cheng? Chen Songqing asked. Not while the old man still has cash. Goldman Tim did not even look up. He can buy his own stock all day. Whoever is pushing this is going to run out of arms before Huang runs out of money. Which was true, and which was also why I had no intention of pushing it much longer. And here is where my luck arrived, and I did nothing to earn it. Then the chalk man wiped a different line. Carrion's own stock. 1120. Then 1083. Chen Songqing had Goldman Tim by the tie before the chalk was back on the board. You told me, he said very quietly, that once I had the Jinmen building, this stock would never fall. Remember that building? It comes back. So that was my morning. It got better. By day 3, the Oriental Daily had figured out something that I had not intended and could not have stopped. That paper was owned by a family with a certain reputation and a certain set of associates, and whatever else you say about them, their journalists could find a pattern in a bowl of soup. What they found was this. Every listed company in Hong Kong backed by Southeast Asian family money was bleeding. Everyone. Meanwhile, Chung Kong, Hutchison, Sun Hung Kai, and New World were all quietly going up. I read it at breakfast and laughed so hard I had to put the cup down, because I had aimed one rifle at one man and the whole neighborhood had ducked. Marcus, do we close the net? Not yet. He was on the phone and eating at the same time, which is his natural state. The fish has not taken the bait. We keep accumulating quietly. 10 separate holdings, none of them above 3%, because at 5% I have to write my name on a form and the form goes in a newspaper. And if the price keeps falling, then we get richer while we wait, which I am emotionally prepared for. I want to be honest about my role here, because people love the version where the young genius sits at a desk and pulls levers. I did not pull a single lever. I do not know how to place an order. I have never once in my life shouted a number across a trading floor. I am not the gun, and I am not the man aiming it. I am the man who says the word and then stays out of the way while people who are better than me at their jobs do them. That night, Chen Weigo came home to his house in Repulse Bay, and I know what happened in that room because one of his sons told me about it years afterwards, in a bar when he had nothing left worth protecting. 61 years old, hair still black, and by every account of that evening, the man walked into his own house the way a sword comes out of a scabbard. 6 sons stood in a line in their own living room, and not one of them sat down, and not one of them spoke first. Is the Huang family weak? He said. Nobody answered. I gave you your names so you would hold what I built, so tell me. When I am in the ground, what exactly is it that you intend to do? I have thought about that room more than I have thought about most of my own. 6 sons standing up and one old man asking them the only question that mattered and getting it wrong by about 9 days. Then he made the decision, and I have to give it to him, because it was the correct decision, and I had spent a month making sure he would never get the chance to make it in time. If they want Baocheng, they can have Baocheng. Sell it. Sell everything. We take the money home. And his sons, all 6 of them, said no. We are not leaving. We were born here. Our children were born here. And the old sword lost his edge in his own living room, and his face came apart, and he screamed at his own sons in a voice the servants talked about for a year. Then tell me who is behind this. Who is doing this to me? Then my quiet month ended. By July it was hot enough that the tar on the roads went soft, and every rich Southeast Asian family in Hong Kong stood up at once and made the same statement. Hong Kong is a free port. We are not withdrawing our assets. We believe in this city's future. The Sugar King announced he had just become the 2nd private shareholder in my father's television station by personal invitation, and that his first hotel here would open in January. Chen Songqing announced that the last payment on the Jinmen building had cleared and the tower was now his, and carrion went from 1090 to 1370 in a week and kept climbing. And in front of the Baocheng building, Chen Weigo stood in front of 40 reporters with a face carved out of stone and read a statement. And I sat in my office and read every one of those statements with genuine pleasure, because a man who has to say he is not leaving has already told you that he is. Free port, confidence, long-term commitment. Then off the paper. That article was inflated. I am certain someone is standing behind it. Their purpose is to maliciously destroy the price of Baocheng shares. A young woman near the front said, "Sir, are you saying you expect a hostile takeover?" The old man looked at her for 2 full seconds and walked away without a word, which in the newspaper business is the same as writing the headline yourself. His son stepped up to save it and buried it instead. The Huang family will not surrender Baocheng. We will pass a share buyback through the board, and we will pay a dividend within 1 month. The young reporter did not even wait for the end. She was already running, because there was one phrase going off in her head like a fire alarm, and that phrase was the battle for Wharf, the 2-year war that had turned a $17 stock into a $105 stock and made ordinary men into landlords. She got to her editor out of breath. "It's mine. I was there." Her editor read 4 lines of it. "Is it true?" "I don't know yet." "Stop the press," he said. "We print it as true." I did not have to buy that one. That one was free. I read that edition in bed, and I laughed until I had to sit up. At 5 the next morning, the paper boys hit the streets, and by 6 the tea houses were full, and by 7 this city had lost its mind. So all that noise about free ports was only ever about Baocheng. It's a second wharf. There was a man in a cheap suit standing on a chair in a tea house in Shengwan explaining the mathematics to a crowd of strangers, and I know exactly what he said because half of my city was saying it that week, and because I have since heard it from a man who was standing close enough to touch him. Wharf went from $17 to $105 in 2 years. 600%. 200%, he said, will make a man do something foolish. 600% makes him insane. That man had 6 people living in a 40 square meter flat. His mother slept on a bed built out of wooden crates. His wife had asked him twice that month why the money was late. He skipped work, took a taxi he could not afford to the exchange, and put in everything he had, and most of what he had was not his, because it had come from men who lend at a rate you agree to when you are certain, absolutely certain, that you cannot lose. Somebody at the next table slid off his stool onto the floor when the crowd started reading out the new price. He had sold the day before. At the Huang house, the mood had turned all the way around because my buying had taken their stock up hard, and Chen Jianhong came in cheerful for the first time in a month. His father did not even let him finish. Don't shout. Watch your third brother and learn something. Because the old man had noticed the one thing in that entire market that did not fit. The single largest buyer of Baocheng shares was not a fund and was not a broker. It was Tung Chihua's son-in-law. He decided it did not matter. Whoever it is, let him come. The price is rising. That means we have already won. He looked around the table at all 6 of them. You want a piece of my flesh? You pay for it by the gram. So the plan was, Jardine's old plan from the Wharf War. Stretch the front line, drive the price to the sky, let the attacker exhaust himself buying at the top, then sell into his own greed and go home to Siam with more money than you started with. It is a very good plan. It is the plan I was counting on. I was at home when the phone rang, and I listened for 4 seconds, and then I said the only thing I had been waiting a month to say. The fish took the bait. My father found out the next morning, and he found out badly. It was you. He said it without a question mark. The whole city has been on fire for 3 weeks, and it was you. Yes. 2 days ago, I sat at a dinner with your Uncle Guo, and we spent an hour trying to work out which syndicate was behind it. He was not shouting. My father does not shout. My father gets extremely calm, and that is much worse. His company lost tens of millions this month, because of you, and I sat there and speculated. I'll apologize to him personally when it's finished. Jianhao. He put both hands on the table. Do you actually intend to buy Baocheng? Yes. Its market value is $1.5 billion. A pause. Exactly long enough. You have 100 million. And here is the thing I could not explain to him then and can explain to you now. Dad, why would I set half of Hong Kong on fire if I only wanted to buy some shares? 100 million was not enough a month ago. That's the point. 100 million is more than enough now. He stared at me. Wait 2 more days, I said. You haven't seen the noise yet. Marcus's instruction to his traders was 1 line long. Sell, slowly, 3 days, end in cash. Here is what he had actually built while the whole city was watching the chalk. 10 separate holdings, each one sitting just under the 3% line where the law makes you announce yourself. Every one of them bought while the price was half of what it now was, and every one of them leveraged 6 times over. That last part is the part that makes bankers go pale, and it is also the reason the arithmetic worked. On the way out, that stack turned into roughly $600 million of firepower. My arithmetic, not a forecast, a receipt. 600 million from 100 in 5 weeks, and we had not bought the company yet. Then I did the only genuinely cruel thing in this whole story, and I did it over 4 days, and I would do it again. Day 1, we sold, and the price went up because the market was so hungry, it ate the selling. Day 2, it sagged. The floor explained it to itself the way floors do. Big holders taking profit, perfectly normal. Healthy, even. Day 3, it fell, and the funds stopped moving, and that night I got in a car and went around to see 4 fund managers in their own homes, one after another, and I did not ask them to sell anything. I asked them what they thought. Sometimes that is the whole job. Day 4, Baocheng opened at 280. Then the sell orders arrived all at once, the way water arrives. And somewhere on that floor, a man in a red vest turned around and shouted the 2 words that everybody in that building had been privately terrified of for a month. My 4 days were up. The puppeteer is running. The entire hall went silent, genuinely silent for about 1 second, and then it detonated. In a tea house in Shengwan, the man in the cheap suit put his hand flat on the table and dug his fingernails into his own palm until they left marks, because if he sold now, he lost everything, and everything included money that belonged to men who do not accept apologies. I want to give you the number before I give you the rest, because everything that follows is downstream of 1 figure on 1 blackboard. The board closed at 6:10, $1.10. Half the company, gone between breakfast and dinner. And by the time the chalkman wiped his hands, the floor had already invented the story it needed, and the story was this. There was never any puppeteer. There was never any takeover. Chen Weiguo had run the whole thing himself to pump his own stock, and now he was actually leaving. I want to be precise here, because this is the only part of that month I still think about. That story was wrong. It was also completely reasonable, and it was invented by people who had just lost everything, and there was nothing I could have said that afternoon that anyone would have believed. The phone in the Huang house rang so continuously that Chen Jianhong eventually tore the cord out of the wall. It was his brother who worked it out. He came in white, sat down and said, "Father, what if we are not being bought? What if we are being shorted?" Then he had to explain what that meant because his father was 61 years old and had built $10 billion out of land and factories and had never in his life needed the word. You borrow the shares, you sell them high. You buy them back at the bottom and hand them back, and the difference is yours, and the worse the company does, the richer you get. Chen Weiguo sat with that for a while. "We have been played," he said. And then the part of my own story that I do not enjoy telling. On Tuesday, somebody shouted across the trading floor that a man had gone off a roof, and the whole hall stopped. The man in the cheap suit was on that roof, the one with the 6 people in the flat and the mother on a bed of crates. He had put in everything, including the money that was not his, and he had come up there to end it, and while he was standing there, he saw that he was not alone. The other man was from the tea house. They had sat 2 tables apart 3 days earlier, and neither of them had said a word to the other. They looked at each other across the gravel for maybe 5 seconds, and then the second man smiled, crookedly, the way you smile when there is nothing behind it, and stepped off. He had been waiting for the man in the suit to go with him. That is the part that broke it. The man in the suit pulled his foot back off the ledge and sat down hard on the concrete and could not get his breathing to work. He thought about his wife. He thought about the 2 children. He thought about his mother and the crates. He could not die. It was not permitted. Somebody had to go home. He got up slowly and went down the stairs, and that is the last thing that happened to him for a while. 3 days later, I went to see Chen Weiguo in his own house. Not Marcus, not a lawyer. Me, in person, 22 years old, alone except for the driver in the car outside, walking into the drawing room of a man whose entire life I had just taken apart. He looked at me for a long moment and said, to the room rather than to me, "Too young. He looks like a rich boy who has never worked." "So," he said, "it was you running all of it." I sat down. There was a plate of fruit on the low table between us. I picked up a banana and started peeling it. I want you to understand that I did not plan the banana. The banana was simply there and I was hungry and had not eaten since 7. His sons went a color I have never seen on human beings before or since. "My father asked you a question." "Be quiet," said Chen Weiguo without looking away from me. So I ate the banana. All of it. In silence, in a room with 7 furious men in it, which took approximately 90 seconds and felt considerably longer to everyone else. Then I folded the skin, put it on the plate, and clapped the salt off my hands. "Why is everybody in such a hurry?" I said. "While I was eating that, your shares dropped a few more cents. Do you want to keep holding the paper, or shall we talk?" And Chen Weiguo, who had spent 61 years being the sharpest man in every room he entered, got it all at once. I watched it arrive. "You are not shorting me," he said. "You are buying." Then he started coughing and could not stop. Because that is the whole trick and it is not complicated. If I only wanted to short him, I needed him to fall. If I only wanted to buy him, I needed him cheap. The reason it worked is that I wanted both, and the same lever does both, and every single person in Hong Kong had spent 5 weeks arguing about which one I was doing. 200 million, he said, when he could talk. For the family holding. 20. His eldest son actually stood up. That block was worth 900 million a year ago. It was, I agreed. A year ago. As of 5 o'clock this evening, it is worth 20, and tomorrow it will be worth less than that, and I am the only person in this city who is going to say a number out loud at all. 150, said the old man. I held up 5 fingers. 50. He looked at the fingers. So I gave him the last 2 facts, and I am not proud of the second one, but I am not going to pretend it did not happen. Tomorrow morning, I said, a newspaper could run a story about a very rich man who quietly liquidated everything, took the cash to Siam, and left 5,000 shareholders holding a ruin. That story is true. It only needs a byline. Nobody breathed. And the buyers your son has been negotiating with privately for the last 3 weeks, for the shops and the land and the rest of it, at a nice discreet discount. I let that one sit. They work for me, all of them. I pay them very well, and they have been extremely helpful. Chen Weiguo did not shout. He sagged once the way a tent does. 50, he said. Agreed. He signed it himself, and his hand was not steady, and I looked at the paper and nodded his hand because there are limits. At the door, he asked me my name. The actual question was, who are you, which is a different question, but I answered the small one. Wu Jianhao, I came back from Europe about a month ago. He nodded slowly, and then, as I was leaving, I heard him say it to his 3rd son, and it is the most gracious thing anybody said about me that entire year. We cannot beat him, sell him the rest as well, everything in Hong Kong. Then we will stand back and find out whether he can swallow it or whether it kills him. So I had it, my company, for the price of a flat. I got into the car and said 4 words. It's done. Pull the net. Marcus's instruction to the floor the next morning was even shorter than the last one. Then I turned my own tide around. Buy everything. Take it up. He gave it standing at the window of the box with the whole hall below him screaming, and he watched them the way you watch weather. Look at them, he said. The market is a horse that has never been broken, and every one of those men believes he is the rider. He put his glass down. This is why I never trade my own money. The profit is not mine. The loss is not mine. Only the percentage is mine, and the percentage sleeps very well. They had already hosed down the front steps of the exchange. You could still see where. Nobody was looking at it. 2 houses in Deepwater Bay had a very different morning. Tung Chi-hua read the register, looked at his son-in-law, and said, "Do not sell 1 share. But we don't know who he is. I have been doing this for 40 years, and I cannot see his hands. That is the point." The old man went back to his tea. A war this loud ends with somebody standing up. When he stands up, we will be holding his stock, and he will have to come and talk to us. Down the road, Li Shaoqi had his secretary's report in front of him, and the report said something strange. Across Hong Kong, the shops selling Swiss mechanical watches were dying. The agents for Seiko and Casio were up 30%, and in the middle of an industry that was supposedly being buried, there was one factory whose actual contents were worth several times its share price, and somebody had just taken it for the price of a mid-sized apartment block. He was going back through the pile when a single sheet came loose, a renovation permit. Retail unit, Landmark Plaza, Central. Purpose, watch retail. Applicant, one name, Cynthia Ho. He sat there holding it. A woman from the film business is opening a watch shop, he thought, in the most expensive retail space in Hong Kong. In the worst year the watch business has had in a decade. That is far too strange. So I had my company. Now I needed my name. 2 days later, the city learned my name all at once. Bao Cheng changes hands in a single day. The Hong Kong sniper, and in Ming Pao, the one that actually mattered, 6,000 words under the heading, A Complete Anatomy of the Battle. The register was public by then. Where Chen Jianhong's name had been, there was mine, 49%, 3 seats on the board. People compared it to the Wharf War, and the comparison was wrong, and everybody knew it was wrong for the same reason. During the Wharf War, ordinary people watched 2 giants fight. This time, ordinary people had been inside it. They had borrowed against their flats to be inside it, and 2 of them had not come home. On a film set in Clearwater Bay, 4 men in ghost makeup were sitting around a lunch table with the newspaper spread out. Sammo Hung had lost about $1 million in that market and was taking it the way that man takes everything, which is loudly. Wait. He put his chopsticks down. This is Uncle Wang's boy? The youngest one, the 3rd son. Wu Ma leaned in and squinted at the photograph. I drank at his full moon party. 58. So he's 23. 23. Sammo Hung sat back. $500 million in one move at 23. If the Shaw family has an heir like that, then Golden Harvest is in a great deal of trouble, and so is everybody else. Behind them, the board with the film's title on it swung on its wire, all by itself, with nobody near it. They looked at it. Then they all decided very quickly not to discuss it. At the Shangri-La that evening, the Sugar King walked the length of the room to get to my father, folded the newspaper into a baton, and jabbed him in the chest with it. 6th brother, your son. Ah, my shares. Carey Group. My shares have been shaking for a month because of your son. My father rubbed the side of his nose, which is what he does instead of lying. Would you believe me, he said, if I told you I found out on Thursday? The one man who understood exactly what had happened was Goldman Tim, and it wrecked him. He read the Ming Pao piece 3 times at his own desk with the door shut, and his hands were not steady, and this was a man who had been trading since before I was born. I do not move markets, he said to himself in an empty room. I read them. 40 years, and every single thing I know is useless here. Then he laid it out in order, because that is what professionals do when they have been humiliated. 1. Put out truth that hurts, and let the fall do itself. 2. Buy hard on the way down, so it looks like a takeover fight, so every small investor in Hong Kong climbs in and pushes it back up for you. 3. Shake the tree downwards so the weak hands drop off. 4. And this is the piece that no newspaper had, because no newspaper had ever seen it done here. Shake the tree upward. Let it rip up for a day, then let it bleed down slowly for 3 days, so that every professional fund in the city concludes that a big holder is quietly exiting and exits first, all by themselves, and hands you their shares at a discount out of pure caution. He did not fight the funds, Goldman Tim said. He borrowed from them. He is holding a company with one hand and short paper with the other, and both hands are full, and I have never seen anybody do that in this city in my life. And Chen Songqing, sitting on the other side of the desk, began to applaud. Slowly, with real pleasure. What if, he said, we made him a partner? That is where the Jinmen building comes back. The tower had done its job for Carrion. Buying it was the news that had doubled their stock. But a building is not a business, and the payments on it were now a stone tied to Chen Songqing's ankle, and he needed it to belong to somebody else while everyone still thought it was a trophy. Somebody with a name, somebody with cash, somebody the newspapers were currently calling a sniper. "We will not hold that tiger," Goldman Timms said. Chen Songqing smiled at him, and it did not occur to that man to be frightened, and it should have. "Here is what the whole war actually cost me, since everyone from my father to the Tsingtao Daily got the number wrong. 50 million to the Huang family for their 39%, another 85 picking up 20% off the open market while everybody was busy panicking. 135 million total for control of an industrial group. Against that, 600 million of profit from the short, which left me sitting in a room with more cash than my father had offered me before I had spent $1 of my father's money, and with a problem I had not expected to have this early, which was Chen Weigo keeping his word. He sold me everything, all of it, every Hong Kong asset the family owned. I went to see Sir Michael Sandberg at the Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank with the whole portfolio in a folder, and the taipan of that bank looked through it, and then he asked me the question, the same one my father had asked, in a much better suit. How much do you need? 1.3 billion. He did not blink. That is what you pay a taipan for. I pledged everything I had just bought against everything I was about to buy, and for a little under $2 billion, I took the entire Hong Kong body of a family that had been farming this city for 20 years, shop after shop after shop, whole streets of them in Kowloon and Wan Chai and Yao Tsim Mong, a retail chain, a frames factory, and then, near the back of the file, in the section a lawyer had labeled miscellaneous holdings, I found 2 lines that stopped me dead. A shareholding and a board seat in Hong Kong Electric. A shareholding and a board seat in Hong Kong and China Gas, the company that lights half of this island, and the company that has the gas monopoly for all of it. I read those 2 lines about 4 times. These, I told Marcus that night, are going to be mine, not the seats, the company's. You have owned a watch factory for 9 days. I'm aware. But I meant it, and I meant it for a reason that had nothing to do with vanity. Everything I had just done, I had done by pledging one thing to buy the next thing. That works beautifully, and it builds a giant with a bad knee. Hit the knot, and the whole animal comes down. And the people I was going to be fighting inside 2 years were not Hong Kong families. They were the international funds, and they hunt exactly that. What I needed were businesses that simply produce money every month, forever, regardless of what anybody believes. Electricity. Gas, later, other things, because I knew what was coming and nobody else in that room did. In 2 years, the negotiations over this city's future were going to go badly in public. Property was going to fall off a cliff, the stock market with it, and the British were going to start packing. That is the moment you want to be the man holding cash instead of the man holding promises. Marcus refused to take shares in any of it, which surprised me. I don't want a company, he said. A company is a cage with a nice view. I want the market. So I put 100 million into his fund instead, on a fixed fee and a percentage, and he looked at the paperwork the way other men look at a firstborn. Right, he said. My target is a fund with a B in front of it. When the dust settled, I had 1.8 billion in cash, a bank that liked me, a factory, 400 shops, a piece of the island's electricity, and a debt of 1.3 billion that I had absolutely no intention of repaying one day early. Only a fool pays a loan back before it is due. That money is doing something. Then I put my name on it. Then I changed the name. The board at the exchange still said 0084 because a stock code is forever. But the chalkman wiped the 2 characters after it and wrote 2 new ones, and by the afternoon session, the line read 00084 Swatch Group. By close the price was 567, and the market said the whole thing was worth $2.3 billion. There had been no announcement, no product, no plan published, no factory retooled, not one watch made. Capital, it turns out, can be extremely blind when it is excited. I intended to take full advantage of that. Now the part where I sold my own family. My father threw a dinner. Of course he did. The Sugar King came, still slightly annoyed with me. 57 years old, controlled the sugar trade of half of Asia, and had once quietly shipped 300,000 tons of it north across the border in a decade when doing that could end you. 100 million, he said, and you went hunting Chen Weiguo with it. 6th brother, your son is better than you. Thank you. It was not entirely a compliment. He turned on me. Explain something. You bought a factory. Factories are the bottom of the food chain. 3 stages, I said. Somebody makes the thing. Somebody puts a name on the thing. Somebody sells the thing to a human being. The margin gets thicker at every step, and Hong Kong has spent 30 years volunteering for step 1. So you want all 3. He put his glass down. Then let me be useful and stab you. To make a precise watch, you need technology you don't have. To lift a brand, you need luxury you don't have. To sell it, you need a network you don't have. Break one link and the chain is scrap. I put a box on the table. I have used this move more times than I care to admit, and it has never once failed, and the reason it never fails is that I only use it on people who already know exactly what they are looking at. The Sugar King opened it, and his face went through about 4 separate stages in 2 seconds. Blue dial, sun, moon, earth. This is Ulysses Nardin. He looked up. You bought Ulysses Nardin. 71%. And Blancpain? All of it. 10,000 pounds. He put the box down very slowly. The man collects. To him, those 2 names sit on the same shelf as Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin, and I had just told him I had picked one of them off the floor for the price of a used car. What do you want from me? He said, in the voice of a man who has already decided. Buy Swatch Group shares. I said it flat. A multinational does not need one owner with a fist around it. It needs a lot of serious people with money in it. Hong Kong and Taiwan by the end of this year. Next year we take the Japanese in Southeast Asia. The year after that, America. There was a pause. My father broke it, and he broke it in exactly the right direction. If you don't believe him, take your money back out, he said without looking up from his soup. Don't do it for my face. The Sugar King went red and laughed and agreed and then bought a Blancpain for his wife on the way out. Limited series, numbered. Numbered is the whole business. Numbered means somebody else has number 1 and you have number 40, and that fact will bother you forever. Afterward, my father said, You showed your entire hand tonight. I don't have time to be mysterious. Being mysterious means everyone else has to guess, and while they guess, nothing gets built. I shrugged. Also, what makes you think that was my hand? He did not answer that. He told me later what he was actually thinking, years later, and it was this. That he had spent 50 years assembling something worth $10 or $20 billion, and his son had taken 100 million of it and come within sight of the same number in 5 weeks, and there was a part of him that was proud, and a part of him that felt the floor move. My second target of the evening was drinking soup. Ni Kuang was at that dinner too, which I had counted on. The man who owned Ming Pao and my father were friends for one reason that neither of them would ever say out loud, which is that they were both spectacularly cheap. My father squeezed actors, Ni Kuang squeezed writers. It was a beautiful friendship built on mutual understanding. Why, he said, did you give that story to Sing Tao and not to me? Because you would have checked it. He laughed until he had to put his cup down. So I gave him something better, because I had been waiting 3 weeks to hand this to somebody who would actually chew it. Uncle, what do you make of the Carrion Group? Chen Songqing, he shrugged. Everybody's darling. Out of nowhere in 18 months, front page every second week, market value approaching Hutchison. I counted on my fingers, slowly, in a way I hope was irritating. Property, finance, tourism, interior fitting, and pesticides. Ni Kuang stopped shrugging. That is an extraordinary range of talents, I said. I couldn't manage it. Could you? I did not accuse anybody of anything. I never do. I just put the list where a newspaper man could see it and went to get more soup, and then I waited about 2 years for that seed to come up, and when it came up, it took a whole company with it. He asked for an exclusive interview in exchange. I said yes instantly, which surprised him, because he thought he was extracting something. He was not. I needed the advertising, and he was offering to give it to me for free. My mother's contribution to the evening was to look at me across the room and say, "You have lost weight." I had. Not from the war. I love the war. There is something wrong with me, and I have made my peace with it, and the specific thing that is wrong with me is that I enjoy walking a man to the edge of a cliff and then discussing the weather. What was killing me was the banquets. My father put his own driver on me that week without asking. Chen Wei-go will not simply let this go. He signed. He signed because it was the best available Tuesday. My father did not look up. Take the car and the man. My father gave me a driver. I got something else. The man was an old soldier, everybody called Uncle Wang, and I want to come back to him in a minute because he matters more than he looks. I also put security on my mother, which she found insulting and did not refuse. Then I asked her for the actual favor. The training school, this year's class. I want them in the shop. As what? As the shop, faces behind the counter, and I want stars at the opening. Real ones. My father, from behind his newspaper. You are stealing my staff. My mother lifted her chin about an inch. He is my son. I have never seen a negotiation end faster. Across the harbor, in a house that was being packed into crates, the Huang family was coming apart. The old man had been in hospital. He came out gray, stooped, 30 years older than he had gone in, and he found his sons arguing about the estate in his own front room. Say that again, he said. Say again that Bao Cheng is your company. I am not in the ground yet, and you are already carving me. Then he tried, one last time, to make them understand. We have 2 billion in cash. We have a project in Siam that will be a city for 2 million people. And you are standing in my house grieving over a watch factory in a colony, his voice cracked. Can you genuinely not tell which of those things is larger? Chen Jianhong went down on his knees and wept, and what came out of him was not about money at all. A boy threw me out. A boy. His father put a hand on his head. He told me once, years later, through an intermediary, that the hand felt like a dry branch and burned like a coal. You are right about one thing, the old man said. A family cannot retreat forever. Retreat forever, and every dog in the region learns that the Huang family can be beaten. I did not know it that night, but that sentence was the beginning of the next 6 months of my life. Then Chen Weiguo hit me. Properly. I found out on a Tuesday, standing in the lobby of my father's television station. There were 400 kids outside on the pavement queuing to audition, which happened every year because the only other station in town had just gone under, and 300 of its staff had staged a protest outside the government building, and the man who organized it had been arrested for his trouble. This was the only door left. Everybody in that queue wanted through it. Some of them got through. You have heard of them. Li Wei came across the marble very fast and said 6 words in my ear. Seiko, Citizen, Omega, Longinis, all 4, every contract, cancelled, same morning, same wording. 4 separate corporations on 2 continents had independently decided on the same Tuesday to terminate every original equipment agreement they held with my factory. That is not a coincidence. That is a phone call. Chen Weiguo, I said. You decided to leave me something to remember you by. The plant manager came to my office an hour later, and he was a big man, and he was soaked through. I read the contracts myself. No penalty clause, none. Party A could reject finished goods without cause, cancel forward orders without notice, and walk away without paying $1. He had signed that. Somebody had signed that every year for 6 years. They had killed the future orders and returned the entire month's completed production in one stroke. Young master, nobody could have anticipated. You're fired. He actually laughed because he thought it was a negotiating position. On what grounds? On the grounds that you have been looking at that hole for 6 years and never once mentioned it to anybody. I went back to the file. Security. They walked him out through the middle of the floor, past every desk, in front of the whole building, and I let them do it that way on purpose, and I am not going to pretend otherwise. There were people in that company on somebody else's payroll. I had planned to find them slowly over a year. Chen Weiguo had declined to give me a year. I promoted Li Wei that afternoon. 8 years in the plant, came up through the technical side, had never once been in a meeting where anybody asked what he thought. Give me 12 months, he said, and I will have this company clean. Good. In 12 months, I'll give you the chair. He shook his head. I don't want the chair. Then what do you want? Vice President, he said. Vice President is comfortable. The chair has too much weather. I laughed for about a minute. He was completely serious, and he was completely right, and he has been vice president ever since. Dr. Miller was waiting at the factory with something in his hand and no expression on his face, which for him is enormous excitement. I have made the 50 fathoms cheap, he said. That is a sentence that should not exist. The 50 fathoms is a legend. The diver's watch the French Navy went into the water with, and this man had taken it apart and rebuilt it in materials that cost a fraction of the originals without touching what it actually was. How cheap, he told me. I looked at it for a while. Then that is the bridge, I said. Blancpain gives us the history, Swatch gives us the price, and in the middle, we sell people a story they can actually afford. Because here was my problem, laid out flat. 4 brands had just cancelled. That freed 80,000 watches a month of production capacity, staffed, tooled, and paid for, with nothing to build. So we would build for ourselves. 4 levels. Luxury at the top, which was Blancpain and Ulysses Nardin, and would never be touched by anything below it. Then high-end, then middle, and at the bottom, holding the whole structure up, the thing the entire company would be named after, Swatch. Swiss watch, second watch, take your pick. Both meanings are true, and that is why it works. Quartz movement. And positioned, from the very first day, on one word, fashion, not cheap. I banned that word inside my own company. Swatch Group does not make cheap things. Swatch Group makes things that cost less, which is a completely different sentence and gets a completely different customer. 5 series to open, a zodiac set for the new year, 12 of them, 12 colors, and I commissioned the artwork from actual painters, the serious kind, the kind who normally refuse. A constellation set built for couples because a watch you buy in pairs sells twice. A youth line, a sports line, and a set of world art pieces for people who want their wrist to be a small argument about taste. Cost to build, $40 to $100. Li Wei looked at the sheet. We cannot beat the Japanese on precision. No. Or on price. No. Then how? By refusing to be in the same race. I tapped the drawings. A Japanese watch is an instrument. Instruments compete on accuracy, and once accuracy is solved, they compete on price forever until everybody dies, so we stop selling an instrument. We sell an object you feel something about. Different shelf, different customer, different war. Li Wei thought about that for a long moment. And if we make 80,000 a month and cannot sell them? Production is your problem, I said. Selling them is mine. And to Dr. Muller, who was already drifting toward the door because none of this was interesting to him. You touch none of it. You have Ulysses Nardin, and you have Blancpain. Galileo is finished. Now build me Copernicus, then Kepler. He stopped, turned around. 3, he said. 3. For the first time in 14 months, that terrifying little man smiled at me. The newspapers took the contract cancellations and had a wonderful week. Without the contracts, Swatch Group is an empty shed. He knows how to move a share price and nothing else. A speculator who has accidentally bought a factory. Down on the exchange, the man in the cheap suit sold the last of what he had. His broker had liquidated him on margin at the bottom, which is the one place a market never fails to find you. He paid what he owed to the men who had lent it, and he counted what was left, and it was less than $50,000, and it had been a flat and a plan and a life. Never again, he decided. Not one share. Not ever. Behind him, somebody shouted that Swatch was up, that the Sugar King had bought in. He smiled at that, the way you smile at a joke about your own funeral. Sold too early again. He did not turn around. He had a piece of paper folded in his hand, and he had already read it 11 times. Time. Gallery. Central. Opening shortly. Sales staff required. Good salary. The driver my father gave me refused to call me anything. Don't say young master, he said on the third day. You had my family looked for. That makes us even and then some. Then what do I call you? Nothing. A full minute of road. Wang Guohua. He had been a soldier. He had come over the border in the 60s, on foot, and he had been with my father since 69. And on the other side of that border, he had left a mother, a wife, and 2 children. My father had spent years trying to find them through every channel a rich man has, and there had never been any news at all. We went through the tunnel under the harbor. I watched the tiles go by. In a couple of years, I said, I am probably going to build a factory on that side of the line. If you come with me, you can look for them yourself. He did not answer that. He did not answer it for 2 years. Outside, the city went past at 40 kilometers an hour. Average wage about $2,000 a month. A middle class at the exact top of its confidence. People who had money for the first time in their lives and no idea yet what you are supposed to buy with it. They were one spark away from wanting things. That was the entire opportunity, and it was mine, and the only road to it went through other people's companies. I knew what that meant. I want to be honest that I knew. It meant I was going to walk this whole way with something on my shoes. I went anyway. The Ming Pao interview nearly went off the rails in the first 30 seconds. There are 60 or 70 newspapers in this city for 5 million people, which sounds insane until you remember that nobody in a colony ever feels entirely safe, and news becomes a thing you consume the way you consume rice. At reception, a girl looked up at me and I stopped, because I knew that face from a magazine that had not been printed yet. I gave her my card. Black, gold lettering, one name and nothing else. If you ever want to act, I said, call that. She was still standing there holding it when the lift closed. I heard her say to nobody, does he know me? Upstairs, the reporter was not who I expected. Short hair, a shirt that cost more than her monthly salary, and a bag that cost more than her year, which told me before she opened her mouth that she did not need this job. Poached from the Oriental Daily. She had written the 6,000-word anatomy of the battle, and it had been correct, which had annoyed me. My boyfriend explained the financial mechanics to me, she said, and then deliberately. He described it as the cleanest robbery this exchange has ever seen. Did he? She had 4 questions on her pad. She used 1. 2 men died, because of you. What would you say to them? What is there to say? I sat back. They made a bet with borrowed money on a market they did not understand. That is what a stock exchange is. Nobody was misinformed. Everything I did was legal, public, and visible on the board all day. It could have been avoided. How long have you been out of university? She blinked. A year. Then why are you still a child? She went white. I kept going, because I had decided on the way up that I was not going to be careful in this room. Do it the polite way, and I would have made a public offer. A public offer for that company would have cost more than $1 billion, and the family would have squeezed me for every dollar of it, and every professional in Hong Kong would have front-run me and taken their cut. Instead, it cost under $100 million for control, and on top of that, I now own every building, every shop, and every square foot the Huang family held in this city. $2 billion of it. She was writing very fast and had stopped looking up. Your mysterious boyfriend at the exchange did not tell you that part, did he? He doesn't know it yet. Then I stood up, and I said the thing that Ni Kuang took out of the article, and I have never regretted saying it, and I have never once said it in public since. Capital comes into this world dripping from every pore, and it does not arrive clean. Not mine. Not anybody's. I nodded at her sleeve. Where do you imagine that shirt came from? Where do you imagine that bag came from? Somebody stood exactly where I am standing and made exactly the decision I made, and then his grandchildren became people with taste. At the door, I gave her the last one, and I smiled when I said it, which was worse. Nobody ever climbed out of the bottom by enduring it. You climb by eating. Ni Kuang sat with that transcript until 2 in the morning with the yellow lamp on and the city dark behind him. He did the arithmetic first, because that is the kind of man he was. Swatch Group, 3.8 billion, 59% of it mine, plus everything I had taken off the Huang family, close to $4 billion, and the boy came back from Europe less than a month ago. He did not know about the 1.3 billion I owed the bank. Nobody did. It is remarkable how much of a legend is just a balance sheet nobody has seen. Then he took his pen and struck out the last 2 paragraphs. The blood and the pores and the eating, all of it, gone. That will not help the boy, he wrote in the margin, but he kept the other half. He kept every line about the Huang assets, the 2 billion, the streets of shops, the shape of what I had actually done. He kept it because he understood exactly why I had told him, and he wrote that in the margin too. He wants to be called a butcher, Ni Kuang wrote. He wants the whole city to say the word sniper. Then, underneath, in smaller writing, he takes after his father, only sharper. He picked up the phone and told the desk to hold the front page, and then he opened the second folder I had left with him, the one he had not looked at yet, and read the title on the cover page. Fashion Bazaar, Lead the Fashion. Across town, a girl who had been given a black card that afternoon was lying on her bed at 3 in the morning, not sleeping, with a fan grinding away at her feet and 2 posters on the wall above her, and she was still holding the card. My mother sent over a list the next morning, the entire 9th intake of the training school, with notes in her handwriting. Joey Wong, 4th runner-up at Miss Hong Kong, who had tripped in her heels on stage and lost the crown because of it, and who had then been quietly buried in a young director's first film. Shirley Kwan. Michael Wong, Kenneth Tsang. 3 of the 5 men this city would spend the next 20 years calling the Tigers of TVB, sitting on a sheet of paper in a stack with everybody else. And at the bottom, added by hand, 2 more names my mother had underlined twice. Aaron Kwok, Sean Lau. The man they sent to fetch them was a chubby, cheerful, entirely shameless young assistant director who came through my office door with both hands out. Young Master Ding. Who is the best photographer of women in Hong Kong? He did not even pause. Chung Kong. Not close. He can photograph a girl at a bus stop and it comes out looking like a museum bought it. I have the complete collection if you want to borrow it. Borrow. I looked at him. You'll bring it. I'll bring it. Then I gave him the actual job. Go into the secondary schools. Find me a dozen photogenic teenagers. He blinked once. Teenagers. Every watch company on earth is fighting over men aged 35 to 60 with money, I said. Nobody has ever once considered selling a watch to a 16-year-old. I am going to sell watches to 16-year-olds. He was gone before I finished the sentence. He came back 2 days later with a folder and an explanation that I still find beautiful in its simplicity. He had told the schools that Shaw Brothers and TVB were casting students for a film. The schools had come to him. Li Wei put his head in. There is a crowd of reporters downstairs. So I went downstairs to meet my press. There were about 40 of them in the lobby, and I did the only thing I have ever found reliable with a crowd of 40. You, I said, to the man in front. Which paper? Oriental Daily. I pointed at the door. Leave. And from today, the Oriental Daily receives nothing from me. No interview, no statement, no invitation, not for as long as I am alive. He got about 4 words into freedom of the press before security had him under both arms, and 40 of his colleagues watched him go out the revolving door, and not one of them said anything. You do not need to frighten a room. You need to frighten one person in front of the room. Everyone was extremely polite after that. 2 rules, I said. You do not write about my family, and every question is about Swatch. Now ask. The reporter with the expensive shirt was in the second row, and she went straight at it. Mr. Wu, what exactly is Swatch? Swiss watch, I said, and second watch. Both are correct. You own more than one shirt. There is no natural law that says a human being should own one watch for 40 years. Then I gave them the line I had come downstairs to give them. And as of today, Swatch Group is not an assembly contractor. We develop, we manufacture, and we sell to the customer ourselves, all 3. That is why we bought Blancpain and Ulysses Nardin, and we did not buy the names. We bought the movement manufacturers underneath them. She came straight back, and I liked her for it. The quartz crisis is not over. Swiss mechanical houses are going under every month. You have just bought 2 of them. Isn't that madness? I was already on the stairs by then. I turned around on the 3rd step, which put me above 40 raised faces, and I said the thing that ran on every front page in this city the following morning, and in Zurich the morning after that. Because we believe in the beauty of mechanical craft, in the tradition of it, in the value of a thing assembled by a human hand. Then, because a principle without a knife in it is just a poster. If what you want is an ordinary machine-made quartz watch, then buy one. Nobody will stop you, but if you care about craft, then you do not want a quartz watch. You want a Blancpain, or you want a Ulysses Nardin. And I put my wrist on the rail and turned it and let the light get into it. There was a star field under that glass. Actual stars, in gold, in their actual positions. The lobby went completely silent for about 4 seconds, which in a room containing 40 journalists is roughly a geological era. The woman with the shirt took 3 steps backward. I found out later why she reacted like that and nobody else did, and it is because her family is worth more than £100 million and her fiancé was the executive vice president of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, and between the two of them she had been raised to hear the second meaning in a sentence. She had just watched me publicly weld the word quartz to the word cheap. He is not trying to win the argument, she wrote in her notebook, in a hand that came out crooked. He is trying to make the other side ashamed. Then, underneath, this man is frightening. That was my line. I had been saving it for a month. The industry read it over breakfast. The head of Emperor Watch, a man who had survived the crash of '73 and whom the trade privately called the cockroach because nothing had ever managed to kill him, read it lying with his head in an actress's lap and laughed at the ceiling. Boy, you are going to reverse a 20-year collapse with 2 sentences? He flicked the page. The Swiss are starving. That is the only reason you got them cheap. 2 streets away, the head of Oriental Watch read the same paragraph 1 word at a time. He had started as an apprentice in the other man's father's shop. He was the only watch magnate in Hong Kong who had never taken his money out of watches and put it into property. He took his glasses off and looked out of the window for a long time. I'm afraid, he said to an empty office, that it really is all changing. Somebody airmailed the clippings to Tokyo, and I would love to know who, because they did me an enormous favor. The president of Seiko read the headline in front of his entire executive floor. He got as far as the words mechanical watches, and then he folded the paper in half and dropped it in the wastebasket beside his chair. Do not bring rubbish into this building, he said. Seiko's present task is to enjoy the victory. Seiko was worth $6 billion. 2 years earlier, their own advertising had run under the line that quartz reigns supreme, and it did. Citizen and Casio did not even convene a meeting about it. In 1980, there was exactly one country Japanese industry was afraid of, and it was not a colony with 4 million people and no brands. They had earned that arrogance, to be fair. The Japanese built the first mass-market quartz movement. American semiconductor firms fought them for 5 years, and Seiko ended that war by dropping the price of an electronic watch from $400 to a few tens of dollars, at which point the Americans stopped being watchmakers and went back to making chips. Switzerland read the same clipping and had a completely different morning. Watchmaking is the 3rd pillar of that country's economy. Every newspaper carrying news out of Hong Kong sold out. 3 state banks, whose desks were at that moment buried under an even mix of emergency loan applications and bankruptcy filings from firms whose names go back 300 years, were sitting in a room trying to design a rescue for the entire industry. And into that room came a sentence from a colony on the other side of the world, from a 23-year-old nobody had heard of, saying that hand-built mechanical watches were beautiful and quartz was for people who did not know any better. They read it about 6 times. Then somebody in that room said the thing that changed my next 2 years. We need to go to Hong Kong. Meanwhile, I was busy buying a beauty pageant. Not sponsorship, I told my father. Title sponsorship. What is the difference? $500,000 and about 9 minutes of your life. I laid it out. The opening card carries our name. The host says the name at every segment break. The logo is behind the judges in every wide shot. The winner's tiara moment happens while she is wearing a Blancpain that we give her on air, and the closing credits carry it again. By the end of the broadcast, 4 million people have had 2 syllables put into them 11 times without noticing once. My father sat forward. That is repetition, he said slowly, as a weapon. That is the entire advertising industry, and nobody in this city has done it yet. The final is in a week. Isn't it too late to build anything? I only want the final, I said. You put good steel in the blade, not in the handle. The kids came in that afternoon. Aaron Kwok, Charlotte Chung, Joey Wong, Michael Wong, standing in a row in my office in their good clothes, absolutely terrified. I felt nothing at all. That is the part nobody tells you. When people are afraid of you in a room, the room stops being able to impress you, and every legend in it becomes a person waiting to be told what to do. Have you had coffee at the Peninsula? Joey Wong shook her head. Have you ever been out on the harbor at night? Not the ferry. Out. No. Have you been up the peak and looked down at the city you have lived in your entire life? Aaron Kwok said no, very quietly, and looked at the carpet. You are going tonight, all of you. Every night this week. And to the fat assistant director, your job for the next 5 days is to drive these people through every part of Hong Kong. I did not want a studio. Studios are where watches go to look like watches. I wanted the pavements of Central and the towers of the financial district, Hung Hom, Queen's Road at rush hour, the University Steps, the Tin Hau Temple, the Ridge Trail with the whole harbor underneath it, because I did not actually need anybody to want to watch. I needed a shop girl in Mong Kok to open a magazine, recognize the exact bus stop she stands at every morning, and see somebody beautiful standing at it wearing something she could nearly afford. So all I need, I said, is for Joey Wong and Aaron Kwok to be photographed wearing swatch in places every person in this city walks past. That is all. It is the oldest and crudest form of brainwashing there is, and it works every single time. Then I said the honest version out loud, which I did not mean to. I want to redefine what Hong Kong looks like. And while I was busy congratulating myself, the man who was going to be my largest single source of profit for the next 2 years drove up to my hotel in a car I could hear from inside the building. So I had my city. Now somebody came for me. A golden Rolls-Royce pulled up outside the peninsula that evening. Not gold-colored. Gold. A $3 million custom job. And it was a gift from Chen Songqing to the fat king of the trading floor, which was how that man had acquired his second nickname. Behind it came a Ferrari, a Lamborghini, a Maserati, and a Porsche in convoy at walking pace, so everyone on the street could take a good long look. Out of them came Chen Songqing, Goldman Tim, and 4 young men. Plastics money, timber money, the son of a paint king, and one whose family business nobody could ever quite name. All 4 were invested in carrion, and all 4 moved around Chen Songqing the way pilgrims move around a shrine. They recognized me from the newspapers, and I watched 4 extremely loud young men become quiet and polite in under 2 seconds. Rich boys are many things. Stupid is rarely one of them. I already knew what Chen Songqing was, which is the strange part of my life that I cannot explain to anybody. I knew that in another version of events his group would collapse into one of the largest frauds this city has ever prosecuted, and that people would die inside that story. What I had not expected was how familiar he would feel, because he was me. He was a defective, hollow, badly manufactured version of me. He bought companies in order to have bought companies, so the share price would move so he could buy more companies. Not one operating business underneath any of it. Not one thing that produced money on a Tuesday when nobody was watching. A castle made entirely of air. Push once, in the right place, and the whole thing comes down. I decided to be extremely polite to him for as long as it took. We ended up in the coffee lounge. We both ordered mocha. He had never had one before and told me so, which told me more about him than an hour of conversation. I turned my cup and said nothing. Waiting is the cheapest form of leverage there is. It costs you nothing, and it costs the other man everything. I bought 10,000 lots of swatch at 3, he said eventually. I am already 2 million up. He smiled. But understand me, I did not buy swatch. I bought you. You and I are the same animal. Say what you came to say. My time is expensive. He put down his cup. What do you think of the Jinmin building? And there it was. His pitch was good. I will give him that. Swatch Group buys the tower. Overnight, I own the most famous new skyscraper in Hong Kong. My company has a landmark. My name goes past Li Shaoqi in the public imagination, and the share price does what share prices do when a story like that lands. Meanwhile, he books an enormous profit and clears the payments off his own balance sheet. Win and win, he said. Here is what he was actually offering me. I hand over cash I actually have, in exchange for a share price I cannot spend and a very beautiful concrete box. And in about 2 years, when the Anti-Corruption Commission opens carrion like a tin, my company's name would be inside it, stamped on a $900 million transaction, and no lawyer alive would get it out again. Swatch does not have that much free cash, I said. He started to recover the pitch. I let him get 1 sentence in. But we could do it on paper. He stopped. You need a buyer, I said. You do not need a payment. So let us do the transaction nominally. I pay nothing. You announce whatever price you like to your shareholders, and if anybody asks me, I confirm it. I will be your screen. Chen Songqing looked at me for a long moment. What I had just proposed was that we treat several thousand shareholders as furniture. How else, I said pleasantly, does anybody ever make real money? And then, because a hook needs a barb, if you need documents, I can even take a loan from the bank so there is paper in the file, but you service it. I already owe them for the Huang assets, and I am not a charity. He had no cash. I already knew he had no cash. Everything liquid that man owned was sitting in his wife's name in Southeast Asia, so I smiled at him with all of my teeth. Or you settle in carrion shares. You hold swatch. I hold carrion. We collect each other's dividends, and we are family. The bait was down. Carrion was full of holes, and any one of them was fatal. All I had to do now was hold a share certificate with his company's name on it and wait for somebody else to notice. Chen Songqing stayed in that chair for 10 minutes after I left, with his eyes shut. That was a habit of his that I only learned about afterwards, and it is the single most impressive thing about the man. Every night, and after every serious conversation, he replayed it from the outside, as though watching two strangers. He opened his eyes with his hands cold. I was steered, he thought, from the first sentence to the last. He refused my proposal and then handed me a better one, built for me, in under 4 minutes. And then the thought that actually frightened him, unless he had it prepared. But he could not have. That meeting was an accident. And if it was an accident, then what is he? Somewhere across the road, a man with a long lens took a photograph of the two of us shaking hands and whooped out loud in the back of a van. The Oriental Daily, having been thrown out of my building in front of every journalist in Hong Kong, went to war. They could not get an interview, so they invented a genre. The film Magnate's Son, the sniper who came back from abroad. A certain Mr. S. Photographs taken from 400 meters with a lens the length of an arm. Their circulation went up. It kept going up. That is the week that this city got paparazzi, and I would like to formally apologize for it. They also fabricated something about me that was not true, in print, with pictures, and I am not going to repeat it, because repeating it is how that kind of thing survives. What matters is that it sold, and that the man who ran that paper came from a family with a certain history and had learned in a hard school that a lie which sells is simply a product. He handed the file to his best long lens man and put money on a boat. So they see us. Who cares? He said. Is it illegal now to photograph the sea? So they came for me on a boat. The sea, that afternoon, contained a chartered yacht in Victoria Harbor with 11 people on it. Joey Wong and Charlotte Chung at the rail. Half a dozen actual school children in actual school uniform. Aaron Kwok and Sean Lau, both of them younger than everyone else and both failing completely to look unimpressed. Michael Wong and Kenneth Tsang working extremely hard at looking unimpressed, which is worse. Wang Guohua came up beside me at the stern and did not point. Young master. We have been followed since Kowloon. Make sure nothing happens on this boat, I said. Then go and find out who is on that one. Stephen Chow arrived with the photographer, and I want to describe the photographer accurately because he is one of the 2 or 3 people in this story who genuinely deserved better than the century he was born into. Chung Kong shook my hand and said, "Don't call me master. In this industry, they call me the smut merchant." He had spent years shooting films that nobody put on a poster. He had also, in the same years, won photography prizes in the United States that no one in Hong Kong had bothered to read about. The campus series he had shot the day before was sitting in a folder in his bag. I went through it standing up. Schoolyards, bicycles, a girl looking sideways at the camera with her hair in her mouth. It was youth, the way youth actually feels from inside, and it looked like something a great director would spend the 1990s trying to reproduce. Half those faces are famous now. Gigi Lai is in there, Maggie Chung, Michelle Yeoh. That fat scoundrel Stephen Chow, I thought, can genuinely pick people. Then Chung Kong looked at me and said, "You should be in the photograph." "No. Wong and Liu are handsome," he said, "but they are boys from below. They have no weight yet. It is not their fault. You have a family behind you, years abroad, a suit built for that watch, and 40 towers standing behind your head." He shrugged. "There is nobody on this boat who can play the man in that frame except you." I thought about it for 4 seconds. "Fine, I'll do it, on one condition." I gave him the folder. "You come and work for me, editor-in-chief and general manager of Fashion Bazaar." He actually laughed. "I have never made a magazine in my life. I hired your eye. I did not hire your resume. Other people will do the layouts. And if it fails, then I lose money," I said. "I have a great deal of money." We shot it at sunset because Chung Kang refused to shoot it at any other time. The girls got hold of both my arms and hauled me up to the bow, laughing, and I remember saying, with what I felt was reasonable dignity, that I was a grown man and would walk there myself. Then the wind came across the harbor and put somebody's hair against my face, and behind us, all at once, in that 10-minute window that city gives you once a day, every window in Hong Kong came on. Chung Kong did not say anything. He just started firing the shutter, and he did not stop for a very long time. 4 days later, the entire senior management of Ming Pao stood around a table looking at a photograph. The man who had founded that newspaper with Ni Kuang and who had been its editor and general manager for 20 years looked at it for a long time without speaking. Then he said something that everybody in the room decided to pretend he had not said because it was embarrassing and because they all agreed with it. "This photograph is going to win a Pulitzer." It did not. But I understand why he said it. Victoria Harbor at the 10-minute hour. A deck full of people who were nobody that week and household names within 3 years. And behind them, the whole steel forest coming on window by window and on 11 wrists, catching the last of it, 11 small points of light. He stood there shaking slightly, and it took me years to work out what had actually happened to him. He was not looking at my watches. He was looking at a version of this city that he had wanted to exist since he was young and had never once seen printed anywhere. Ni Kuang put a hand on my shoulder. This time your uncle did not help you, he said. This time you helped your uncle. Then stop telling me to keep my head down. You could stand to keep it down a little. Why should I crush myself for the comfort of people who have never spent 1 minute thinking about me, I said. I think about the people who think about me. That is the whole list. He went very still. He told my father afterwards that he had spent 30 years writing men like that and had never met one, and had now met one at his own dinner table at the age of 23, out on the street at a newsstand in Wan Chai. A clerk in a short-sleeved shirt put $10 on the counter for his weekly and got told 15. It has always been 10. There is a supplement this week. The clerk made the noise that every man in the city makes about $5 and started to walk away. Then a student in glasses picked one up, stopped dead, and said out loud to the vendor, "Is that Victoria Harbor? Give me one." The clerk turned around. "All right, fine, 15. "Sorry," said the vendor, holding up empty hands. "The last one just walked off. I had $400,000 of my own money in that print run, and I got all of it back in 9 hours. Issue 137 cleared the island in a day. I have kept one thing from that week, and it is not the magazine. It is a report that came back to me from a bar in Lan Kwai Fong, where 4 extremely rich young men were shouting at the branch manager of Emperor Watch. 'You told us you could get any watch made.' Empty talk. And when the poor man tried to bring up the scandal that a certain newspaper had printed about me, one of them cut him off with a sentence I would pay money to have engraved somewhere. I do not care about his scandals. I want to know where to buy those watches. That is the whole thing. That is the mechanism. Those 4 had inherited more money than they could spend and had never once in their lives been shown what spending it with style looked like. They had spent years laughing at their father's watches. Now they wanted their father's watches, in a better version, immediately. The men in that city were arguing about Michael Wong's jacket. The women were arguing about which of the 4 beauties was the correct one to want. 14-year-olds were pulling the campus pages out of the supplement and putting them inside their school folders. And not one single item in any of those photographs could be purchased anywhere on Earth. That was deliberate. That is the only trick in this entire story that I am genuinely proud of. Then the 8 o'clock news came on in 80% of the households on this island and said that the first Swatch Group flagship store, Time Gallery, would open on Queens Road Central on the 20th of August, which was the following morning. I had nothing to do with what happened next, and I have never pretended otherwise. I only ever benefited from it, the way a man benefits from weather he did not order. In a house across the harbor full of packing crates, a black and white television set was smoking gently with a walking stick through the middle of the screen. Chen Jianhong stood over it with his eyes red. "I told you," his father said from the chair. "His position is already fixed." "Fine. Bring in the Japanese. That is business. But why announce it to newspapers? The Japanese bow to the strong and ride the weak. Swatch is not a threat to them. All you have achieved is to make 3 Japanese companies relax and laugh, and to drag this family back into a swamp we have already been dragged out of." "You have gotten old," his son said, "and frightened." Chuang Bao. "We sold him everything, and you are afraid to even set a dog on him." He was shaking. "Do you honestly believe the watch trade of Hong Kong is going to stand and watch him grow? They are one voice away from moving. I am going to be that voice. Enough. It is nowhere near enough. You are weak." 2 of his brothers got between them, and the old tiger, from his chair, in a voice that had nothing left in it, said the sentence that ended his family. "Division. When we return to Thailand, my assets will be divided into 6 parts. After that, every man for himself. Whoever loses his share will have nobody to complain to." 6 pairs of eyes came up off the floor at once and lit. He saw it. He was 61 and full of old injuries, and he knew exactly what he had just seen. But there was nothing else left to do. All that was left was to spread the risk and hope that one of the 6 branches survived. I bought space in the eye of the front page of every newspaper in Hong Kong except one. First time, Gallery Flagship, 20th of August, 1980, 15 Queens Road Central. I paid an obscene amount for that placement, and I would pay it again. Swatch went up again on the news, which meant the Sugar King, who had bought in as a favor to my father and expected to lose the money politely, was now sitting on the best trade of his year and did not entirely know how to feel about it. My advertisement did its other job that morning, which was to be read by the wrong man. At Emperor Watch, the heir read the advertisement and threw it on the desk. Manufacturing, brand, and now retail as well. He was pacing. He intends to eat the entire chain. His father was 65 and had been chairman since before the crash, and he did not even look up. There are no watch shops in Central. There have never been watch shops in Central. The rent eats them in 9 months. He turned the page. And no company anywhere in the world owns the whole chain. It cannot be done. But the son was not looking at the same thing his father was looking at, and he had it exactly right, which is why the next 6 months happened. You are missing it, he said. This is not about his shop. This breaks the rule. If manufacturers start selling direct, what is left for us? We are the trading layer. The trading layer is where the cream is. He does not care whether quartz wins or mechanical wins, because he owns both. He stood at the window for a while. It appears, he said, that I will have to take Chen Jianhong's telephone call after all. And then I spent $500,000 on the cheapest thing I have ever bought. The night before the shop opened, 4 million people watched a beauty pageant, 16 finalists, every one of them with a swatch on her wrist. And here's the part that cost me a fortnight of arguing with a television producer. I would not allow the girls to be styled identically. Each one was made up, dressed, and lit for herself, specifically so that the object on her arm read differently on each of them. Families watched it together, which had never really been true of that program, because it had always been a slightly shameful thing to be seen enjoying. Somewhere in Sham Shui Po, a boy said, "Dad, look, that is the sports one. That is the one I told you about." Somewhere in North Point, a woman said, "Buy me the one number 7 is wearing, and I will wear it out of the house, and you can be proud of yourself." And a man said, "Fine, fine, I will buy all of it," which is the 4 most beautiful words in commerce. My father rang me at 7 the next morning, and he was not calm. It exploded, 91% at peak, 91. That is finale of a national drama territory. That is a number this city sees maybe twice in a decade. "Next year," my father said, "we are asking you again." They did not come to the opening, both of them. My mother put it in one line on the telephone. "Today, the star is you. Parents do not steal their son's day. We will make noise from here." I have thought about that sentence more than I have thought about most of the money in this story. I put my head down and got on with the schedule because there is a specific feeling that arrives at moments like that, and it is warm, and it makes you slow, and slow was not available to me that year. "And the girls," my mother said, before she hung up. "When are you bringing one home?" "I am not getting married, Mum." "Jian how?" "Life is long," I said. "I intend to enjoy it." My day. The 20th of August, 1980, was in the almanac as an auspicious day for the opening of a business, which I did not choose, and my mother absolutely did. A string of firecrackers 7 stories long, a red lion and a yellow lion from the Shaw brothers' families. 3 police cars, because Queens Road had stopped moving entirely by 9 in the morning. I stood at the door of my own shop from 8 in the morning, and I did not go inside once, because I wanted to see the arrivals with my own eyes, and I have never trusted a report of a crowd. Tony Lung Chu-wai came, at the head of a column of every face that station had. So did the leading lady of the drama. The whole city was watching. And then a motorcade came up the road with a plate on the front that said simply the number 2, and the crowd noise changed. The financial secretary of the colonial government, the man this city privately calls the god of wealth because he sets the budget, and everybody in Hong Kong believes, with some justification, that he decides how rich they are going to be that year. Behind him, the consul general of Switzerland. Behind him, the man who held the distribution rights for Tissot and Omega across Hong Kong and all of Southeast Asia. And behind all of them, together, in one group, the heads of the 3 largest watch retail houses in the colony, who had come to see what I was and had all agreed in advance not to buy anything. In a car stuck in the traffic outside, the reporter with the expensive shirt was arguing with her fiancé. Why open his own shop? It is greed. It is grabbing the last dollar off the counter. David Ng, executive vice president of the stock exchange, $30,000 of Swiss watch on his own wrist, watched the crowd through the windscreen for a while. "Do you think a man that intelligent suddenly became stupid this week?" "No." "Then there is another reason," he said, "and you do not know it yet." She wrote that down. She had solved one puzzle about me that month, and it had immediately produced a second one, which is the standard experience of everybody who has ever tried. Inside, the shop was black. Black walls, black cases, low light, and each watch behind its own individual glass door that a customer could open with their own hands. No counter between you and the object. That single decision caused 4 separate arguments with my own staff, and it is the reason people stayed inside for 40 minutes instead of 9. Nobody buys luxury as a product. They buy the room, the service, the way the girl says your name, and the feeling of putting a thing on their own wrist without asking permission. All of that is margin. Every bit of it. The Omega distributor asked if he could open a case, which he did not have to ask, and took out the Galileo. He stood under the light with it and started listing what it did like a man reading a hymn. Perpetual calendar, 9 planets in their orbits, solar eclipse, lunar eclipse. the turn of the seasons, the zodiac, moving. Then he put it down and looked around the room at all three of his competitors. Quartz will never do this, he said. Not in 100 years. Only a mechanical movement can do this. That is our advantage. That is the only advantage we have ever had, and we have spent 10 years apologizing for it. What is the price? Somebody asked. I held up 5 fingers. 51,800. The number is not an accident. Say it out loud in this language and it sounds like I want to get rich, and every Chinese person in that room heard it and half of them laughed. The Omega Man did not laugh. That is more than a Rolex Submariner, he said carefully. That is more than my Omega. You understand what Rolex means in this city. I did. In Hong Kong in 1980, a Rolex is not a watch, it is a document. Without one, people do not disrespect you, they simply do not see you. The 4 beauties are 43,000 each, I said. And this one, I turned my wrist. Blancpain Supreme Classic. There are 10 in the world. Each one is 149,000. The Swiss consul said something very quietly to the man beside him, in French, and the room was quiet enough that the 2 or 3 people who understood it went pale. 18,000 francs. That is roughly 149,000 Hong Kong dollars. And that is what a Patek Philippe went for at auction last year. Nobody moved. And then the consul general of Switzerland turned around and said, to the room rather than to me, I will take all 3 series. He did not ask what all 3 series cost. That is the moment. That is the exact moment the whole thing tipped, and it was done by a foreign diplomat who had walked in 20 minutes earlier with no intention of spending $1. The Omega Man bought one and told me openly he was sending it to head office in Switzerland, which I encouraged. Then all 3 Hong Kong watch magnates bought because by then not buying had become the loud option. Then the financial secretary came out of the back of the shop already wearing a Ulysses Nardin and showed it to a photographer, and that photograph ran on 9 front pages. And Tony Leung Chiu-wai stood in front of the Galileo case for about 90 seconds with his jaw working and then bought it. $51,800. The drama he was in had made him $200,000 that year, and almost none of it was salary, because the station paid him a few thousand a month like everybody else, and the rest came from standing next to products at openings exactly like this one. On the way out, he stopped by Michael Wong, who was working my floor in a borrowed suit. I saw your photograph in the weekly. Brother Fat. 6th uncle is the stingiest man alive, Tony Leung Chiu-wai said, but he can see a person from across a room. He will give you your chance. He put his hand on the kid's shoulder. And I have an unpleasant feeling that in 10 years I will be dancing in the background of your films. Then I gave them my second thing. Then I cut the ribbon and dropped the actual bomb, which none of them had seen coming, including my own staff. Today is not only the opening of a shop, I said. Today Swatch Group releases the first watch brand it has ever owned. 6 girls came out from the back with 6 trays. It is called Swatch. I watched the 2 Yangs turn their heads at the same time and look at each other, and I knew exactly what they had seen because they were the only 2 men in that room who could have seen it that fast. Every one of those 6 series was quartz. Every single one. The heir to Emperor Watch worked it through out loud on the pavement afterward, and somebody repeated it to me that night with obvious enjoyment. He stands on a staircase and preaches the resurrection of mechanical craft, he said, and while he is doing it, he has been quietly building a quartz brand, and of course it was fast. That factory assembled Seiko movements for 6 years. The tooling is in the building. The workers already know how. He could already see what was coming. He could see it better than the foreigners could because the Omega distributor took one look at the colored plastic and lost interest, on the entirely reasonable grounds that even Patek Philippe had a quartz project by then and nobody serious cared. Those men were looking at toys. They were the last people on earth who would ever be allowed to think that. My last customers of that first day were the reason I decided to keep the doubling rule permanently. The 4 rich boys came in at 4 in the afternoon and started bothering Joey Wong. Beautiful. Where are the ones he wears? Give us 4. Come to dinner with us and I will buy you the concubine one. I came over. You want all 4? All 4. Good. I smiled at them with great warmth. The first one is 149,000, but there are only 10 in the world, so the price of every subsequent piece doubles. The consul has bought one this morning. I am wearing one, so the next one available is $298,000. Silence. Who is paying first? The one with the paint money recovered enough to try the only move he had. We are friends of President Chen. Show us some face. Ha. I let that sit. Go and ask Chen Songqing what his face is worth this month, and then ask him whether he would personally walk into my shop and bother a girl who works for me. Chen Songqing was at that moment sitting in his own office with the real balance sheet in front of him, the one nobody else sees. 63% leverage. 900 million in cash gone into a tower, a market value inflated to 3.6 billion, which he could not stop inflating because the instant it stopped, he had nothing to say to his shareholders and nothing to say to the banks. He took my call in about 4 rings. I put it to him plainly. Those 4 cannot pick money up off the floor. They only make problems. Their usefulness to you is finished. By the time he arrived, the queue outside my door was 90 meters long, and I could hear it through the wall. The financial secretary was in here, and he bought a Ulysses Nardin. The girls behind the counter are the ones from the magazine. Even if you cannot reach Blancpain, there is the Swatch collaboration for half a month's pay. My daughter saw the youth series in the supplement and she has not stopped since Tuesday. Chen Songqing apologized in the back room to me and pointedly to my girl. Detaining people is illegal, I said, and I am a law-abiding man. Also, she is not my girl. If she were my girl, you would not be seeing those 4 again. The temperature in that room dropped about 4 degrees. Then we did the arithmetic on a napkin. 149, 298, 596, 1,192, $4.47 million for 4 watches. The boys started screaming at him. Whose side are you on? Would you really do anything for that building? Enough, said Chen Songqing. I am paying. Company account. And all 4 of them went silent instantly, like children, which told me more about the inside of the carrion group than any set of accounts ever could. I had been stalling on purpose that whole afternoon, and it worked. The watch magnates had gone home by then, and I did not want to talk about who was going to distribute Swatch in front of the 3 men most likely to strangle it. I also knew Chen Songqing could not wait much longer. In the version of events in my head, that building sat on his balance sheet for 9 months before it killed him. 5 had gone by. The butterfly was already moving its wings. It was moving them because of me, and it was moving them early. We signed nothing that day, except a memorandum of intent, which is a document specifically designed to mean nothing, while looking like it means everything. Time Gallery paid its floor staff 1% of what they personally sold. Joey Wong made $44,700 from that one transaction with the 4 boys. The others, all of them, first day on a shop floor in their lives, cleared about $1,000 each in 9 hours in a city where the average wage was $2,000 a month. They sat on the stockroom floor afterward counting it, and somebody said the obvious thing. This is more money than acting. Why would anybody bother becoming an actor? And Michael Wong, who had not said much all day, said, I am still going to be an actor. Why? Because today I stood behind a counter and sold a watch to a man who did not look at my face. He was not angry about it. That was the part that got me. I want to walk into a shop like this one day and buy the most expensive thing in it without asking the price. I want to be the person on the other side of that glass, and there is no short way to get there. Then Kenneth Tsang said he was going to act, then Aaron Kwok, then Charlotte Chung, and Michelle Yeoh, and 2 more. And Joey Wong, who had lost a crown because she tripped in a pair of heels and had been quietly buried in somebody's first film, put the money in her bag and stood up. I think I finally understand why I started walking down this road, she said. I am going to be an actress, and I am going to be the most popular star in Hong Kong. Nobody laughed at her. Not one person in that room laughed. My first day. Here it is. Final count for day 1. 48 of the 4 beauties, 26 Galileos, 5 of the Supreme Classics, 4 of which went to the same idiot. $8 million from the luxury cases alone, $9.05 million with the 6 Swatch series on top. In one day, in one shop, in a market everybody had spent a decade calling dead. I picked up the phone at 8 that evening. Reporter Fang, would you have any interest in an exclusive for tomorrow morning? My headline the next morning, record, Central Shop takes over 10 million on day 1. That was the headline, and the headline was a lie, and I am the one who told it. Is it true? My father asked. About 9/10 of it. We did 9 million. I shrugged. 10 is a better number. I rounded. In his industry, a film that takes $10 million is the blockbuster of the year. He had spent 50 years learning how to make one of those happen. His son had done it in a shop in a day with jewelry. He took it well. He mostly took it well. The tea houses got there faster than the analysts did. 3,000 or 4,000 watch shops on this island, somebody said, and not one brand of our own, and we call ourselves a manufacturing city. And 2 phrases went around town that week that were worth more to me than any advertisement I have ever paid for. 250 years of history. Supplier to royal courts. Inside about 4 days, in the folk hierarchy of Hong Kong, Blancpain and Ulysses Nardin climbed over Rolex. A Rolex, people started saying, tells everyone you are rich. These tell everyone your grandfather was. The 4 rich boys, meanwhile, had stopped showing anyone their watches and were explaining that this was because of the rarity. It was not. Chen Songqing had paid for them off a company account and the watches had gone straight into a safe at Carrion where they sat for the next 2 years. In the end, those 4 watches turned out to be the most valuable thing that man had left. I did not plan that. The universe has a sense of humor, and it is not a kind one. My favorite report of that week came out of a house I have never been inside. At Emperor Watch, the heir walked in circles around his own living room until 2 in the morning. How is it possible? He kept saying. A watch shop tops out at 2 million a day. Mine does 3 on a good day, and 3 means I have sold a dozen Rolexes. $10 million is not a better number. 10 million is a blow from a different dimension. His father let him wear himself out and then said the smartest thing anybody in that industry said all year. Envy is a fire you set on yourself. Let it burn, and it eats your judgment first and your business second. If Wu Jianhao falls tomorrow, tell me honestly, are you $1 richer? He is taking our trade. He is building our road. The old man put his tea down. There is not one other watch shop in Central. Open the second emperor next door to him and let him pay for the crowd. He opens a time gallery overseas. You follow him in. He convinces the world that a Hong Kong watch can be worth something, and then you launch a brand and call it Emperor, and it is worth something. He tapped the table. He needs us far less than we need him. Learn to walk behind a man who is going somewhere. His son stared at him. Father, do you seriously believe Wu Jianhao is fit to be compared with the Japanese? Seiko is $6.8 billion. A dozen factories. A distribution network on 5 continents. He picked up his jacket. He is not fit to carry their shoes. And at the door. You taught me this yourself. Whoever brings me profit is a friend, and whoever gets in my way is an enemy. Today, the Japanese bring me profit. So my problem that week was not that nobody wanted my watches. Li Wei's production report came in that week, and it was a problem dressed as good news. 120,000 Swatch units in stock across the 6 series, 80,000 a month coming off the line, and that was after I had raised the workers' wages. Not enough. Buy more machines, hire more people. I want 100,000 next month. The movements were the miracle. The Blancpain and Ulysses Nardin manufacturers had cracked the quartz work in 11 weeks and were now producing for Swatch and nothing else, which is not a thing a Swiss manufacturer would ever normally do, and is entirely explained by the fact that Switzerland at that moment was full of unemployed watchmaking engineers with mortgages. Day 2 of the shop broke down like this. 67 of the 4 beauties, 39 Galileos, 93 of the branded series at $15.98, 116 art pieces, 496 of the youth line at $158, 106 luxury watches made $4.9 million, about 1,000 quartz watches made barely 1. I want that pair of numbers on a wall somewhere. It is the entire explanation for everything Seiko and Citizen and Casio would spend the next 30 years trying and failing to do, which is to climb up into luxury. They could see the same arithmetic I could. They just could not buy 250 years of history. And then Li Wei told me the actual problem. We had made about 400 of the 4 beauties total, 100 Galileos. At the current rate, both lines would be empty by close of business tomorrow. I looked at the drawings for about a minute. Same case, new dial, steel, 14-karat rose gold, platinum. Move the diameter 2 millimeters either way. I handed them back. That is a new series, new name, new price floor, and everybody who bought the first one now has an incomplete set. Then I wrote something else on the pad and turned it around. Time Gallery membership. 3 doors. Spend $100,000 and you are black gold. 500,000 diamond. $1 million, Supreme. Black gold gets gifts and an invitation to things other people do not get invited to. Diamond gets a named consultant and the right to commission a custom piece. Supreme gets flown to the international shows. Is that not a little vulgar? Li Wei said. Extremely. There is no instrument in a capitalist society that measures a man's standing more precisely than the amount of money he has spent, and everybody involved knows it, and everybody involved pretends not to. I underlined the top tier. A luxury shop does not live on footfall, it lives on the top of the pyramid. 60% of a year's sales will come from people who are in here twice a month. My father worked it out over dinner before I had explained a word of it. Ah, ding. Your membership scheme is a gentleman's club with the aristocracy taken out. You have it exactly. The 17th century had those. That is where they came from. Because a lord in the 17th century wanted a room that a farmer could not walk into, I said. A rich man in 1980 wants precisely the same room. He simply wants a receipt instead of a bloodline. So we opened registration the following morning. And from that morning, Ulysses Nardin and Blancpain were not sold to anybody who walked in with cash. They were allocated by ballot, and your odds in the ballot were a function of your tier, your lifetime spend, and your deposit. Black Gold members got priority on new releases and home delivery. I also gave Stephen Chow a film. Script in a month. Tony Leung Chu Wai and Joey Wong in the leads, and everybody else in the cast works in my shop, in cinemas by Christmas. What is it about? Chasing girls, I said. A Chinese man comes back to Hong Kong after years abroad and cannot talk to women. He looked at me for a second. Is that supposed to be you? It is supposed to be 90 minutes of Swatch watches in Taiwan and Singapore, I said. The romance is the delivery mechanism. And then the top of my pyramid walked through the door and did not want anybody to know it. The son-in-law of the shipping king sat in his car outside my shop for 11 minutes before he came in. He told me later, when we knew each other well enough for him to admit it, that he had spent those 11 minutes explaining to himself that a man buying his wife a watch is not doing anything humiliating. The cause was a friend of the family who had turned up at lunch wearing a Blanc Pain that her husband had given her for an anniversary, and the second daughter of the Bao family had smiled through the entire meal and then not spoken in the car. Charlotte Chung met him at the door, walked him along the cases once, told him what he was looking at, and then stepped back and left him alone. That is why he had been sitting in the car. He hates being followed around a shop. Whoever designed this place, he said afterward, understands human beings in a way I find slightly frightening. He chose Shi washing silk. He stood there while a 20-year-old girl told him about 250 years of history and about the man in Librasus who assembles that movement by hand, and he said out loud that he had not known it was possible to say that much about a watch and that it now seemed cheap at 43,000. Then he put a card on the counter. I am sorry, sir. That is a display piece. Purchases go through registration and ballot. Ballot. He blinked. How many people are ahead of me? 46, sir. And if I would prefer to simply buy it. If you spend $100,000, you become a black gold member, she said, exactly as trained, and members have considerably better odds. He clapped his hands together once and laughed out loud in the middle of my shop floor. Then write me up for 500,000, 6 series of Swatch, whatever the mix is. I will give them to my managers as the annual bonus. He had his reasons, and they were good ones. After the Wharf War, the management he had inherited was largely British and had not chosen him, and loyalty in that situation has a price, and it is cheaper than you think. He also got a connection to me out of it, and his wife got her watch. At that moment, Time Gallery had fewer than 5 members. The Bao family walked in through the top door. I gave my numbers to one newspaper every evening at 8 o'clock for a fortnight, and I did it because a number printed by somebody else is worth 10 of the same number printed by me. Ming Pao printed the daily takings for 5 days running because I gave them to Fang Li every evening at 8, and she was not going to say no. 10 million, 5, 6.1, 5.5, 5.3. Meanwhile, every other watch shop in Hong Kong watched its revenue drop about 30% in a fortnight, and the mechanism was the cruelest one there is. People kept walking in and asking for Swatch. The staff would offer them a Seiko instead, and the customer would look at the Seiko and say some version of the same sentence and leave. Who wears that old thing now? There is no worse feeling in retail than a customer holding money out at arm's length and you not being able to take it. So Yang Shoucheng and Chen Jianhong got in a car together and drove around every distributor and dealer in the colony, and the ones who had been wavering signed up in an afternoon. By the end of that week, there was a formal alliance in Hong Kong whose only purpose was to make sure Swatch could not be sold anywhere except in my own shop. And on the day it closed, somebody put down the phone in that room and said with genuine disbelief, "At a moment like this, he has flown to the United States?" Yang Shoucheng laughed for about a minute. "Whatever you are doing over there," he said, "when you come back, you will have nothing." And then I got on an aeroplane, which every one of my enemies read as surrender. I dropped Stephen Chow in Chinatown and told him he had a month to write. He handed me a script the following morning. "You are quick," I said. "This is too quick." It was boring. Every device in it was secondhand, and he had not caught Tony Leung Chiu-Wai's character at all. But there was one thing in that draft that made me keep him, and it is the thing he was quietly a genius at for the next 20 years. He had built the product placement into the plot. The watch was not on a wrist in a lingering shot. The watch was the reason a scene worked. I sent him to film school in America and paid for it because Shaw Brothers needed air from outside and because I have never once regretted buying a man an education. The script was not why I flew. My actual reason for being in New York was on Fifth Avenue. Tiffany, founded in 1837, started life as a middleman reselling European jewelry to Americans who had no aristocracy of their own to copy, and built the whole thing out of craft rather than blood, which is a story I happen to like. I had been in New York 11 hours and I had slept for 2 of them. Victoria Windsor came into that room on heels I could hear from the corridor. Prada. A small black Givenchy dress. Hermes. Amber eyes, and about as warm as a filing cabinet. "So you are the one who intends to sell Tiffany in Hong Kong, and across Asia?" She sat down without being asked. "Little boy. Who exactly are you?" "There are 2 ways to move a person, and I used both, in order. First you light the interest, and you light it with something visible. I gave her Hong Kong. I gave her Taiwan and Singapore and Malaysia. I gave her a map with a market on it that her family had never bothered to look at, and shops in it that already existed and already had lines outside them. Then you inflate the desire, and for that you need to know what the person actually wants, which is never the thing they are negotiating for. What she wanted was to take that company public. Luxury is a capital game in the end, I said. You cannot fight a house that can raise money if you cannot raise money. And the obstacle is not the market. The obstacle is your own family and the industrial shareholders who have grown into that brand like ivy and are terrified of any risk that has not already happened. She did not answer for a while. I knew the shape of what was coming because in the version of history in my head, an investment fund out of Bahrain bought that company in a few years, floated it 3 years after that, sold down, and left Julian holding the wheel. And in the end, a French luxury group paid $15.7 billion for it. I walked out with distribution rights for Tiffany across Hong Kong, Taiwan, and all of Southeast Asia, and a shipment released immediately, which mattered more than any of it, because it plugged the hole in my cases while Switzerland was still ramping up. Then I gave Marcus his instructions, and there were two. Stay here and find out who actually holds the capital behind Tiffany. And the carrion report does not go out under the fund's name. I put the second folder on the table. Buy me a brokerage in New York, something small and respectable with a license. We will be standing behind muddy water when we publish, and nobody is going to be able to see the bottom. Marcus had been through Carrion's public accounts twice by then. Their books are cleaned very carefully, he said, and it does not matter. There are more holes than I can count. The trouble is the shape of the thing. They have bought several dozen companies scattered across a dozen jurisdictions, and to prove any of it, I need people physically standing in those offices. How long? Months. But when that report comes out, he said, that share price does not fall. It goes through the floor. I came home in November with a distribution agreement in my bag and no idea that I had already lost the retail war while I was in the air. The plane into Kai Tak comes in low over the walled city, and if you sit on the right, you can see straight down into it. 14 stories of concrete grown into itself with no architect and no daylight, and 30,000 people in it, and none of them looking up, because to them, an aircraft passing 60 meters over the roof was simply the weather. Swatch Group at that point had one factory and 3,678 employees, 3,000 families. That is the number I actually think about. If you want to change a city, you do not start with the city. Li Wei met me at the gate and could not look at me. 9 of the 10 watch houses have declined the invitation, he said. Only Oriental is coming, and the distributors have not answered at all. 2 weeks of dead heat broke at that exact moment. The rain came down the way it does here, all at once, like somebody emptying a bucket off a roof. And I started laughing, and I have been told since that it was not a good sound. I underestimated them, I said. I genuinely thought I had this city by the throat, and the rats in the drain have organized. Why do you think the distributors are staying away? Li Wei thought about it properly, which is why he still works for me. 2 reasons. They are frightened the Japanese will cut their supply and leave them holding a warehouse. Or they are not frightened at all, and they are waiting for you to come to them so they can beat you down on price. Correct on both counts, and they have made exactly one mistake. Wang Guohua got the black umbrella open over my head. I am Wu Jianhao. I do not get played. I started walking. They want to play. Fine. Then I am going to turn the table over. Switzerland had shipped me 2 resurrections that month, and I had not decided what to do with them yet. 50 Fathoms, first made in 1952, the first proper modern diving watch, standard issue to French combat swimmers, rated to 500 meters. And Ladybird, from 1956, still the smallest round automatic mechanical movement anybody has ever built, which had spent 20 years on the wrists of women whose names came with titles. And Ulysses Nardin had sent Monaco, off the back of 4 years sponsoring the yacht show there. 1,000 pieces of each, no limit, sitting in a bonded warehouse with nowhere to be sold except one shop in Central. I was standing in the arrivals hall with all of this going around in my head when I looked up at a sign and stopped walking. 3 letters over a shop front full of perfume and cigarettes and drunk businessmen buying apology presents. 3 letters. My whole answer. DFS. I did not sleep on that flight. I had my answer at about 30,000 feet. It took the Sugar King 1 phone call to get me the meeting, and I got both of them in the same room, which I understand had not happened in Hong Kong in 9 years. An American and an Englishman. Between them, they ran duty-free concessions in 18 airports across Hong Kong, Japan, Singapore, Malaysia, and Hawaii. And they were quite possibly the 2 richest men on that side of the Pacific whose photographs had never appeared anywhere. Company registered in Monaco, assets in their wives' names, both of them living in a permanent low-grade terror of tax authorities on 2 continents. I said it from the doorway before I sat down. I want to buy DFS. The American looked up. Do you have any idea what you just said? If I did not, I would not have come. Are you going to let me in or not? Then I gave them the only argument that could possibly have worked on those two specific men, which is why I had spent the flight from New York building it. You can stay in the shadows forever. You can be enormously wealthy and never once be seen. That has worked for 20 years and it will keep working. I sat down. Or you can trade your DFS holdings for shares in Swatch Group. You take seats on my board, and from those seats you own DFS in public in daylight with your names on it, and nobody can ever take it off you again. The Englishman had stopped moving. And then DFS stops being an airport business, I said. Because that is what it is now, and that is a ceiling. It becomes a global luxury retailer that happens to have started in airports. Donald Brennan is not an easy man to move and did not pretend to be. Why you? He said. Because right now, on this planet, I am the only person who can see what DFS actually is, I said, and because I am the only person who will give you a number you can live with. I had walked in with a sentence. That was all I had. 3 hours later, we shook hands, so I turned the table over on a Thursday, and it took me 1 evening and 2 telephone calls. I closed the shop for a day, which cost me $5 million in takings, and put a rope across the front door. By 6 in the evening, there was a line of limousines down Queens Road and a rumor running through Central that Blancpain, Ulysses Nardin, Omega, and Rolex were all previewing new pieces at a private members' evening. My competitors got the rumor before my own staff did, which was deliberate. Yang Shucheng heard it and laughed at his own dinner table. Omega will never hand its watches to a competitor's shop, neither will Rolex. He has invented a party. He had a good reason to be confident. He had already leased the unit next door to me for a second Emperor branch, and the Omega distributor had personally assured him of supply. Fang Li came because she was a Black Gold member by then. She owned all 4 beauties and had given her fiancé a Ulysses Nardin, which I had noticed and said nothing about. Inside there were 5 brand zones, a consultant assigned to every member by name, pastry chefs, and 2 photographers. I have to admit it, she said, and she said it into a notebook rather than to me. The man is a genius at this. He has thrown away a full day of trading to do this. Her fiancé, standing beside her with the drink he was not touching, gave the correct diagnosis, and it is the best sentence anybody produced about me that year. He is not selling to their emotions, David Ung said. He is preaching. It is a shop. It is a locked door. That is the whole design. That door was shut all day, and every person in this room spent the day thinking about being on the other side of it. And now that they are, they will buy something to prove they belong here. He looked around the room. The more people who want in, the more the people already inside spend. This is not an exhibition. It is a revival meeting. The new pieces did the rest. The 50 fathoms came out at 43 millimeters with a dial in a blue you could fall into and a platinum bezel, and I had done one thing to it that the Swiss had argued with me about for 3 weeks. I had the color registered, Blancpain blue. Nobody else on earth is permitted to use it. 5 versions, from a steel piece at around $1,000 to precious metal at $100,000. And then Ladybird, mother of pearl, a ruby set at 12 o'clock like a small red heart. 32 diamonds, 21.5 millimeters across, in 18-karat white gold. $11,800. Fang Li actually made a noise, not at how expensive it was, at how cheap. Every woman in that room bought one. Not most, everyone. The Omega distributor and the man who held Rolex for the colony stood at the back doing arithmetic and glowing, because between them, they had just sold more in one evening than their entire island network usually managed in a day, and whatever they had verbally promised Yang Shucheng the week before had ceased quietly to exist. At 9 o'clock, I came in through the front door with 2 men behind me. The Omega distributor turned round, saw who they were, and put his glass down on a table that was not there. I hit a spoon against a glass. Thank you all for coming. 2 announcements. The first is that on behalf of Swatch Group, I have this afternoon acquired the DFS duty-free group. I waited exactly long enough. The second is that your black gold, diamond, and supreme privileges now apply in all 18 DFS stores worldwide. Tokyo, Honolulu, Singapore. Wherever you land, you are already a member. The room came apart. We placed 80 million new shares to do it. Donald Brennan took 6.8% of Swatch Group, James Goldsmith, 4.4%. My own holding came down from 61% to 57.2%, and the Sugar King went from 13 to 9.5%, and neither of us cared because control was never in danger, and what I had bought could not be bought twice. Ming Pao ran the 30-day figure the following morning. $11 million through one shop. Swatch closed at $17.37. Market value over $4 billion, which put a company that had been a parts supplier 11 weeks earlier into the 10 largest Chinese-owned groups on the exchange. And that number did one more thing that I had counted on and could not control. Up on the top floor of the stock exchange, Chen Songqing read that number and applauded, alone, in his office. "Call the reporters," he said. "Swatch Group is in negotiations to acquire the Jinmen building, $1.5 billion. He has not agreed to anything, his man said. He signed a memorandum of intent in his own hand. Chen Songqing was already reaching for his coat. And he will say nothing, because it suits him as much as it suits me, and if anybody asks about our own position, tell them the market is strong and we are considering a revaluation. He had paid $998 million for that tower. He was now telling the world it was worth $1.5 billion, and privately, he had decided that $1.5 billion was on the low side. The Oriental Daily got it out first, because of course they did. Jinmin changes hands. Is Swatch going into property? And the whole city said the same thing to itself, in tea houses and taxis and lift lobbies, and they said it with satisfaction because it confirmed what everybody has always believed here. In the end, in Hong Kong, everything becomes property. Li Shaoqi slapped his knee when he read it. The shipping king sat up past midnight with his sons-in-law and a decanter, and the entire conversation was about me. 3 British houses that had never once said my name out loud held meetings about me that week. And in a flat above his own shop, Yang Shoucheng threw a glass at the wall. I cut off his retail, he said. I closed every door in this colony. Why is he still alive? How in God's name did he even find DFS? Outside the door, his father listened for a while, shook his head, and went to bed. If he had listened to me in August, the old man thought, Emperor would be climbing that ladder right behind him. Joey Wong came to resign the next morning and could not get the first sentence out. Sylvia Chang had called her. A lead. A Vietnamese girl, opposite Tony Leung Chuai. Take it. Mr. Wu, I know it is short notice and the shop is, take it. I stood up. You chose this road 8 days ago in my stockroom, in front of 6 witnesses, so go and be good at it. I expect a great deal from you, and I am not saying that to be kind. She got to the door. One more thing. After Sylvia Chang, turn everything else down. Everything. Wait. I went back to the paperwork. Shaw Brothers will come to you with a lead opposite Tony Leung Chuai, and if you have taken 3 bad films in the meantime, you will not be able to carry it. She said afterwards that she went down 11 floors in the lift without breathing. Chung Kong came in an hour later with the proof copy of the magazine under his arm and put it on my desk without a word. Harper's Bazaar. The cover was not a model. The cover was my shop, the whole black length of it, with women moving through it out of focus and the light coming off the cases and across the bottom, in a line I had not written and would not have improved. The world belongs to you. Shine brightly. 1,000 copies. $15. The same as the weekly. On sale the 1st of September. So, my empire, on 1 page. Then I divided up the empire, which took about 4 minutes, and reshaped the next decade. Li Wei had the group. Donald Brennan had every channel we sold through, which was now Time Gallery and 18 airports, and James Goldsmith had expansion, with 1 number attached to it. 5 DFS stores in Europe, 12 months. The Englishman looked at me across the table for a while. You do understand, he said carefully, that in Europe those locations are held by families who have owned them since before your country had a stock exchange. I do. And you want 5. In 12 months, I said. Yes. It was Donald Brennan who broke the retail siege, and he did it in 1 sentence at the end of a meeting about something else, on his way out of the door. Can I say something that will sound stupid? Please. In America, ordinary people do not buy watches in watch shops. He put his hand on the doorframe. They buy them in department stores, on the way past, between the shirts and the perfume. He shrugged. You have an insane number of specialist watch shops on this island. I have honestly never seen anything like it. Why is anybody negotiating with them at all? I sat there with my mouth slightly open. Because he was right, and I had been so busy fighting an alliance of watch dealers that it had never once occurred to me to simply walk around them. Hong Kong is the greatest shopping city on earth, not one of the. In 20 years, this island would have 100 million square feet of retail floor and something like 1,000 malls, and the men who own those malls never sell a square foot of them, not one, ever. They lease. The entire island works, permanently, for its landlords, and every single one of those landlords would take my money tomorrow. Department stores, I said. Supermarkets, every mall on the island. Li Wei went pale. Mr. Wu, will that not destroy the brand image? Our watches next to soap powder? Whose image? I turned the drawings around. Swatch is a mass-market product positioned on fashion. Its natural home is exactly where fashion happens, which is where women shop, which is not a wood-paneled room with a man in a waistcoat. The group's image is not made by Swatch. It has never been made by Swatch. It is made by Blancpain, by Ulysses Nardin, and by the Swiss houses I have not bought yet. Those live in Central behind a rope. The plastic lives everywhere on Earth. That is not a contradiction. That is the entire architecture. The deadline was the 1st of October. Every mall, every department store, every supermarket chain on Hong Kong Island and Kowloon, Production got a matching order. Buy the parts factories outright. Cluster the assembly. Hire whoever you need. One requirement, and it does not bend. Swatch must never once slow down its expansion because we ran out of watches. I put Li Wei on $1 million a year for that in 1980, which caused an argument with my own finance department that I won by asking them what they thought he was worth to a competitor. And Li Wei, who had just been made a millionaire in a corridor, stood there holding his file and said, "Mr. Wu, you are giving the bonuses to the wrong people." Meaning? He looked genuinely uncomfortable. "You honestly do not know?" He put a stack of paper on my desk, and I lost about 2 hours of my life to it. Time Gallery, it turned out, employed 136 people I had never heard of. Not staff, touts. Freelancers on commission, recruited quietly over 3 weeks by my mother, who had listened to me explain my entire retail strategy at dinner, said nothing at all, and then gone and built the part of it I had forgotten. Between them, they were walking about 10,000 tourists a day through my front door. 10,000 a day, not mine, 10,000. My $5 million days were not $5 million days. They were my mother's $5 million days, and I had been giving interviews about my own genius. The Japanese were the best of them by a distance, and not for the reason you would think. A Japanese customer in 1980 did not come in and buy 3 or 4 watches. He came in and bought 3 or 4 series. One name in those lists was circled in red. Lin Weiwen. The 20th of August, 47 customers. The 21st, 78. The 22nd, 230. The 28th, 431. The 29th, 463. Every other name on that sheet was struggling to break 100. I went and found out how he had done it because a number like that is either a fraud or a method. Day 1, he stood on the street like everybody else. Day 2, he worked the airport like everybody else. Day 3, he walked into a Japanese travel agency that had opened 11 days earlier, offered to work as their guide for almost nothing, got hired, and began taking every single client that agency had directly to my shop. Fluent English, good Japanese, 4 or 5 groups a day, 7 days a week, and according to 2 separate people who watched him do it, he worked like a man being chased. He is obviously in debt, one of them had written on the form, quite a lot of debt. I sat and tapped my fingers on the desk for a while. What I was looking at was the entire tourist retail machine that this city would run on for the next 40 years, invented on a pavement by an unemployed accountant with no money 3 weeks before anybody else thought of it. Hong Kong takes millions of visitors a year. The Japanese ones arrive holding the strongest currency in Asia. Take their money, I thought, and then use their money to break their 3 biggest watch companies. I sat with that for a while and could not decide whether it was elegant or simply rude. Where is Lin Weiwen? Get him here. Today. That evening, before any of it happened, Lin Weiwen was at home carving a poem into a board. It is an old one, 4 lines, the one about the swordsman. 10 years I have been sharpening this blade, and its frost-white edge has never been tested. Today, I take it out and show it to you. Is there anyone here with a wrong that needs righting? His son was about 11 and was fighting the air in a red waistcoat. I want to be a swordsman as well, like in Ni Kuang. He got tapped on the head with the handle of the knife. Learn to study first. Copy that out 100 times. Dad, buy roast goose tonight. It is grandmother's 60th. And Lin Weiwen's hands stopped working because if he had not been greedy, if he had not done what he did, that 60th birthday would have been held in a restaurant, and afterwards everyone would have gone home to a flat they owned. There were 5 of them in 40 square meters on the 13th floor of a government block. He heard the neighbors on the walkway as he left. They were not whispering particularly. Poor Ah Wei, university graduate, and now he stands at the airport shouting at foreigners. It was the stock market. Lost over 300,000 and still owes the moneylenders. His wife and his mother push a tofu cart at 5 in the morning. Did you know that? His son went out of the door after them like something fired out of a tube. Gossips. Are you not afraid of the hell where they pull your tongues out? At Kai Tak that afternoon, the touts stood in a row along the arrivals ramp the way they always did, and threw themselves at every tourist coming down it in broken English and worse Japanese. Lin Weiwen stood 20 meters away and watched them with no expression at all. He knew exactly what that ramp did to an exhausted foreigner with a suitcase, because he knew exactly what it did to him, and because 1 week earlier he had been standing in that row. His partner in the venture was the agency's owner, a 37-year-old man who introduced himself as being from Kobe. Lin Weiwen had worked out inside a fortnight that this was not true. The accent was wrong, and it was wrong in a very particular way because it was the same accent Lin Weiwen himself had, and Lin Weiwen had learned his Japanese from an old man in a wooden village in the New Territories. War orphan. Left behind in 1945. Never went home or was never sent for. He never said a word about it. He simply took the man's clients and made them both money. And 30 years later, when the two of them ran a business together on the other side of an ocean, he still never mentioned it. 10 runs a day between the airport and the hotels. Feed them, walk them, take them to the clubs at night. And in the morning, without exception, take them to Time Gallery and stand at the back while they spent. This is what you are now, he told himself, on the 4th run of the day. This is Lin Weiwen. Look at him. He walked up 11 flights that night because the lift was out again and the bulbs on 3 landings had gone, carrying a roast goose in a plastic bag. He heard it through the door before he could get his key out. His daughter, small, asking whether there would be meat. His son, and the boy's voice had gone. Mom, grandmother. The women outside were saying it again today, that Dad owes $300,000. A pause. Is it true? Dad went to university. He went to university, and this is what happened, so what is the point of studying at all? And his wife's voice, flat and fast. Anybody in this city may say what they like about your father. You may not. And then his daughter crying and saying she did not want meat, she just wanted everybody to stop. Lin Weiwen stood on the landing in the dark, outside his own front door, holding a bag of roast goose, and cried without making any noise at all. How? He asked himself. How did you get here? So I sent for him. He came into my office the following afternoon in a suit that had been good 6 years ago, gray at the temples, 2 days of stubble, and the specific expression of a man who has had the character beaten out of him by nothing more dramatic than arithmetic. I had his file. Lingnan College, accountancy. 5 years at a toy factory that had picked itself up and moved across the border. A year at a travel agency. 4 years at the Sugar Kings Group. 2 years at an audit firm. I did not ask him about any of that. I asked him one question. The travel agencies. How do we lock that channel down permanently? He answered it in under 10 seconds, standing up, without a note. You cannot buy the big agencies. Emperor and Oriental have been paying them rebates for 6 or 7 years, and there are relationships underneath that which are not commercial. You would need to outbid a friendship, and you would have to keep outbidding it forever. So forget them entirely. He took half a step forward without noticing he had. There are new travel agencies opening every week in this city. 2 men and a telephone. Individually, they are worth nothing to Emperor, which is why nobody has ever called them. Collect 200 of them. By volume, that is the same as every large agency in Hong Kong put together, and it costs a fraction, and nobody can take it off you because there is nothing to take. He stopped and then added, in a slightly different voice, I already do the books and the tax filings for 5 of them, for free, in exchange for their clients. So I hired him in under 4 minutes. I gave him a rebate ceiling, a deadline, and 11 people. I do not need to hear the process. Bring me the result. Big ones, small ones, all of them. Then the second job. There are tens of thousands of taxi drivers on this island, and every one of them is asked the same question 40 times a day by a foreigner with money. Go to the drivers directly, not the companies, the drivers. Whoever brings a customer to my door gets paid, and whatever the other shops are paying, we pay more, and we pay it that same evening in cash. That is a war of pure money, he said. Yes. They will match it. They will try. I put the file down. I have a $4 billion group behind me. Of everybody in this fight, I am the one who is least afraid of burning money. He nodded slowly. Then he asked the only question he asked me that day. May I ask something, Mr. Wu? Go ahead. Why me? Because you did 463 customers in a day and everybody else did 90. I looked up. How did a man with your file end up on that ramp? He gave a small, crooked, entirely humorless smile. Would you believe me if I said the stock market? Something in my chest went very still. Lin Weiwen, please tell me you did not put everything into Baocheng Industrial. He nodded, and there it was. I had been in this room 3 minutes, and I had not recognized him, and there was no reason I should have. I had never seen his face. I had seen a chalkboard. He was one of them. He was one of the ones from that month. He was a man who had done exactly what the whole city had done, on borrowed money, into a share price that I personally engineered, and it had taken his flat and his savings and 6 years of his life, and he had gone up onto a roof about it. I had spent that entire summer telling a journalist that everybody knew the risks. I still think I was right. I have never stopped thinking I was right. I also sat there for a moment and could not entirely look at him. 7,000 a month, I said, when I could. Plus commission, plus bonus on the channel numbers. He started to say thank you. And there are 3 new shops opening in Yaozi Mong. When the channel is running, you take one, salary 100,000 a year. He did not say anything at all to that. I had Wang Guohua drive him home, and I sent 3 things in the car with him, so I sent 3 things home with him. A suit, because he was going to be standing next to me in front of people. I had it explained to him that it was not a gift, it was a uniform, and that the company was on his back now because that man would not have accepted a gift and would accept a uniform, a Blanc Pain 50 fathoms, and 2 Swatch watches, 1 blue and 1 red, with a note that said, "Mr. Wu understands you have 2 children." He stood on the pavement outside a government housing block and bowed to a car that had already driven away. The neighbors who had been talking about him on the walkway that morning came out to look at the car and smiled at him and asked after his mother's health. Upstairs, his son was waiting in the doorway with his eyes down. "Dad, about last night. I know you heard." Lin Weiwen put his hand on the boy's head. He did not say anything because he could not, so he took the small blue box out of his pocket and put it in his son's hands. "Your father starts a new job today." The boy got the lid off and stopped breathing. "This is a Swatch. Dad, this is a Swatch. A boy in my class has one. Everybody wants one. You cannot even buy them. They only sell them in Central." Then Lin Weiwen went and found his wife. Lin Shuying had been in his year at college. She had been the sharper of the 2 of them, everybody said so, and for the last 4 years she had got up at 5 in the morning to push a cart of tofu around Sham Shui Po. "I am opening an accounting practice," he said. "You are going to run it." She looked at him. "I want to see you the way you were at work," he said. "Fast, decisive, nobody able to keep up with you. I have not seen that in years and I would like it back." She held it together mostly. "I had almost forgotten I was like that," she said. "It is strange that you did not." And then, because she really was the sharper of the 2, she was already talking before he had finished being moved. "And we will not be living off your company's charity either. Listen, every small and medium business in Hong Kong now needs audited accounts and none of them can afford a proper firm. Nobody is serving them. That is not a favor your boss is doing us. That is a market. I want to tell you what happened to that man over the following 11 weeks, because I have never seen anything like it before or since, and because I only supplied the door. I named his wife's firm myself, Dingsheng. Audit and accounts for small and medium businesses, not bookkeeping, and I made him print the word audit in bigger letters than the word accounts. I did not tell him to do the next part. I want that on the record because it is the single best hire anybody in my group ever made and I had nothing to do with it." Then Lin Weiwen went to see his Japanese partner and the man looked up and did a double take because it was the same face on a completely different spine. "Ah Wei, you have changed your mind. You are coming to work for me properly." "No," Lin Weiwen said. "I am here to hire you." "To hire me for what?" "Swatch." The man's cigarette stopped halfway to his mouth. Every Japanese tourist coming through Kai Tak that autumn wanted a Swatch. None of them could buy one at home, and this man had just been offered a seat next to the door. 2 foxes, each of them convinced he was using the other. It worked beautifully for 20 years. He also gave Lin Weiwen the only piece of advice that mattered. "Everybody in this city pays kickbacks. Nobody has a standard. The rate depends on the mood of whoever is holding the envelope that day and on whether he likes your face." He tapped the table. "Agree it openly. Keep the books in the open. Show them their own money on a piece of paper. Do that and they will follow you and they will never leave because nobody has ever done it." My channel problem, on paper, was unsolvable. 9 of the 10 biggest travel agencies in Hong Kong were already tied to Emperor or Oriental. The 10th was run by a man barely into his 30s who had designed his own routes and moved tens of thousands of tourists a year and had never been offered anything by anybody. Lin Weiwen went to see him on a Wednesday. I sent Donald Brennan into about 100 department stores in a fortnight, and every one of them was delighted to take my stock because in a British colony in 1980, a well-dressed American opens doors with 1 knock. Then he told me it was not good enough. Scattered shelf space damages a brand. 4 watches next to the umbrellas in 90 different shops is not a channel, it is confetti. He put 2 files down. Buy a chain. The first was Welcome, which sat inside Jardine, who had money coming out of their ears after the Wharf and Jinman sales and would not have sold me a sandwich. The second was Watson's, founded in 1828 as a dispensary in Guangzhou. Chemists, property, retail, and a supermarket business they had picked up in the 70s. Part of the shareholding sat with Hutchison, which meant with Li Shaoqi, who at that moment had a great many other things on his mind. "Their positioning is a mess," I said, reading. "They cannot tell you in one sentence what they are. So it is a bad business." "It is a magnificent business with a bad sentence." I turned the page. "That company has been selling people health for 150 years. That is enormous accumulated value, and they do not know they have it. All I have to add is 1 word." "Which word?" "Fashion." Inside Watson's, I am told, there was open panic. Somebody said out loud in a management meeting that the Huang family had crawled out of this city on their hands and knees, and nobody argued. 2 men came to see them, Li Hu, who was Li Wei's younger brother and now ran my channels department, and Donald Brennan, vice president, retail. I did not go to that meeting myself, on purpose. A 23-year-old walking into a 150-year-old boardroom is a provocation, and I wanted a deal, not a scene. Li Hu opened the way I had told him to open, which was by conceding everything. You have heard what we are called: extortionists, rule breakers, snipers. He put his hands flat on the table. I am not going to argue with any of it. I am going to give you facts instead. Bao Cheng was worth under $1 billion in June. It is worth over 4 now. Blancpain and Ulysses Nardin sell out the day they land. We hold the Tiffany agency for this half of the world. We are in negotiation with Rolex, Tissot, Omega, and Tudor. We have the first quartz brand this colony has ever owned. And we have 3 time gallery branches being fitted out right now. He let that sit. We have hurt some people getting here, but every single person who came inside Swatch Group has been paid very well, and not one of them has been thrown away. Ask any of them. Ask the Sugar King. Then he laid out the charter I had written myself, and it is the reason that deal closed. 20 to 30% of Watson's profit up to the group, 15 to 20% into a ring-fenced fund for staff rights, 30% into development, 20% fixed to shareholders and directors, and Watson's hires its own people, from the managers to the pharmacists to the girls on the floor, with no interference from us, ever. The chairman on the other side of the table let out a breath he had been holding for 4 days. Not another Huang. Feeney nodded at the bag, and Li Hu took out all 6 Swatch series and laid them down in a row on the boardroom table. The old man had worn a metal mechanical watch every day of his life and had never seen one of these outside a photograph. Price? The youth line is $158. The most expensive one on this table is under $1,000. He made a small noise through his teeth. He picked one up and turned it in the light and put it against his own wrist, and I am told the room went very quiet. So this, he said, is what they are all so frightened of. Li Hu delivered the actual blow standing up. If Watson's agrees, every Swatch watch we make goes onto your shelves, all of it. Exclusively. My offer went to their board, and their board voted it down. 3 founding families and Hutchison, 7 or 8 directors, and the instinct in that room was the instinct of everybody who has ever been offered a good deal by somebody frightening. So the chairman passed the watches around the table and waited and then said it plainly. There are 2 roads. On the first one, we agree. We get the Swatch agency. We own that counter. We finally have something no other retailer in Asia has, and we become the king of retail in this colony. On the second one, he comes and takes us by force at a price he sets, and we watch from outside. The Hutchison director said they should call Li Shaoqi. And what would Mr. Li give us? The chairman said. Does he have a watch brand? Hutchison bought into this company to get at our land in North Point, and we all know it. Is he going to have our pharmacies start selling apartments? Nobody said anything. It went through unanimously. $10 million in cash plus a block of Swatch Group shares for every share of Watson's. Delisted privately in 9 days. Swatch went up $2 the day it was announced, and nobody outside the room understood why. We sold all the Watson's property to Hutchison to settle their stake, which made Li Shaoqi money and made him watch me more carefully, both of which I wanted. So I owned a chemist, and my own people could not tell me in 1 sentence what it was for. Then we rebuilt what was left. 1 sentence. Personal care expert. Health, beauty, happiness, and the word I had bought the company for. Zoned floors instead of aisles. Printed guides. Free skin consultations at a counter with a girl who was trained rather than pretty, and a station I called the Health Companion, with nutrition charts and prevention advice, staffed by an actual pharmacist. Because the 3 strongest buyers in any market on earth are the old, women, and children, and every retailer in Hong Kong in 1980 was designing shops for men. Swatch boutiques went into 30-odd Watsons, and every parking shop we had. And the factory got an order to go faster. Recruitment posters went up across the island. The trade watched that and could not make it fit. He cannot sell the watches he has, one of them said in a meeting. Nobody in this colony will stock them, and he is not cutting production, he is doubling it. That is not confidence. That is not even arrogance. That is a man who knows something. My Swiss houses were hiring too. Dr. Muller had gone home to run it, and what came back that autumn was a series he called Master of Art, Indian Demons, Greek Gods, the Mona Lisa's Smile, at 19 millimeters. The Chinese Zodiac, the Great Wall, the Dragon, the Phoenix, the Qilin, the turtle that holds up the sky, Peking opera masks. And he brought back Villeray, and with it the hand that the trade calls the best hand ever made, the pierced willow leaf, which cannot be stamped. It is cut in 1 pass and polished 1 at a time by a person, and out of 1,000 craftsmen we had hired, there were maybe 6 who could do it. Headquarters has given me 1 instruction, Uxlin told his own factory floor. Double Blancpain. My Swiss houses were at that point the only part of my group I never once interfered with. The split was clean, and I have never changed it. Blancpain is substance and beauty. Ulysses Nardan is complication, the movements that do impossible things, and Galileo lives at the top of that house. Then the Swiss observatory tested my watches, and I did not know it was happening until it was over. 16 days, 3 temperatures, 5 positions. The standard says a watch that loses more than 4 seconds a day or gains more than 6 is not a chronometer. Day 16, 38 degrees, dial up. The technician read out the number and the room stopped. 1 second. All 6 pieces we had sent came in inside 3 seconds. On shock and on depth, we were level with Patek and Vacheron and Jaeger-LeCoultre, and the Blancpain Supreme went to 1,000 meters, which nobody had done, and which caused a genuinely unpleasant silence in that room. Since this Chinese boy bought them, one of the examiners wrote, Blancpain's diving patents have moved forward. That is the part I find frightening. And here is the part of that test that nobody in my city knew, and that I did not know myself for another month. The brands had not commissioned it. 7 Swiss banks had. They had already poured money into rescuing that industry and watched it evaporate, and they were looking for one single piece of evidence that mechanical watchmaking was not a corpse. I had no idea any of this was happening. I was in a meeting about shampoo. The president of the National Bank read the results and said the sentence that reorganized European watchmaking. We cannot go on holding the old shape. Both of the major Swiss watch groups will have to be restructured. And then, after a pause, I would very much like to meet this young man. The Swiss papers started calling me the lighthouse. In the same week, 2 independent watchmakers in 2 different valleys said the same thing to their wives. I want to go to Hong Kong and see it for myself. And then, over 11 days, an entire industry that had spent 10 years apologizing for existing stood up off the floor, and I would love to tell you I planned it. Patek moved first with a 150th anniversary piece, the most complicated mechanical watch anybody had ever attempted, going into production immediately for delivery at the end of the decade. Then Rolex in public quoting me, which I did not expect and enjoyed enormously. Top-end mechanical watches will stay expensive and scarce, their president said, and quartz, which was once expensive, is about to become ordinary. Then IWC Breitling, Jaeger-LeCoultre, Piaget, Breguet, Long, Audemars Piguet, Vacheron, Omega, Girard-Perregaux, Longines, all of them in about 11 days, all of them saying one sentence in 11 different accents. A watch is not simply an instrument for measuring time. 20 years of shadow started to lift off that industry, and I would like to claim I planned it, and I did not. I lit a match in a room I did not know was full of gas. In Tokyo, the president of Seiko went and took my newspaper out of his own wastebasket. I would pay money for a photograph of it. He had thrown it in there himself in front of his executives, and it had been sitting there for 6 weeks, and he fished it out and flattened it on his desk and read it again. He buys 2 of the greatest mechanical houses in Europe, and in the same month, he launches his own quartz brand. He put it down. That is not opportunism. Both halves of that are the same plan. Then the question that actually kept him awake. Where does a man with a global field of vision come from in an assembly colony at 23? He sent people to Hong Kong the next morning, study everything, every detail. Now, in Japan, the label on my watches meant cheap, badly finished, and likely to stop. That is not prejudice. That is a description of the previous 20 years. So the DFS staff in Tokyo and Honolulu had quietly moved my watches to the back of the shop. So I stopped selling watches to Japan and started selling a wall. A Toyota engineer came through Honolulu that October with his wife and 2 children on the way home from Europe. The children pulled him into duty-free. He had already bought a watch in Switzerland and had no intention of buying another. He stood there reading the wall instead because I had spent a lot of money on that wall. Swatch, my second watch. A watch is far more than an instrument. 2 of you, made for each other. The design is yours. Draw it yourself. The watch that sets fire to your youth. He bought 4. His wife took 2 pairs of the Constellation series without discussing it with him, which he found more remarkable than anything else that happened on the trip. Extraordinary, she said, that Hong Kong can make this. He looked at the Seiko on his own right wrist and then at the thing in the box and said out loud in an airport the sentence that eventually ended up in a Japanese newspaper. It does not look like Hong Kong at all. It is actually more elegant than the Seiko. His children walked through Narita 4 hours later wearing them and got stopped twice by strangers asking where they had come from. 3 days later, that DFS store sold 100 watches in a day. Then there were queues. When one Japanese trade paper asked, did we start fighting each other over watches from Hong Kong? And on the 4th day, a man came in and asked to buy the entire Swatch collection, one of every series, immediately, without looking at any of them. The salesman recognized his face on the news the following evening. He was the personal secretary to the president of Seiko. My own city broke on a Tuesday, and I was not ready for it either. A schoolgirl called Gigi Lai went to a Watson's in Causeway Bay with a friend to be there when the doors opened and could not get within 9 meters of the counter because there were 2 queues running from the till to the street. Same in all 36 Watsons, same in 18 Parkin shops, and the reason is almost funny. This city had been reading about Swatch for 2 months in the weekly and in the fashion magazine, and there had been exactly one place on earth to buy one, and that place was in Central, and it was full of tourists from 8 in the morning, and I had done that to my own city entirely by accident, and it turned out to be the single most profitable mistake I have ever made. Hong Kong people had spent 2 months watching foreigners buy their city's watch. My city, one Tuesday. My own people, finally, in my own city. 10,000 Swatch on the island in a single day. The next morning, there were queues outside supermarkets, and they were not there for rice or vegetables. Watson's foot traffic went up 10 times, and once the crowd was inside, they bought everything else too, which is a lesson I have used every year since. The alliance against me broke that week, and it broke badly. He is using chemists, somebody said in that room. He is using supermarkets. We cannot even see where he is selling. And then somebody else brought worse news, which was that 3 units were being fitted out in Mongkok, Tsim Sha Tsui, and Yau Ma Tei. All 3 had been Huang family shops. All 3 were now mine. He is opening 3 time galleries directly on top of us. That is our ground. The meeting nearly became a fight. 2 men had to be separated over an insult about somebody's mother, which tells you the exact intellectual level the resistance had reached by then. Yang Shoucheng let it burn out. Then he said one sentence, looking at the wall rather than at anybody in the room. Sometimes too much success brings a man trouble. Several people at that table looked at each other because everybody in the Hong Kong watch trade knew who Yang Shoucheng had been keeping order with for 20 years. A young man came down the steps at Kai Tak that same week, and I did not know his name yet. I know it very well now. He was not the standard rich son. After university, he had gone to work on the floor of a watch shop, at the bottom, on a shop girl's wage. 6 months of that had convinced him the entire Hong Kong model was obsolete, so he had flown to Switzerland to learn the craft and, more importantly, to learn how the Europeans sell. He came home after a year with a plan in a folder, and by the time he landed, the Swiss newspapers were full of my name. Every idea I had is a joke now, he told his father in the car. I was still working out how to explain the word brand to Hong Kong people. He has already put brand and fashion into their heads. And then he invented a thing called Swatch, and now Swatch is what the word fashion means here. His father admitted, halfway down the highway, that he had already signed into Yang Shoucheng's alliance. The sun went completely cold. Then we withdraw tonight. The Pan family is not getting into a grave with Yang Shoucheng and Chen Jianhong. He watched the road. Wu Jianhao has beaten him in the market, in retail, in the press, and in Switzerland. There is one thing left for a man like that to reach for, and we both know what it is. A businessman can survive having done that right up until the moment it is printed. Then he said the part I liked when it got back to me, and their remaining usefulness is that leaving them is now proof of our loyalty. His father made a phone call that night. What came back was old and ugly. In the 60s, Yang Shoucheng had put a pickpocket boss in prison, and the man had come out and, against all expectation, made peace with him. And from that day, Emperor Watch had never once had a problem with anybody on any street. The man belonged to one of the 3 big societies. His protector was Yang Shoucheng. So my week improved in a way I did not deserve. David Pong came to warn me himself, which took a certain amount of nerve. So you have come to swear loyalty, I said. I would not presume to call it that. I came so that small people do not do damage to you. He was 25 and I was 23, and he stood in front of my desk as though I were his uncle. Good, I said. If that is all, thank you. He had come for the Taiwan distribution, or for a time gallery, and he had earned neither yet. What he had earned was the right to be seen, which is not nothing and is not much. Li Wei wanted to put security on everything. I told him not to touch it. To a poor man in this city, those societies are a wild animal. To a very rich man, they are a guard dog. I went back to the file. All 3 of them are held up underneath by clan associations and by rich men, and Yang Shoucheng is currently setting his own dog on the owner of the house. Also, the police will not sit this out. Swatch and Watson's and Parkin Shop together are over 10,000 employees. That is 10,000 families and a very large tax return, and the government knows the number better than I do. I never asked what it cost me to be left alone after that, and nobody ever sent me a bill. Then my numbers came in. The 2-month figure came in that week. Time Gallery, DFS, and the Watsons and Parkin Shop counters together had sold 236,700 Swatch watches. The factory, after buying up the parts plants and doubling the payroll, was doing 200,000 a month. Li Wei's million a year had paid for itself about 9 times. My trouble started on a Thursday and lasted 2 days. Thefts at Time Gallery, at Watson's, at Parkin Shop. Small, constant, deliberately visible, staff frightened, customers stepping over broken glass on the way in. Then, on the Saturday morning, a street cleaner in Mongkok opened a bin and had to sit down on the curb. My shops, my weekend, my silence. I never asked. I want to be completely clear that I never asked, and that I have never known, and that I have made my peace with not knowing. What I know is that the police spent that weekend picking up anybody who looked the part, that not one shop of mine was touched again, and that the acting chairman of that society came into Time Gallery in Central on the Monday, in person, in a good suit, and bought 1050 fathoms at the counter like a tourist. I did not come downstairs. I was in the building. I did not come down. That, more than anything I did that year, is what impressed Li Shaoqi and the Shipping King. Not the sales, not the Swiss. The fact that a man came to apologize and I could not be bothered to take the lift. And the following week, men who were obviously not shop assistants began standing around outside Emperor Watch and one other retailer every day, doing nothing at all, forever. Customers stopped going in. Ming Pao and Sing Tao ran it within the fortnight. Organized crime behind Emperor Watch. I sent that invitation myself, by hand, and I timed it. Yang Shoucheng got that newspaper and an invitation to my triple opening in the same morning delivery, and his brother said he laughed in a way that was not pleasant to be in the room for. He did nothing, he said. Do you understand? He did not lift a finger. He never even came downstairs. And I have lost completely. He put the paper down. I thought I was his opponent. We were never on the same board. I am out. Chen Jianhong started this and ran back to Thailand, his brother said. Let us just work and pick up whatever profit falls off his table. Yang Shoucheng looked up. You still do not understand. This was never about the Hong Kong market. It has never once been about Hong Kong. So I opened 3 shops on top of them. 3 Time Galleries opened on the same day, and I gave the press 3 things. 1. Swatch Group does intend to purchase the Jinmen building as its headquarters. Valuation is underway, and we will announce it properly through the exchange, and it is not, whatever the gutter press says, a mutual share price arrangement between 2 friends. Chen Songqing was standing at the back of that room, and I could see him vibrating from the stage. 2. You have the number wrong. We have not sold 100,000 Swatch watches. We have not sold 200,000. As of 9 o'clock this morning, we have sold 236,700. The room made a sound. Seiko, the largest watch company on the planet, had shipped 1.3 million watches the previous year, worldwide. 3. When they asked about Taiwan and Southeast Asia and Europe and America. From the first day, this company was never about Hong Kong. And I would like to say one more thing while everybody is writing. Made in Hong Kong has never been an insult. Somebody in this city decided it was, about 15 years ago, and we have all been agreeing with him ever since. That last line started a newspaper war. The context matters. Manufacturing was 40% of this city's output in the 60s. It was 20% in 1980. In another 20 years, it would be under 1. We were the 4th largest toy exporter on Earth and the 2nd largest watch exporter, and almost every dollar of it was made for somebody else's name. Ming Pao came out for me with a full column. Can a city live on services alone? New York has the finest financial industry in the world, and it also has an advanced industrial cluster around it. Why is Hong Kong alone in deciding it must choose? That issue sold 360,000 copies in a day, which had never happened to a Chinese-language newspaper. The Oriental Daily came back swinging, and I will give them credit, it was a good punch. Swatch grew by walking over its own trade. It broke the rules of an industry and drank its blood. And the claim that it will change the reputation of Hong Kong manufacturing abroad is a child's fantasy, since Swatch is only popular in the city that made it. Both papers made a fortune. That is always how those fights end. And then, in the middle of a newspaper war I was winning, somebody I had never met opened my head and read it. Then a third paper printed something, and I read it twice at my own breakfast table and put my cup down. Ta Kung Pao is a left-wing paper with a direct line to Beijing, and that week it ran a forecast under the heading, We predict Wu Jianhao's next move, and the next move it predicted was acquisition. Hong Kong has a strong manufacturing base and the mainland behind it, the article said, and a free port in front of it. Productivity is not the constraint. Switzerland is full of ancient brands in collapse. There is only one road available, and it is to buy Swiss brands outright, take the technology and the name together, and seize the initiative in the world market in a single step. I read it twice. That is my plan. Not close to my plan. My plan, in order, in 4 paragraphs. Who wrote this? When did Ta Kung Pao get somebody who can see like that? I made a note to find out and to hire them. Li Shaoqi read the same article and, I am told, went red in the face because there is a line in the middle of it about the Hong Kong businessman who climbed out of the pit of manufacturing and into property, and there is precisely one man in this city that describes. He lost his composure for the first time in years. How is this possible? Then he stood at the window looking north and said something much more interesting. The north has deep roots. That was not written by an ordinary journalist. A pause. Or it is a signal. David Pong read it and went to his father for $1 million. He took watches. I will take clothing, and I will not buy a factory. I will buy foreign clothing brands so that I get the technology and the name in the same transaction, and then I will put the production on the mainland. He was already pacing. A world brand in front and mainland capacity behind. Who on earth competes with that? His father had to sit down. Are you telling me, he said, that the Pan family has a chance of becoming one of the great houses of Hong Kong? We have a chance, his son said, if we are quick. My own father asked me about the article over dinner. Swatch was over 5 billion by then. If the Swiss have read this, will they not simply raise their prices? With what leverage? There are 30 or 40 houses over there within a year of collapse. They do not have the right to raise a price. I helped myself to more soup, and I am glad it is out. I want Switzerland to understand that there is exactly one buyer on this earth who can save them, and it is not the factory owners who will decide. It is the banks and the government, and they do not care whose name is on the dial. They care about jobs and tax revenue, and I am about to become the largest source of both. He nodded slowly. The Sugar King says that if you need money, you should ask him. 200 million to start. If it is short, I will borrow the rest from the bank. 200 million is not enough for 8 or 9 Swiss brands. Dad, I said, who told you I am buying Swiss brands this month? That is for the Jinmen building, and it will not be 1.5 billion. It will be 1.7, because Chen Songqing is a very greedy man. My father put his chopsticks down. Why are you doing business with a person like that at all? You will get dirty. Because there is money in it. The bigger that balloon gets, the more I take off the top. I shrugged. The only thing that matters is being outside the room when it bursts. And if I get a little dirty, that is nothing next to the profit. He accepted that answer because there was one fact he did not have. I was not going to be standing outside the room when it burst. I was going to decide when. The doorbell went while we were still at the table. The butler brought in my eldest brother, my second brother, both my sisters, their husbands, and their children. All of them. The entire branch of the family that had left for Singapore in a fury a year earlier when my mother had been given the production side of Shaw Brothers. My father is the coldest man I have ever known, and he could not stop his eyes filling. I stood at the back of the room and watched, and I was very pleased for him, and at the same time, I was counting. Because there were people standing behind my brothers and sisters in that hallway, and I did not recognize any of them. My family came home that winter, and I have never once been able to describe that evening without sounding like a bad son. You need 2 facts about my brothers before I can explain that dinner to you. My eldest brother was kidnapped once. My father paid $3 million for him in the 60s when $3 million bought a street. A few years later, they took my second brother, and he did not wait to find out what the number would be. He got the door open and went out of a moving car because he had already decided at 19 that when his father was asked to choose between the money and the son, the money would win. He looks exactly like my father, and he is exactly like my father, and neither of them has ever recovered from that afternoon. So the table was tense, because my mother was at it, and because for years these people had made her small in order to make their own mother large. I ate my dinner. I was perfectly pleasant, and I did not help anybody once. They got to it over the fish. My sisters wanted exclusive rights to Ulysses Nardin and Blancpain in Singapore, where the family they had married into ran a watch shop with the Tudor and Tag Heuer agencies. My eldest brother wanted into Watson's, with operating rights for Singapore and all of Southeast Asia. My father sat and listened and understood in about 90 seconds that his children had not flown 4 hours to see him. He got up, took 2 steps back from his own table, and told the butler to bring more food. In the version of events that lives in my head, none of those 4 came to that man's funeral. Money melts any ice there is. If it is not melted, there simply was not enough of it. What I had not known was that my brother and sisters were errand runners, so my brother and sisters had come home for their father's sake, and I had believed that for about 90 seconds. Behind them stood 5 distributors, 2 from Singapore, 1 from Malaysia, 1 from Siam, 1 from Indonesia, and the Malaysian was the largest in that country. And the reason they had all moved in the same fortnight was a photograph in a Japanese newspaper. The queue at the DFS in Tokyo now started at my counter and ended outside the terminal. Japanese travelers were standing in line for 40 minutes in Japan at Japanese prices, not for Seiko and not for Casio, but for a plastic watch from Hong Kong. That picture ran on front pages from Osaka to Jakarta. Fine, I said. Then we do this properly. I sent one message back through my sister. In 5 days, in the Jinmin building, I am allocating distribution for Swatch, Blancpain, and Ulysses Nardin. Tell them to come. 5 men, 1 afternoon, my price. So I said yes to all 5 of them, and then I went upstairs and worked out what I was actually going to sell. Because I had a problem underneath all of it, and the problem was capacity. 200,000 watches a month was nothing. To supply Asia, I needed millions, and to get millions, I needed to turn Baocheng into a hub and drag every contract manufacturer in Hong Kong along behind it, and then buy assembly plants in Korea and Southeast Asia, and put numerical control machines and automatic wire cutters into all of them. Switzerland makes movements, Hong Kong makes components and design, Southeast Asia and Korea assemble. That costs an amount of money that even I did not have. So they will pay you for stock, Li Wei said. No. For the agency rights. No. I put the map down. I am going to mortgage them my future capacity, and they are going to fund the factories that produce it. Their money builds my industrial frame, and whoever bids highest gets the territory. Li Wei looked at the list of 5 names for a while. You are going to auction it. I am going to let them auction it, I said. There is a difference, and it is worth about $400 million. I signed the Jinmin deal at 1.71 billion, and that number is a costume. Underneath it, 1 billion converted into carrion shares and 700 million went in as a pledge against the rights to the building. If Chen Songqing ever wanted the tower back, he had to produce 700 million in cash, which he could not do on the best day of his life. My money never left my hand. The money went in a circle and stopped in the same place it started. What I came out holding was 17.8% of the Carrion Group and the second largest shareholding in it. Let me tell you what I had actually got into bed with. He almost never appeared in public. He cultivated a rumor that a foreign power was standing behind him and never once confirmed or denied it. He hired professors and consultants to sit at the front of rooms. And he bought companies all over the world, constantly, not because any of them made money, but because buying them was the proof of growth. The money underneath it was land, pledged to one bank, then pledged again to another, and behind all of it, one lender in particular who had gone in far too deep. The mantis stalks the cicada. Nobody in that story ever looks behind the mantis. My father offered me his 700 million to help with the building. Keep it, I said. Use it on Shaw Brothers. On what part of Shaw Brothers? So I gave him 4 words, and he took them better than I expected. Capital. He had spent 50 years thinking cinema was a craft that happened to need money. It is a capital business that happens to produce films, market, make what the audience wants now. You are still making the films that worked in 1968, and there is a new wave outside your gate shooting on real streets. Industry. Your enormous studio is not an industry. It is a workshop that got large. In a real film industry, every single step is done by the most specialized firm available at a known price, and hundreds of companies touch one picture. And talent. Your training school is the best talent mine in Asia, and you cannot hold what you dig up, which means you are running an academy for your competitors. He did not argue with any of it. He sat there and thought about a man who had walked out of that studio and become the biggest star in the world, and the 2 brothers who had walked out after him and taken the comedy business with them. Which meant I now needed a number that nobody in my family had ever said out loud. Then I went to see the bank. The taipan of the Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank reads and writes Chinese, which almost nobody in that building did, and had a habit of quoting classical poetry at people to see what happened. 2 months earlier, a lunatic had sat in that chair and asked him for 1.3 billion to swallow a company. Now the lunatic ran a $5 billion group that the left-wing press was publicly predicting would become the next Seiko. How much? 1 billion. He did not move. Against? Swatch Group stock. 1 year. For what purpose? The Jinmin building. He put his pen down. Mr. Wu, is that building worth $1.7 billion? It is worth exactly what it was worth when Carrion bought it from Jardine, I said, and for exactly the same reason. He told somebody afterwards that he had sat there trying to decide whether I was a fool and had discarded it on the grounds that a fool would have been eaten by this young man without him noticing he had swallowed anything, which is precisely why he could not read it. It was true, and it explained nothing. 3 banks. 1 page. My arithmetic did the rest. I got the billion, then 500 million from Standard Chartered and 200 million from Hang Seng, and that made 1.7, and it took total group debt to $3 billion. I walked out of that building owing more money than my father had made in 50 years, and I have never slept better. There is an old rule about this, and it is the only piece of financial advice I have ever given anybody. Borrow 30 million and the bank is your father. Borrow 3 billion and you are the bank's father. And they lent it because of 1 page. Group sales were running at 300 million a month. The cheapest Swatch retailed at $139 and cost about $40 to build. Even through a distributor, we kept 20 to 30%. So the bankers did the arithmetic that I had put in front of them on purpose. 100,000 units a month is 300 million. A million units is 3 billion. 10 million units a month is 30 billion in turnover and 6 billion in net profit. There were fewer than 5 companies on that entire exchange worth $6 billion. The foreign exchange reserves of the People's Republic of China that year were under 1.3 billion US. I put that page in front of 3 banks and watched 3 sets of pupils do the same thing. The Sugar King was insulted that I had not come to him, so I went to him. Finally remembered your uncle. Jinmin changes hands tomorrow. You borrowed all of it? 1.7 across 3 banks. And my 200 million? He was genuinely put out. Not good enough now? I want it, I said. Not for the building, for the factories, and I do not want it as a loan. Then I explained the auction, and he had it before I finished the second sentence, because that man has been selling commodities since he was 19 and understands forward pricing in his spine. You are going to sell capacity you have not built yet. To people who will build it for me. He started laughing. Then it is not only Southeast Asia, I said. Uncle, if you have anybody in Japan, Korea, or Australia, call them tonight. 4 days, Jinmin building. And I gave him something back because you do not take from a man like that without handing him a door. I am putting assembly plants into Southeast Asia and Korea. Invest in them. He stopped laughing. Korea was a military government. Southeast Asia was clans and generals and men whose surnames you had to know before you knocked. Nobody was getting a factory built in either place on merit. Now that, he said, is worth 200 million. And then my partner did something I had not authorized and could not object to. On the 30th of October, before I had signed anything, Carrion announced it had provisionally agreed to sell a stake in my building for 1.2 billion, and the stock went from 1680 to 1970 in a session. The following day, they corrected it. Not a stake, the entire building. 1.71 billion. First payment received. The market lost its mind because everybody remembered what he had paid Jardine for it 11 months earlier. 980 million. $700 million of profit in under a year on a concrete tower without doing anything to it. Carrion shareholders started treating that man like a household god. So I put my face on television, which I had sworn I would never do. I suggested we televise the signing live, and my father's station carried it, and about 3 million people watched it happen. Chen Songqing floated through that stage. He had been an unemployed civil engineer in Malaysia 6 years earlier, and $1.7 billion was now moving through his hands in front of a camera. Choosing him was correct, I thought, watching him. No one else in this city could have found this much cash for a building this ordinary. Then a journalist from the Economic Journal stood up and asked the only intelligent question of the afternoon. Mr. Wu, the previous owner has said publicly that he does not understand why anybody would pay this price. Live. Whole colony watching. Before I answer, I said, may I ask you something? Do you believe in the future of Hong Kong? Of course. So do I. So let us look at it properly. 100 years ago, this was a fishing village. 50 years ago, there were fewer than 1 million people here. 30 years ago, there were 2 million and a boom nobody had predicted. 10 years ago, there were 4 million, an oil crisis ending, and a 10-year housing plan for 1.8 million people. The room had gone quiet. Every few years, this island is handed a chance. 2 years ago, the mainland announced reform. Last year, an old man drew a circle on a map. The ancients said you need the right time, the right ground, and the right people. I looked into the camera, which I had been told not to do. This is the right time. Hong Kong is entering its golden age, and measured against that, $1.7 billion for a building in Central is nothing at all. I have never watched myself on television, and I never will, but I collected what people said about that broadcast, and I collected it carefully because collecting it was the entire reason I had asked for a camera. In a flat in Kowloon, a schoolgirl dragged her mother in front of the television and made her watch the whole thing, with the specific satisfaction of a 15-year-old proving a parent wrong about somebody. In my own shop in Central, the staff watched it together and somebody said $1,700 million out loud twice. Every one of them had cleared over $10,000 in 2 months. 2 of the girls had cleared over $100,000 in commission, and several of them, quietly, that week, stopped talking about acting. Shop manager, then regional, then channel director, then a title on the group masthead. It is a ladder with rungs you can see. Stardom is a lottery ticket that expires. Across the harbor, one of the great old men of this city watched it with his 3 sons and asked them what they made of it. The middle one answered, "The mainland's reform will change the world, not just China. Hong Kong becomes the bridgehead and the trading window for a market of nearly 1 billion people. Golden Age is not a slogan, it is the accurate word." His father slapped the arm of his chair. "That is my son." Then he said, "Go north. 2 years ago, a Zhejiang man put a wool mill in Zhuhai. 6 months ago, somebody opened the first joint venture in Beijing. It is time this family set an example as well. And with contempt. And I am tired of hearing rich men worry that the country wants their money. Do you seriously believe a nation of 1 billion people is interested in your loose change? Fang Li got the last question in, because she always did. So Swatch Group is going into property. No, Swatch Group is an industrial group and it will be an industrial group on the day I die. Jinmin is a flag, not a business. Then what is the next step? There is only one next step, I said. We go out into the world and we do it by acquisition. That confirmed out loud on television exactly what the left-wing paper had predicted, which I did on purpose, because I wanted every distressed brand in Europe to know that the buyer was real. With what money? You have just spent 1.7 billion. What do you earn a month? She blinked. $5,000. On $5,000 a month, it is very difficult to picture how a person moves 500 million, I said. If you called in every favor you have and stole and robbed a bank on the way home, you would put together 100,000, perhaps 1 million. I let it land. If I decide I need it, I can raise 10 billion. In a house in Deepwater Bay, I am reliably told, Li Shaoqi stood up out of his chair in front of his own television. He told somebody later exactly why, and it is the highest compliment I have ever been paid. He was not offended by the arrogance. He was checking the claim, and he could not knock it down. Even if I pledged Chung Kong and Hutchison together, he said, I could not raise $10 billion. Chen Songqing, sitting 3 meters from me, ran the same test from the other direction because a professional fraud can always smell an amateur. He looked for the tell, he looked hard, and then he remembered that $1.7 billion had actually arrived. So he is not lying, he thought. He can genuinely do it. Carrion's market value at that point was still under 5 billion. Sit there and laugh, I thought. Raise as much as you can. Every dollar you raise is a dollar I am going to take off the table when Marcus comes home. He signed the building over before the second billion had cleared, which told me everything about how fast his clock was running, and then he tried to make friends. If you ever need anything, say it. I only want more Swatch stock. Which put a thought in my head that I did not enjoy. If that man went to Europe hunting luxury brands before I did, with a balance sheet full of imaginary money, he could bid up every price on my list, so I turned it around inside about 4 seconds. Brother, you are sitting on cash and a $6 billion valuation. Europe is full of famous names 2 years from bankruptcy, and not only in watches. I refilled his glass. Go and buy yourself some. Recommend one. Dior? Never heard of it. Which was fair. In 1980, that house had slid into the second tier and had already sold off its perfume arm. Cartier? He sat forward so fast he spilled something. That one I have heard of. That one. Jeweler to 3 royal courts. Founded 1847, the king of jewelers, and the house that put the first serious wristwatch on a man's arm. Then congratulations on your acquisition of Cartier, I said. There was already another hunter circling Cartier in Europe. Let the bird and the clam lock onto each other. The fisherman takes both. Chen Songqing shook my hand and thought with real pleasure that Cartier would make Carrion a global luxury group and that I had just handed my own throat to my only serious rival. We both smiled, we both meant it, and we both wanted the other man dead. The live broadcast pulled a 93% rating, which was higher than the finale of the drama that had shut down this city the previous winter. My father sat under a lamp that night with the folder I had given him in June and read it again from the first page. He had not understood it in June. He had understood the words. Now he had watched the thing happen once, in front of him, and he could see the actual shape of it, which is that the finance is not there to serve the industry. The finance is the engine that throws the industry forward. He rang my mother at 11 at night. What do you think about merging the studio and the station and listing them together? 6th brother, the station is your fallback for Ah Ding. I do not believe our son needs a fallback, my father said. And while I still have the strength, I am going to reform both of them properly. I did not ask my father to do any of what came next. He decided it in one night at 73, and he told me afterwards. He had reasons beyond me. Golden Harvest had lost the greatest martial artist who ever lived and had immediately produced Donnie Yen, who had been in Hollywood for 6 months. Their boss had opened a second cinema chain, put money into a young studio full of comedians, and scrapped the minimum guarantee system that had held the old distribution model together. Not moving fast enough? My father said. We have not moved at all. I am not handing my son a ruin. So we burned the boats. I gave him 3 pieces of advice, and he took all 3. Do not change the name Shaw Brothers. That name is 30 years of your life, and dropping it would only make us look smaller to everybody outside. Change the structure instead. 2 levels. Shaw Brothers as the group headquarters. Film production, distribution, and broadcasting underneath as separate businesses that share everything and cannot eat each other. And rename the film company itself. Huaying. Chinese cinema. Films for us. My father clapped his hands at that one. Wider than one family, he said. the whole Chinese world. The logo went too, over one objection from an executive who liked it. We commissioned an animated one from an effects house in America because a castle, a mountain, a lion, and a woman with a torch had each been worth a fortune to somebody for 50 years. Then the mechanics of what a listed company is actually for: pledge stock for credit, issue new shares, sell down in the secondary market, place privately, rights issues, and the one that mattered most, which I had to explain 3 times: place shares privately, at an internal price, to the people you cannot replace: managers, directors, actors. Because the higher the market value goes, the more those people earn, and the more expensive it becomes for them to walk out of the door. You cannot pay loyalty, you can price it. My father bought the television station in one day. My father held 39%, 3 board seats, and a 4th vote through the Sugar King. Out of 7 votes, 2 men controlled 4. The Shaw brothers' offer went through before lunch. 3 directors threatened to resign, and we bought their holdings out with the $700 million that had originally been meant for me. 2 took the money. The 3rd looked at the room, decided he preferred to be inside it, and stayed. The market found out afterwards, which is the only civilized way to do these things. And here is the number that made my father put his hand flat on a balcony rail. Shaw brothers' stock had been sitting at $1.20 for years. It closed that day at $12.78, 10 times, in one session. If you had been holding $100,000 of that dead paper that morning, you went to bed a millionaire. Market value from a bit over $100 million to $1 billion. My father stood on the balcony above the trading floor looking down at it, and what he said was not what I expected. This is too much. Is money on a stock exchange really money? At Golden Harvest, I am told, their boss turned that newspaper over twice looking for the part that made sense. This is not Shaw Yifu, he kept saying. This is not how that man behaves. Which was fair, because the entire strategy of that company for 10 years had rested on one assumption, and the assumption was that the old man was too careful to change. Our man inside Shaw did not warn us, somebody said. He is too junior. He did not warn us because he did not know. Then the sentence that actually frightened him. And if that old miser starts following his son and making films with stock market money, we are finished. His partner talked him down. Shaw's problem was never money. Shaw's problem is that he will not share. We share. And we have Donnie Yen. Donnie Yen was on a plane home at that moment, and I owe my version of the next part to Stephen Chow, who was sitting 1 row in front of him. He had put on 10 pounds in America, spent a month in Chinatown, and a month on a middling Hollywood production, and come back with one idea that had rearranged his skull. Hong Kong cinema was a workshop. Hollywood was a factory. He said the frightening version of it out loud somewhere over the Pacific. When they solve the language problem with spectacle, and they will, what exactly do we have left? Then he rewrote the whole script in 2 hours, and this time it was good. The man reading over his shoulder had spent 6 months in Hollywood being told what to do. In Hong Kong, I run the set, Donnie Yen said. There I am, a machine that does the stunt. Nobody asks me anything. He read the script all the way through without moving. This is very good. If it suited my style, I would play this fool myself. It is funny, and then at the end, it turns and becomes an actual love story. He handed it back. That will be a hit. Then he frowned at page 40. Why is there a swatch in every other scene? And a blanc pane? I have never heard of either of them. You will, Stephen Chow said, when we land. In the car from the airport, Donnie Yen asked 3 of the toughest men in Asian cinema whether they had ever heard of a watch called swatch. Nobody said anything for a while. Then Sammo Hung said, without turning around, that is the boy who took Bao Cheng. The meeting my father called that week is the one my industry still argues about, and I was in the room for all of it. All 3 of the great Shaw directors were in that room. The rising one, the producer who had made the drama that emptied the streets, every executive from both companies. My father came in, and I came in behind him, and I watched one old producer's pupils contract because a chairman who brings his son does not intend to discuss anything. 3 points, and my father delivered them in the right order, which is stick first. 1. The station and the studio do not rate each other. Management is shared. Anybody who performs goes up into the group, not sideways. 2. The lot at Clearwater Bay, the costume store, the props, the camera crews, all of it is booked centrally through the group, so nobody has to beg anybody for a stage. 3, and this is the one that broke the room open, an artist department. Every contract in the building comes into it. Actors, directors, lighting men, camera operators, editors, and with it, the right to a fee on top of salary. For 30 years, the most notoriously careful man in Asian entertainment had paid a flat wage and kept everything above it. The room did not applaud. The room made a noise. The department would be run by my mother, who sat there and enjoyed every single face in that room turning toward her. The design underneath it was mine, and it was borrowed from an industry that did not exist yet. 5 grades of artist. Fees start at grade B. Grade S gets a car and assistants. A visible ladder with the rungs painted on, and at the very top of it, the right to buy group stock at the internal price, and the real purpose, which nobody said out loud. For 20 years, the studio had been carved into schools. One director had an army of disciples, half the male stars in Asia among them, and another director of equal rank had to go through my father to borrow an actor. There is exactly one thing that cannot be permitted in a company, and it is a man standing above the company. Then my father gave them the sweetener, and he did not tell me he was going to do it. He took part of his own holding and offered it, at internal price, to the veterans, as a pension. In a city that has no pensions at all, for men in their 60s who had built that studio and had never once been told what would happen to them when they stopped, two of the hardest faces in that room came apart entirely. Now let me tell you the least honorable thing I did that year, and I want you to understand that I still think it was correct. I did not give those old men shares because I wanted their films. Their films were over, the audience had moved, and nobody had the heart to tell them. I wanted their students. One of those directors had trained half the men who would run Hong Kong cinema for the next 20 years, and the producer sitting next to him had two young assistants who would each go on to make things the world would still be watching in 40 years. This industry is not a company. It is a chain of masters and apprentices, and if you pull one man properly, 10 come up on the rope behind him, and I wanted the city to hear one sentence. Whoever bled for Shaw Brothers does not throw away. Neither of our competitors could answer that, and not because they were stingy, because we were the only listed film studio on this island. A private placement to your own veterans costs the chairman nothing at all and pays them for the rest of their lives, and you can only do it if there is a share price. I also headed off a knife I could see coming. One of those three directors had quietly begun work with the Mainland Film Bureau on a 2-part historical epic about the last empress. Everything was ready, except the money, and in the version of events in my head, he simply went and did it without telling my father, and the scandal was ugly and public and cost the studio a decade of goodwill. So I told my father before it happened. Fund him, set up a separate company for it, so on paper it is his own venture with the mainland and has nothing to do with Shaw Brothers. I let him think about it. The mainland market is 10 times the size of Taiwan. He is our test balloon. If it works, we sell them 2 television dramas next year, and Taiwan will look the other way, because organizations are made of people, and people can always be talked to. So I priced my own company's veterans, one at a time, on a sheet of paper, and I have never told any of them how the tiers were set. The shares went out in white envelopes, 3 price tiers, sorted by age and service, and what a person could still do. The higher your tier, the lower your price. The men who had been furious about the artist department a week earlier spent that afternoon being envied by everybody in the building and forgot they had ever been angry. My mother handed the envelopes out herself, one at a time, with the same sentence each time. Take it home. Discuss it with your wife. It is entirely voluntary. Then we announced the fund. Swatch Group and Shaw Brothers jointly. Any film or television production with a contemporary setting could apply for production finance on one condition, and the condition was our brands in the frame. Not a shot of a watch. Not a poster on a wall. The hero wears our watch, and so does the man trying to kill him. The precedent was 50 years old and American. There is a soft drink company that shipped its product to soldiers at cost during a world war and, at the same time, quietly put crates of it on every film set in Hollywood and won the century. I want a Swatch seed in the head of every person on earth who watches a Hong Kong film, I said. The heroes and the villains, especially the villains. Then I made my first film, first project out of that fund, Chasing Girls, directed by Stephen Chow, Tony Leung Chiu-wai, Joey Wong, Charlotte Chung, Michael Wong, Kenneth Tsang, Aaron Kwok, Sean Lau. Budget $5 million. 3 weeks of shooting, 1 month of promotion, in cinemas on the 24th of December. One of the senior producers swallowed audibly. 8 pages across 5 newspapers, a month of saturation, for one picture, with the director in his early 20s and a cast of shop assistants. Uncle Kwok, I said, believe in Stephen Chow and believe in me. I stood up. And gentlemen, understand that this is the appetizer. Stephen Chow went scarlet when he heard the number, and then he did not speak for a while, and then he said the correct thing. $5 million is not a film. $5 million is an advertisement for me personally. If I do not bring that money back, there is no reason for me to be in this building. I went to Time Gallery and told the staff 2 things. Thank you for 2 months. As promised, there is a film, and most of you are in it. Then I asked who wanted to stay. Whoever stays gets trained to run a shop, not as a job while you wait for something better, as the thing itself. Silence. And then Michelle Yeoh put her hand up first, and 3 more went up behind her. I frowned at that, because 2 of those girls were going to be famous and I knew it and they did not, and I had just watched one of them choose a counter, but their reasons were sane and they were the reasons everybody has. One of them had come down from the mainland recently and got called a peasant behind her back twice a week and did not have the confidence yet. One had been waiting tables in a hotel at 16. and Michelle Yeoh said the thing that ended the conversation, standing in a stockroom. My father was an actor. I know exactly what that road is, she shrugged. Everything I want, I can get here. When a person cannot see their own future, they take the version with a floor under it. Charlotte Chung grabbed her hand. Then you have to cheer for me. Tony Leung Chiu-ai, meanwhile, had come back from the art film with a verdict. It will not take money. It will take a great many tears. Then, about our picture. I was going to turn up and be pleasant because the young master asked. Then I read it on the ferry. It is funny for an hour, and then it turned, and I sat there crying about myself. He shrugged. So now I am actually going to work. My competition found out from the newspaper, like everybody else, which was also deliberate. Golden Harvest read about my artist's department and my fee entitlement and refused to believe either of them. That is not Xia Yifu. That man has never given anybody a percentage of anything in 30 years. It is not him, their partner said. It is his son. And $5 million on an advertisement with a plot? Has the old man lost his mind? Donnie Yen, who was in the room, said mildly that he had read the script on a plane and it was better than most Hong Kong comedies and was ignored because their real decision had already been made. We crush that film at Christmas. If it fails, they have nothing to boast about and their stock comes back down. They had 2 films they could put in front of mine. A supernatural martial arts comedy that was honestly the better picture and closer to what this city actually liked. Or the American co-production with Donnie Yen in it, which had taken only $8.5 million in the United States, but $8.5 million American dollars is over 40 million here, and his name in Asia was a physical force. They took the star and shelved the better film, which is a decision that industry has made roughly 900 times since. And in a third office, a small company with 3 partners and 1 hit behind them decided to walk into my fight, and it was their investor who made them do it. You have it backwards, he said. If we move off Christmas, we stay a company nobody has heard of. Walk into this war, and Hong Kong finds out there is a 3rd studio in this city. If we win, we are first. If we lose, nobody is surprised, because nobody expects anything from us. He put his cigarette out. We are not making a film. We are making noise. I had picked a fight with the 2 other studios in my city on the same afternoon and had not told my own father. 3 companies, 3 films, 1 date, announced 2 months in advance. By November, the tea houses were arguing about which one they were going to see, which was the entire objective and cost me nothing. My father found the ceiling of his own imagination when I told him what I wanted for release. Simultaneous, Hong Kong, Taiwan, 11 countries in Southeast Asia, Korea, and Japan, the same week. That is not possible. Korea and Japan buy a picture outright, and they buy it after they have seen what it did in Hong Kong. That is how it has always worked. Dad, in a capitalist world, there is no barrier that cannot be bought. Then I told him the true version, which he did not enjoy. The film business is a capital game. The entire box office of this city in a year is a few tens of millions of dollars. One transaction on the exchange is hundreds of millions. Whatever Chasing Girls takes, if the market believes in it, Shaw Brothers stock goes up, and that is where the money is. Then why spend $5 million on it at all? Do you know the game where they pass a flower around while somebody beats a drum, and whoever is holding it when the drum stops has to pay a forfeit? I said, Chasing Girls is the flower. $5 million of budget and a worldwide premiere is us polishing the flower until it shines. Then the share price goes up and we take everything we spent back out of the market. And the flower? Stays in somebody's hand. He sat with that. He asked what the film had actually cost, and I told him, because he had earned it. $2 million. The other 3 had gone into the marketing. So this is how films can be made now, he said. I really am old. Then he set his condition, and it was the only time that year he overruled me, and he was right. I will get you your simultaneous release across East and Southeast Asia. I can do that, but the picture has to be good enough to deserve it. He looked at me properly. This family is going to be a name for 100 years, not a gang of capitalists that everybody in the trade despises. Do you understand the difference? Yes. Say it back to me. That the flower has to actually be a flower, I said. I rebuilt the top floor of my own building as a showroom in 4 days in the same black as Time Gallery, and I put Lin Weiwen on the stage rather than myself. He walked 5 distributors and 11 observers through 3 series. The paired Zodiac, the youth line, the sports line, love, youth, and sport, which is every advertisement ever made. Then he put the prices up on the board, $158, $258, $358, nothing on the sheet above $500. An ordinary Seiko in that room that morning cost $400. I watched a Japanese buyer read that board twice and put his pen down. Japan had spent 10 years winning the quartz war by cutting price until the Americans left the field, and they had just started to enjoy the peace. And here was a price war coming at them from a direction they had never once looked at, and it was worse than theirs. Wholesale was 50 below retail, and pricing inside a territory was the distributor's business, not mine. Then Lin Weiwen showed them the Christmas limited editions, Snow Queen and Crazy for Love, and said the words worldwide premiere on the 24th of December, and mentioned that custom series could be commissioned for a region. I sat at the side of that stage and did not say one word for 40 minutes. The bidding started at 10 million and went past 20 inside a minute. Then the Japanese buyer stood up. 100 million, he said. I want Swatch for Japan. I sat there and watched men bid against each other for the right to give me money for goods I could not yet manufacture, and I have never had a better afternoon. Final results. Taiwan to a partnership between an established house and a young man named David Pong, 50 million Taiwan dollars, paid immediately. Singapore and Malaysia, 40 million. Korea and Australia together, 60. Thailand, Burma, Indonesia, and the Philippines split between two houses at 30 each. My afternoon, in one line. $310 million of orders in an afternoon for watches that did not exist yet from factories I had not built. David Pong had brought his second uncle with him, who happened to be the founder of the largest watch retailer in Taiwan, which is the sort of detail that man never once mentioned in advance. The man I actually wanted lost that room and walked out with nothing. Lin Weiwen caught him in the corridor. "You are not Japanese," he said. I checked. The man stopped. "I have never claimed to be Japanese. I am half Japanese." He said it flat, the way you say a thing you have explained too many times. "My mother came here during the war. After the surrender, they cleared my father out as a collaborator. She went back to Japan when I was 11. She did not come back. His Japanese was his mother's. His name was not Yamamoto Kenji. It was Chen Li." Lin Weiwen took him to the window of the top floor of the tallest new building in Central and did the recruitment himself, and it is better than anything I would have said. 2 months ago, you saw exactly what I was. A man shouting at tourists on an airport ramp with holes in his shoes. He nodded at the glass. Could you have imagined that man standing up here, looking down at all of Hong Kong? In this company, if you can do a thing, you can stand at this height. I am the proof. I am the only proof anybody needs. At your agency, your ceiling is 100 or 200,000 a year, which is $1 million over a working life. The young master says this island has 20 golden years in front of it. He turned round. Are we going to sit that out? Lin Weiwen was director of sales by then, which put him level with a man who had run duty-free in 18 countries, 11 weeks after standing on that ramp. Chen Li took the job. Then he immediately started arguing about strategy, which is how I knew he was worth having. Watson should go to Japan. That concept is ahead of its time, and Japan is obsessed with health and appearance. Their drugstore trade is just waking up. He shrugged. But you cannot walk in cold. You would have to buy a local chain first. I would buy Shiseido. Shiseido. I said I would buy it. I did not say we could. I had sold air. Now I had to build it. The orders report came in the following morning. 300 million in a single day, and the whole of Hong Kong had produced 500 million in 3 months and was close to saturated. Every dollar of that 300 went straight into factories and machines and was shared with nobody. James Goldsmith wanted to open a DFS in central Tokyo on the Ginza, and I said yes and then made it more expensive. But it is not a shop. From now on, DFS carries our after-sales, service center and experience center in one. Repairs, professional servicing, and counters where a customer can put a new model on their own wrist and walk around with it for 20 minutes. And not only Tokyo, Hong Kong, Taipei, Singapore. He stared at me. Nobody in this industry thinks about service, he said. Nobody has ever thought about service. It is not a cost center. It is a reason to come back. It is a reason to come back, I agreed. Then I killed his other idea. Shiseido is not realistic and I do not want it. Our cosmetics targets are European. Dior, Lancôme, Guerlain. Shiseido is already a global monster and buying monsters is how you get eaten. I turned the page, but their second and third tier is available. And then the instruction that mattered more than anything else in that meeting and that nobody in the room understood. Tell Lin Weiwen to go and look at a chain of chemists called Tanaka Hiroshi. If it is what I think it is, we buy it. Li Wei looked up. Then we are in a total war with all 3 of the Japanese companies. We passed that point in September, I said. It is a question of survival now. And if we are doing it, we do not leave the other side any air. And on the other side of that water, my 3 opponents finally sat down together. At Seiko, my people told me, staff had started walking along the walls. The largest newspaper in Japan had reported that Isetan, one of the great Tokyo department stores, had taken the Swatch distribution and placed an opening order of 1.4 billion yen. Seiko's share price moved. And when a Japanese share price moves, somebody explains it, and their president was the youngest in the company's history and had a great many older men waiting for him to be wrong. He tore that newspaper into pieces on his own desk and then asked for the file. His man delivered it standing up, and what he reported was that there was nothing behind me, no family conglomerate, no European consortium, no bank. That is impossible, the president said. Do you believe that yourself? There are 2 reasons for his rise, and neither of them requires a backer. The man did not blink. The first is financial. With a small amount of money and a press campaign, he took the largest contract watch factory in that colony for a fraction of its worth. The second is that every single time he has won by turning the public against his opponent before he moved. He does not fight companies, he fights their customers' opinion of them, and then he buys them cheap. Then they took one of my watches apart on the table. The craftsman said what everybody says. Plastic case, acrylic crystal, rubber strap. The president laughed. So that is why it is cheap. Nobody else laughed, which he noticed. The oldest man at that table did not look up from the parts. This is a revolutionary construction. It breaks our own record for thinness. He moved 2 pieces apart with tweezers, and the case is a single block. The back of the case is the base plate of the movement. There is no separate plate. The movement is built into the case from above, which removes an entire family of operations from the process. Then he counted the components out loud, and the room got very quiet. 63. A standard quartz watch is 91 at the absolute minimum. 30 fewer parts, lower cost, shorter cycle, and a production volume nobody in that building could match without retooling every line they owned. When, the president said, did the watch industry of Hong Kong become this advanced? The craftsmen looked at each other and said nothing, because the answer was that it had not, and that one man had bought a factory that already knew how and simply pointed it somewhere new. I want to be fair to my opponents here, because they were not fools and they very nearly had me. Their counterattack was well designed, and it was aimed at exactly my weakest point. Plastic is their strength and their weakness. We cannot beat them on price, so we do not fight on price. We go at the image, work the press on cheap materials, raise the value of the Seiko name, and issue a joint statement from the Japanese watch industry. He stood up. Swatch does not get to live in Japan. I had our answer written in Japanese before their attack ran, because I had been waiting for it since August. We did not defend the plastic. We reorganized the entire range in 1 week so that the word plastic no longer had anything to attach to. The sports and youth lines merged into one banner called Dazzling Light and stayed cheap and stopped apologizing for it. The Zodiac and Constellation series became 12 palaces at the middle price and got sapphire crystal and straps woven by hand from canvas and linen. And the art collection and the Blancpain and Ulysses Nardin collaborations became accessible luxury under a line I am still proud of. Luxury treatment for 10,000 yen. Campaign slogan, everywhere, on television around the clock. Swatch moves the trend. And Isetan did not put an advertisement on the front of their building. They put 6 words on it, 4 stories high. Swatch is here. They became the most visited department store in Tokyo inside a month. Then Seiko cut prices, then Casio, then Citizen. That is the sentence I had been working toward since the day I read a headline in which a man threw a newspaper in a bin. We were selling about 10,000 watches a day in Japan, over $1 billion yen a month. Half of that $100 million order was gone before Christmas, and Isetan came back with another 100 million, in Hong Kong dollars this time, 90% of it Swatch. Their president had done the arithmetic, and it was better than mine. 600 million yen of revenue, 400 net, about 30% margin, and that was before counting what the Q did to every other floor of his store. And there was a reason Isetan had said yes to a colonial upstart in the first place, and it is the reason those 3 Japanese companies deserved what happened to them. Seiko, Casio, and Citizen gave distribution to nobody. They sold through their own boutiques. The greatest department stores in Japan had spent 20 years being offered 2nd and 3rd tier brands by their own country's champions. We were the first people who had ever knocked. Chen Li found my chemist in the 3rd week, not in Tokyo, in Chiba. He stood outside it for a while and then rang me. It is not a drugstore. It is a pharmacy. Prescriptions. There is a doctor sitting in the back. There is not one cosmetic product in the building. He assumed there had been a mistake. Then his driver, who had grown up in Chiba, explained it to him in the car. The shop is named after the founder. Tanaka Hiroshi has been the mayor of this city for over 10 years. Very good reputation. He knows everybody in politics and everybody in business. Chen Li sat back in his seat and understood what he had been sent for. Not a brand, a network. I would like to meet the current president, he said. Meanwhile, James Goldsmith opened 5 DFS experience centers. Tokyo on the Ginza, Taipei, Singapore, Seoul, and Hong Kong. The Ginza store was the largest retail unit in the district, and it took more than 1,000 pre-orders for Blancpain and Ulysses Nardin pieces that had not gone into series production yet. Then I went home to a family I had never met properly, to ask for help I did not want to ask for. I flew to Singapore in December to look at the ground and to see my father's brother. My family is 4 brothers and 2 sisters, and the reason my father lives in a house in Hong Kong rather than a compound in Singapore is a coup. The eldest built a film studio in Shanghai before the war. The second was sent to Hong Kong in 1945 to found the company. The third and my father held Southeast Asia between them. And at the second brother's 60th birthday, my father and my third uncle took the company off him and renamed it. 4 years later, the second brother took his revenge by forcing his own son out of the business, which cost my father the deputy he had been grooming for a decade. The 2 men who rose into that gap left within 5 years and founded the studio that has been beating us ever since. If nobody had betrayed anybody at that birthday party, Golden Harvest would not exist. The second brother died in 1974. Nobody in that family has ever discussed any of it out loud. My third uncle was 79 and walked with a stick, and he took me into the family hall and looked at the tablets rather than at me. Out of your entire generation, you are the best of them. That is not flattery, it is arithmetic. He shrugged. The family business does not need you, so instead I am going to give you my sons for Southeast Asia. Then he asked me for something. My eldest brother stayed on the mainland. We do not know whether he is alive or dead. He arranged the way out for all of us and then stayed behind to guard the studio, and he called his 3 sons back to him. His hand was tight on the stick. Find where he is buried so that the 3 of us who are left can put incense in front of him. And look for his boys. I am 80 next year. I would like the family in one room once. I am going to the mainland next year anyway, I said. I will look. We watched Chasing Girls that night in his private cinema. The whole clan and my uncle, who has watched more films than anybody I have ever met, gave the honest verdict. Shaw Brothers has not made a film this good in a long time. And then he explained why, which was more useful. For 2 years, everything we make has been out of date in every dimension at once. The stories, the locations, the camera, the technique, all of it is from the 60s. The audience can predict the 3rd act from the opening titles. He nodded at the screen. That was light. It was urban. It was fashionable. I sat there thinking, so films can be made like this now. Uncle, I want to hold the preview here, in Singapore, and invite journalists from every country in the region. I paused. And the local exhibitors. He bristled instantly. Are our 118 cinemas not good enough for you? They are Chinese cinemas. That stopped him. Because that is the whole problem with that region, and everybody there knows it and nobody says it. The Chinese watch Chinese films, the Malays and the Indians watch their own. 3 audiences in one country and 3 sets of cinemas, and no film had ever crossed. Chasing Girls is a completely Hong Kong picture, I said. But what is actually inside it is love, family, and laughing, and that is not Chinese. That is why every American blockbuster gives the hero a wife and a child and a house. We shot it in America, in Hong Kong, in Thailand, and in Singapore. It already looks like everywhere. The language barrier cannot be crossed. Uncle, we already dub our films into Mandarin. This is one more step. Dub it into Malay, into Javanese, into Thai, put subtitles on it. I let it sit. And it is not even our job. If there is money in it, the local exhibitors will pay for the dubbing themselves. The question was never language. The question is whether we are willing to give away a slice of the profit. Then the practical argument, which is the one that won it. And a cinema in this era is 1 screen, perhaps 2. 118 cinemas is not a market. It is a rounding error against 300 million people. He turned to his eldest son, who had run that chain for years. Worth trying, the man said. If the exhibitors take it, Shaw Brothers wins and our own houses win as well. The rest of them came in behind him one at a time, and the 4th of my cousins, whose wife is Malay, said he could find people to do the dub by Friday. My uncle sat back and looked around the room at his family agreeing about something, which I gathered had not happened often. Then I will write the invitation myself, he said. In my own hand, every exhibitor in Southeast Asia. I had come expecting to spend a week on that, and it had taken a day, so I asked the question I had been saving. Uncle, where is 4th brother now? The room went quiet in a way that told me the answer was going to be complicated. He was not in Singapore. He was in Japan, running a small film studio, and the last time anybody in that family had laid eyes on him was at his own father's funeral 6 years earlier. I sat forward so fast I spilled tea on my uncle's floor, because I had been turning something over for months and I did not have anybody to put it in. Hollywood has no history of its own, I said. So it borrows. It makes Egypt. It makes Greece. It makes Rome and Vienna and anywhere else it likes, and nobody accuses it of theft because it makes them better than the people who own them. My uncle waited. Hong Kong can do the same thing. We are already sitting inside the Confucian world and next door to every other culture in Asia. I was on my feet by then. So we do not only make Chinese stories, we learn to make Korean stories, Japanese stories, Thai and Malay and Indonesian stories. We become the studio that makes Asia's stories, and if we do not take that ground, somebody else will stand on it. That is not filmmaking, he said slowly. That is invasion. It is invasion with their own culture, interpreted by us, and sold back to them, I agreed. Yes. Japanese animation was already climbing. Korea would follow its economy up within 20 years, the way every country does. And I sat in that room in Singapore in 1980 and thought very clearly, what happens if Korean drama and Japanese animation both end up standing behind one man? Then I let it go, because it was too early, and because I was going to live long enough. My bad news came through the next morning. Seiko had cut prices across all of Southeast Asia by 10%, and Casio and Citizen had followed inside a day. Every one of my distributors rang the same afternoon, and every one of them said the same thing. I am holding $30 or $40 million of stock. If I cut, my margin is gone. If I do not cut, I cannot sell. My distributors thought I had lost, all 5 of them, in the same afternoon, in 4 languages. I laughed out loud, which James Goldsmith found unprofessional. So I gave my order. Tell them the price does not move, I said. Not $1. And then tell them to advertise it. Advertise what? Their price cut. I looked up. I want every country in Southeast Asia to know that Japanese watches have collapsed in price this month and that the Hong Kong watch costs exactly what it cost in October. He put his pen down. You want to pay for advertising that promotes your competitor's sale. The Japanese believe our advantage is that we are cheap. Swatch has never once won on price. I pushed the sheet back at him. 90% of the reason anybody buys a luxury object is what it says about them. Quality, taste, position. Cut the price and you cut the satisfaction because the thing they were buying was the price. There is one law in this business and it does not bend. Luxury does not adjust itself to the customer. Luxury sets the number and the customer decides whether he is the kind of person who pays it. If 2 French houses ran a sale and in a week you saw their bags on every arm on every street, would they still be luxury? Robert did not answer. Seiko has just told the entire region that a Seiko is worth 10% less than it was in October. They have devalued their own name and closed off the road up. I do not have to do anything. I simply have to be seen not moving. To calm the distributors, I did not offer discounts. I sent each of them 30 tickets to a private screening in Singapore the following week, which Robert found so incomprehensible that he asked me whether it was an Asian business custom he had not been briefed on. Then I wrote 2 articles in an afternoon, so I sat down at my own desk with a pen, which is the only weapon I have ever been genuinely good with. The first was a long, respectful, genuinely admiring history of Seiko, headed with an analysis of why a company that great would cut prices across an entire region simultaneously. Everything in it was true, and the entire architecture of the piece existed to place one idea in the reader's head, which was that this had happened because of a Hong Kong brand, and therefore that the Hong Kong brand belonged in the same sentence. Nobody in Southeast Asia had heard of Swatch. Everybody had heard of Seiko. So you climb up on their shoulders and you thank them for the view. The second one was called Swatch and paying for a fashionable youth, and it was an advertisement wearing a jacket. Robert read them both and swallowed. Words are a weapon, he said. I have always been told that. Today, I watched it. My first article was reprinted in Bangkok, Singapore, Manila, Jakarta, and Hong Kong inside 4 days. The street reaction was exactly what I wanted, and it looked like failure, arrogance. For that money, I will buy a Seiko. But the 2 names were now printed in the same sentence in 7 countries, and people were curious. Curiosity is the beginning of the fall. The second article ran with a photograph of a schoolgirl in a white uniform standing in front of a school gate with something bright on her wrist. Nobody in any of those countries knew who she was. Within a week, they were all asking, and the question they asked second was, where do I buy the watch? I have been told this next story so many times by so many people that I have stopped correcting the details. 3 boys in a Singapore school argued about my watch over lunch, and the fat one insisted the shop near his house had my sign in the window and no customers under it. They ran there after class and found a queue from the door of that shop to the corner of the street. There was nobody there this morning, he kept saying. There was genuinely nobody there this morning. The range sorted itself by age without anybody planning it. School children took the sport and youth lines. Students and office workers took the zodiac and the constellations. Anybody over 30 went straight to the heritage collaborations at over $1,000. And somewhere in that queue, a man got tired of a stranger complaining about the price and said, loudly, the line I would have paid a copywriter for. If it is too expensive, go and buy your Seiko. Same design for 6 years and a sale every Christmas. No class. By sunset, the 3 boys got nothing. Sold out for today? Sold out entirely, the shopkeeper said. There is no more. Not this month. That man stood in his own doorway watching demand he could not serve, and I want you to hold on to that image because it is the reason for everything I did next. I held the preview in my uncle's Chinese theater in Singapore. 7 screens, built as an answer to a famous theater in Hollywood. I could not have filled that room. My uncle filled it in 4 telephone calls, 13 exhibitors, 8 heads of transnational cinema chains, more than 40 publications. That is what a 79-year-old man's telephone book looks like when he decides to open it. I did not tell any of them what was in that cinema. I have found that a man who has been told what to expect never gives you his face. The 90 tickets my distributors had thrown in the bin 2 weeks earlier were changing hands at 3 times face value because by then the stock was gone, Christmas was coming, and every one of them had worked out that the only reason to sit in that cinema was that I would be in it afterwards. 2 of them were not speaking because one had outbid the other and pushed him out of Singapore and Malaysia and into Thailand and Burma. And in that cinema lobby, I finally learned who had actually started the price war against me. When Chen Weigo divided his estate, the exclusive Seiko distribution for all of Southeast Asia went to the eldest son, and the Siam Land Project, the city for 2 million people, went to the third. The eldest could not swallow it, so he took the one weapon his father had left him and spent an enormous amount of money making sure that Swatch could not live in Thailand. Chen Jianhong again. Still, 4 months later. I had invited exactly 1 critic down from Hong Kong, and he sat in the back row on purpose so he could watch my audience instead of my film. He was not optimistic. He wrote afterwards, honestly, what he had been thinking. Against an American co-production with the biggest action star in Asia, and against the picture that was going to announce the new wave, Shaw Brothers was fielding a romantic comedy with a director in his 20s, a cast of shop assistants, and a leading man whom the trade had spent 4 years calling box office poison. Then he looked 2 rows in front of him and stopped writing. Donnie Yen was sitting in a competitor's preview. And the woman beside him was the most famous singer in the Chinese-speaking world, who had been thrown out of Japan that year over a passport, and who had been chewed up by the newspapers of the exact region whose journalists were now sitting behind her. They had met in America when he was an actor nobody on set would listen to, and her career had come apart. He had dragged her to a preview because he had read the script on a plane and had not stopped thinking about it. And then I sat down at the back and got out of my own way. My turn. Then the lights went down, and the first thing on my screen was not the film. It was 4 characters in ancient seal script, the kind you see on an emperor's chop. The old 2-letter logo was gone. I had commissioned it in September, and I had refused to look at the final cut. I wanted to see it for the first time in the dark, with everybody else. Under 30 seconds of animation, and it cost more than any 30 seconds Shaw Brothers had ever put on a screen. A great bird lifts out of long grass and climbs, and the land opens up underneath it, and there is the Great Wall. Except the wall is not made of stone. It is made of pictures, moving, each one a piece of the thing itself. The god who tasted every herb until one of them killed him. The man who first pulled fire out of wood. The clerk who invented writing. 2 philosophers reading. The tramp of the first empire and the second. A rebellion in yellow headcloths. Chains going into a fire. A dynasty that danced all night in a city of 1 million people. 18 tablets of gold recalling a general who was winning. A beggar boy who became an emperor. Riders coming down out of the north. The end of the age of swords and the arrival of the age of guns. And students in a street holding a slogan up, trying to save it. The bird reaches the end of the wall and cries out, and the wall folds beneath it into 4 characters. Chinese cinema. The Malay and Indian exhibitors in that room were leaning forward asking each other how the animation had been done. Every Chinese person in that theater was crying and pretending not to. The critic wrote 1 line in the dark and did not write anything else for 20 minutes. That is what Huaying actually means. That title sequence is too heavy to carry. 5,000 years. Of course it is heavy. My money. Every frame of it. Then my film started, and the first shot is engines. 12 cars on a start line and a red motorcycle, a girl with a flag, and the air shoving sideways when they go. And then you realize it is not a track. It is a street. They are racing through a live city. They are putting expensive cars into walls, and there are police behind them. The red bike gets clear and the rider takes his helmet off. The audience in Singapore had spent that year watching Tony Leung Chiu Wai be a doomed gangster in a long coat, and they did not recognize this at all. Donnie Yen hit his own knee. That chase is better than what I shot in America, he said out loud in a competitor's cinema. The boy is a better director than he is a writer. They destroyed 7 or 8 motorcycles for it. The American footage was real. The chase was shot on the streets of Macau because Hong Kong would not close a road. My story is simple. A womanizing layabout from Chinatown gets into trouble street racing and flies to Hong Kong to find himself a Chinese wife because his mother asked him to. And from the moment he comes down the aircraft steps, he is teaching his cousin. Look at her eyes first. If she will not look at you, Look at her shoes. Never ask a girl whether she has a boyfriend. If she likes you, she does not. A girl who already has a boyfriend is the easiest kind. There is only one competitor and you can see him. Do not go looking for a woman intending to be faithful. Find the woman first. Fidelity comes after. The pond is large and there are many fish. A man is allowed to be poor. He is not allowed to be bad at making promises he cannot keep. Then he takes a phone number off a girl in glasses and braces in under 40 seconds and hands it to his cousin. That is your whole problem. Solve quantity first. Quality is a later conversation. The theater came apart. The critic sat upright and did not laugh once and wrote 20 minutes in that the film had already won. The other thing that film did, which nobody expected, was resurrect a man. The cousin was played by an actor Shaw Brothers had almost written off entirely, a gambler with debts to everybody in the building, and my father had been within a week of tearing up his contract. He and Tony Leung Chiu-wai play those two men so easily that after 10 minutes, you stop being able to see any acting at all. The dates run across the world. Hong Kong, Singapore, Taipei, one beautiful woman after another, and a joke about how blind dates are like the stock market. You can run several at once and hold several positions, which took the roof off in a room full of Singaporean businessmen. And the distributors in that audience noticed the thing they had been brought there to notice, which is that there is a swatch in every single frame, on every wrist. Time gallery in the background of 3 scenes. A Watson's on the corner. Somebody near the front said, out loud, he did not give us tickets to a film. I had one note on that script, and it was this one, and Stephen Chow fought me for 2 days about it. The turn is that the waitress from the first act, who nobody has been looking at, is the actual lead, and that she is hunting him with tactical advice from her own father, and every technique the hero has been teaching for 90 minutes comes apart in his hands. The critics note on that. The watch appears too often, and worse, the watch has become the key piece of evidence in the second half and effectively the symbol of the relationship. The Oriental Daily is right to call this an advertisement. Then underneath, none of which stops it being the most modern film this industry has made in a decade. The ending is a goodbye in the rain and a wedding he is not invited to. He throws his jacket away, puts the leather back on, and rides the length of Hong Kong to a church, and the second chase is bigger than the first. And on the way he stops at Time Gallery and buys a watch. He puts it on her wrist at the altar and takes her out of the church on the back of the bike, and the last frame of that film is a wedding dress coming apart in the wind and a swatch on the arm holding on. I watched the room instead of the screen for the last 20 minutes, which is a habit I have never lost. That was my ending. It cost 11 days of reshoots. The distributors were out of their seats before the credits. Then the credits started and nobody left, because we had put the set footage over them. Stunts going wrong, bikes going down, Stephen Chow shouting at somebody in the rain, Tony Leung Chiu-wai doing the same fall 4 times. Donnie Yen sat there watching an audience refuse to stand up. Do you see this? He said. The film ended and nobody has stood up. Then he sat very still for a while. We nearly die making these, he said, to nobody. And the audience never knows. If you showed them at the end, that is not a credit roll. That is who you are. That is where that man's signature came from, in this version of events, in a cinema in Singapore, watching somebody else's film. The head of the Singapore and Malaysia chain stood up before the lights were fully on and said his company had to have the distribution rights and went straight to my uncle. And my uncle, 79 years old, smiled and pointed with his stick at a 23-year-old sitting 4 rows back. He decides. I sent Robert to take the distributors into the next room and close their additional swatch orders while they were still emotional, and I sent my eldest brother to see the journalists out and hand each of them a red envelope on the way. Take the money and follow the rules. Take the money and then insult the host, and you are not a person anybody deals with twice. And then my father did the thing I had told him was impossible, and he did it with a telephone and a reputation. On the 3rd of December, 21 days out, 8 of the largest cinema chains in Southeast Asia announced they would open my film on the same day as Hong Kong. The following day, the largest chain in Japan, then Taiwan, then Korea, then Australia, then the Chinese circuit in the United States. And that is the morning the Hong Kong film industry finally understood that they had not been fighting over a Christmas date. How, the head of Golden Harvest said, do you persuade that many chains to gamble on an unreleased film? You know how careful Shaw Yifu is, his partner said. It is not him. The younger son, he is 23 years old and he is in Singapore. Then their programming man came in with a magazine, and on page 4 was a photograph of their own biggest star sitting in a competitor's preview with a woman on his arm. So that, their boss said, was his trip to Taiwan. He is our leading man, his partner said, taking the magazine away from him. Do not push him towards Shaw Brothers. That is exactly how you lose him. Then I did the thing that made an entire industry write letters about me. That evening, halfway through the biggest drama on television, the advertising break did not contain an advertisement. It contained a trailer. 4 million people sat in their living rooms and said some version of what was that. At the third studio, one of the partners shot out of his chair. They are cheating. You cannot promote a film on television. That is not competition. That is artillery against infantry. Fang Li wrote it up the next morning better than I could have. Until yesterday, the fate of a Hong Kong film was decided by one poster in a lobby. Last night, somebody built a bridge between the cinema and the living room, and the poster is now worth nothing. Then we put a program in the slot between the evening news and prime time. Guests every week, and a review of everything opening. My father dug his heels in about that one for 2 days. Ah Ding says the program has to cover every studio, which means our station, paid for by me, will be promoting Golden Harvest films. He was going red. I would rather close it. Call me petty. I am petty. Those people are not appearing on my air. My mother let him finish and then rubbed his back. Then we exclude Golden Harvest, she said. And we invite everybody else. All of them. Cinema City, the Independents, the New Wave, every small company in this city. And then it is not our station against theirs. It is the whole industry, on our air, against them. He stared at her. Our son taught you to say that. Our son knew exactly which word you would trip over, she said, so he asked me to say it instead. My bottleneck in Southeast Asia turned out not to be demand. Shipping priority was Hong Kong, then Japan, then everybody else, and Robert and Li Hu spent December being shouted at in 4 languages. Watson's, meanwhile, did something I had not authorized and would have authorized twice. They bought a regional chain outright. $50 million for 300 existing shops across Southeast Asia, plus tens of millions to convert them. 300 shops in a fortnight. The only question left was whether we could physically put stock in them. Then the 8 cinema chains came back with a condition attached to the release, and it was the strangest note I have ever been given. They wanted a part in the film for the girl in the photograph. She had never acted. She had never sung in public. She had 2 magazine covers and a school uniform, and as far as the entire region was concerned, she was already famous. So we went back and shot the Singapore section again, made her character a local Chinese girl, gave her 3 scenes and the closing song. I wrote the song myself, in an afternoon, words only. I have been asked about that a great many times since, and I have never given a straight answer, and I am not going to start now. Somebody else put the music on it and did it properly. We cut a Mandarin version of the whole picture and sold it separately into the region, which nobody had done. Hollywood spent the following decades shooting extra scenes for the Chinese market. I did not invent anything. I copied something I had watched happen, and I gave up the old buyout system entirely and went to the international split. 35% to the producer, 17% to the distributor, 48% to the cinema, 52% in our own houses. My father thought I had lost my mind. There is never enough money, I told him, and you cannot walk into somebody else's market holding all of it. Then I went and bought myself 2 factories. The first was the oldest components plant in the region, started in 1968 by a Genevan who had grown it from 50 people to 3,000. The second was in Kuala Lumpur, top 10 in the region, owned outright by his former partner. I read the second man's name twice. Because in the version of history in my head, that man is the one who eventually looked at Ulysses Nardin, understood what it actually was, sold everything he owned in Southeast Asia to buy it, and spent the rest of his life turning it back into one of the great names in watchmaking. Take the factory, I told Robert. 30 million, you said? Fine, and bring me the owner. And if he says no? Everything in this world has a price. If he refuses, the number was wrong. I went back to the map. Tell him Ulysses Nardin and Blank Pain are inside Swatch Group, then tell him who else in Southeast Asia is in a position to offer him that. He came. There was a crowd of reporters at Kai Tak when I landed, and 2 Swiss watchmakers who had flown in to look at us and had been standing in arrivals for 40 minutes getting the news out of a stranger. Watson's had bought the department store chain of the richest man in Indonesia. 300 shops across the region renamed inside a fortnight. And in Japan, we had signed a strategic alliance with a chain of chemists in Chiba, and over 100 of them were now called Watsons. I came out in a white suit, and the first thing I did was tell the airline in public that I had not appreciated my flight number being handed to the press, and then ask them whether they had a room available, and take the entire crowd out of the arrivals hall in under a minute. Fang Li wrote in her notebook that I had grown again, and that I now pushed harder than the senior men in her own family. Swatch had passed $6 billion, 3rd largest company on the island. Watson's was over 600 shops. Will you take over Shaw Brothers? 2 reasons why that is not a question for me. My father has a great deal of strength left, and I have 2 older brothers. I shrugged. If it ever happens, I will probably be the last person told. Somebody mentioned in passing that Sammo Hung had left Golden Harvest for us and opened his own company under our roof, and I raised an eyebrow because that meant two of the greatest action films of the coming decade were not going to exist in the form I remembered. I found that genuinely interesting. It was the first time I had broken something I actually liked. Then the last question. What will the group's profit be this year? Swatch net revenue for the year is about 300 million, Fang Li said with her mouth dry. You do not mean yen, I mean US dollars. The front pages the next morning carried it in local currency because $1.65 billion is a bigger number and newspapers understand their job. Half a year, one market, and every editorial said the same thing in a different order. This is not property. This is not finance. This is a factory. A young man in a workshop coat walked his own garment factory that week with a copy of my fashion magazine open in one hand, telling his designers to copy all of it. Another one kicked a fan across a room and read the anatomy of the Baocheng raid for the fourth time. And in Deepwater Bay, the richest Chinese man in Hong Kong sat with the same newspaper and asked himself a question he had settled 20 years earlier and had now reopened. Does Hong Kong manufacturing have a future after all? He had run out of plastics and into property, and it had made him one of the richest men in Asia, and he had never once been asked to justify it until that December. The promotion for the film was the most expensive thing I did that year, and the industry has never entirely forgiven me for it. 3 separate trailers cut for 3 different audiences, speed, comedy, and the Goodbye in the Rain, the star program every week, and a rolling wall of full-page advertisements that started in one newspaper on day 1 and added a new one every day until it was in 5. Of the 36 stratagems for winning a woman, watch only Chasing Girls, Go Mad for Love, Set Fire to Christmas. The trade complained openly. We know you are rich, one distributor said to a journalist, but that is not how money is spent. Your promotion budget is the same as your production budget. It was larger. Nobody knew that. The head of Golden Harvest said, in his own office, that nobody in Hong Kong was talking about either of the other 2 films anymore. Then he found out about Sammo Hung from the shareholder register, because my father had given the man 0.1% of Shaw Brothers, which at that market value was worth more than a career. The other studio hit back through the one newspaper we had never advertised in and copied our lobby designs, and the bookmakers on the street started taking bets. Ours at 1.5 to 1. The Donnie Yen picture at 2.3. The New Wave comedy at 7.8. And then on the 19th of December, somebody in Mong Kok looked up, and then I put my film in the sky. There was an airship over the street. On the nose of it, a poster for the film. On the flank, Joey Wong with a watch on, and 2 lines along the length of the envelope. A Merry Christmas to the people of Hong Kong. Watch Chasing Girls with Swatch. The next morning, the newspapers worked out that the airships had gone up on the same day in 13 cities. Taipei, Seoul, Tokyo, Singapore, Kuala Lumpur, all of them. And then it was the 24th of December, and there was nothing further I could do to any of it. My premiere was at 9 in the morning on Christmas Eve. I stood at the back with my hands behind me and watched who walked in. Everybody from the third studio came, which was gracious. Sammo Hung came. And 2 young men I had been quietly hoping would come stood together near the aisle, one of them in dark glasses indoors, which he has never once explained. Then the lights went down, and the bird came up out of the grass, and the wall opened underneath it, and both of them stood up, not applauding, just standing in a dark cinema in the middle of a title sequence until somebody behind them shouted at them to sit down. That film has already won, one of them said. You did not have to tell me, said the other. They stayed for the chase. And halfway through it, the one in the glasses had a grip on his producer's hand hard enough to leave marks and was saying, over the engines, the sentence that eventually rebuilt this entire industry. That is the kind of film I want to make. That one. And his friend, who would spend the decade making the most beautiful violence ever put on film, sat back in his seat and said quietly, the most generous thing anybody said about me that year. We did not lose on marketing. What that picture just did is further ahead than anything the New Wave has done, including ours. My closing song was sung by a girl who had never made a record, and when it finished, nobody in my cinema got up. I was standing at the back with my hands behind my back, listening, which is the only reason I know any of this. 2 rows in front of the critic, the 3 partners from the third studio were having a very quiet argument with themselves. We are a level below this, one of them said. It is not the money. The seduction sequence. We would not have thought of it. Any of it. Who wrote it? Stephen Chow. A pause. And Wu Jianhao. And the man in the dark glasses turned around in his seat and said to his producer in a cinema full of his competitors, I have decided, I am going to Shaw Brothers. His friend was not remotely surprised. That title sequence, 5,000 years of it, for an eccentric like you, it was never going to be a decision. Their producer was not looking at either of them. She had 4 years of computing and statistics from a British university, and she was counting the room. 320 seats, 256 occupied. 80%, and this is the first morning show on the first day. She was talking to herself by then. By tonight it is full. There are 5 consecutive holidays coming. Shaw Brothers has 28 cinemas. 15 million, the man in the glasses said carefully. The record in this city was 11.02. 21 million, she said, and that is the floor. My 2 Swiss visitors stood outside that cinema all afternoon and watched something neither of them had ever seen. I would like to be clear that I had planned this and that I did not expect it to work. The audience came out of the screening and turned left and went into a Watson's, not some of them, a visible fraction of them, in a stream, all afternoon, and every single one of them asked for the same 2 watches, which were the 2 that had been on screen. Their translator explained that this same film was in cinemas that same day in Taipei, Tokyo, Singapore, and 11 other places. The older of the 2 thought about his own valley and about the men in it who had been laid off that year and said the sentence that eventually put both of them on my payroll. I think it may be that only Mr. Wu can save Swiss mechanical watchmaking now. I was in that cinema at 11 in the morning, standing at the back of the stalls, counting heads with my hands behind me like a man checking his own stock. My father took one look at the afternoon returns and gave an order that had not been given at that studio in 20 years. Add 2 late shows, and pull every other film off every screen we own. At 3 in the morning, I stood in a corridor with 28 cinema managers, waiting for one accountant to finish adding up. He called out 1.28 million. Then he remembered the 2 extra screenings and did it again with the door shut, and came out and had to say the number twice because nobody believed him the first time. My number came out at 3 in the morning, $1.56 million. In one day, I have that figure written on a card. I still have the card, for scale. That studio had released 27 films that year. All 27 of them together had taken 45 million. The best single picture in the whole slate had done 4.07. They woke my father up. He came down in a dressing gown. And I did not celebrate, which several people in that corridor found strange, and one of them has never forgiven. Dad, not now. Call Uncle Jin, right now at 3 in the morning and tell him to stop the print run. They have already printed. Then they destroy what is printed and set the front page again. I was already looking for a telephone. Tomorrow morning, before anybody in this city has had breakfast, I want them to open a newspaper and see an opening day record. Not on Saturday. Tomorrow. The presses ran all night. 100 paper boys stood outside a loading bay at 5 in the morning waiting for a front page that had been remade at 4. Ming Pao passed 100,000 copies before noon. At the paper I had thrown out of my building, the man who ran it went through 2 staff meetings in a state I am told was frightening, and then sent his best reporter to build up the Donnie Yen picture instead of mine. I have no quarrel with what he did next. It was good journalism, and it destroyed his own story. That reporter went and stood outside the competing cinema with a notebook and asked people coming out what they had thought. 8 out of 10 of them were rude. So he bought a ticket himself and sat through it and came out and wrote in his own notes, privately, the most honest sentence printed about that film anywhere. They have made Donnie Yen imitate Jet Li. There was only ever one Jet Li, and he is not available. I want to put my competitor's number and my number in the same paragraph because I have waited a long time to do it. 860,000 on day 1 at 70% capacity against our 1.56 at 100%. Then the Taiwan wire came in. 13 million Taiwan dollars on the first day, which is over 3 million of ours. The head of Golden Harvest took hold of a curtain in his own office and said, "This is not a comparison. This is somebody making fun of us." So I had my film. Now, here is what my film did to my shops. I called a retail meeting on Boxing Day, and I want to put 2 of my numbers next to each other because they are the reason for everything I did in the 3 years after. Christmas Day. 3-time gallery branches took $16.38 million. The 136 Watsons stores in Hong Kong took $26.13 million in a day. Blancpain and the Tiffany jewelry led the luxury end, and in Watsons, it was the 2 film watches and one other thing that nobody had predicted, which was our own house tonic in a small blue bottle. 30,000 bottles in 24 hours. And here's the sentence I said in that meeting that made Donald Brennan put his pen down. Every film Shaw Brothers released this year, all 27 of them, took $45 million. That is one day of this group's global revenue. That is my whole business in 2 sentences. Nobody spoke. A man goes to the cinema, and there is exactly one way for him to spend money, which is the ticket. I have not made a better film than anybody. I have widened the number of things he can spend on while he is excited. Then I gave out the bonuses, and one of them started an argument. The industrial park we were building on the old Huang land was going to have housing on it. Blocks and, further up the hill, houses, allocated by service and by grade, right of residence for as long as you work for the group, title staying with the company. Lin Weiwen came out of his chair. You are giving people flats. Yes. Companies do not give people flats. This one does. Donald Brennan, who is American and who was at that point one of the richest men on the Pacific Rim, genuinely could not follow it. He asked me afterwards to explain the return on it. I did not explain it. I have never explained it properly to anybody, including myself, and the closest I have ever come is this. Capital can be indifferent. It usually is. Capital can also be warm, and warm capital produces more, over a longer period, than the other kind. And if it is never warm, then eventually there is weather. We also gave 300 cinema tickets to Time Gallery members and the best floor staff because a core customer is not a person who bought something. A core customer is a person you have been generous to for no reason they can identify. So my 5 days went like this, and I have kept the daily sheet. 5 days. My 5 days. The Christmas run went like this. 1.56, then 2.11, then 1.89, 1.86, and then 1.93, which went up rather than down because the competition's word of mouth had collapsed and people were switching cinemas at the door. Over $9 million in 5 days. The record holder had needed 34 days to reach 11, and that was the longest theatrical run in the history of this city. My father read every word of the next part out loud at breakfast, twice, and then pretended he had not. The trade paper published its year in review in the second week of January and gave me the whole front section. Chasing Girls is a new marker in Hong Kong cinema. In story construction and in visual impact, it has stepped up to a world standard, and its 2 car chases have set the tone for every commercial blockbuster this industry will make. It says to everybody else in the trade, in effect, look, this is how you do it. They were kind to the Third Studio's comedy and called its lead a reincarnation of Chaplin, and they described the Golden Harvest picture as the disaster Golden Harvest brought us. 12 months earlier, that company's boss had stood up in Hollywood and announced $60 million for 6 films with international stars. He destroyed most of the furniture in his own office that afternoon, and I am not being poetic. There was a repair invoice. My third competitor drew the correct lesson, which is the only reason they are still standing today. That film has raised the audience's floor, one of them said. From now on, everything we make gets measured against it. We can go on making $1 million comedies that take 4 or 5 million, but is that actually what we came here to do? Then their loudest partner said the thing that changed their company. That British spy picture took $210 million worldwide last year. It took $7 million here. He was drawing on a napkin. What happens if we make a Hong Kong version of that? The film they started sketching on that napkin arrived a year earlier than it should have, and it is the reason that company exists in the history books at all, and it happened because I beat them at Christmas. And one man in my city read all of that and drew a conclusion about me that nobody else had reached yet. Somebody else was reading my newspapers that week with one of my ticket stubs still in his pocket. David Pong had gone to Chasing Girls twice, and he was explaining it to his girlfriend, who was 4 years older than him, had left for America at 15, had 2 postgraduate degrees from the 2 institutions everybody has heard of, and had come home to run her father's textile group, which was the largest in Hong Kong. I did not meet that woman for another 2 years. When I did, I understood immediately why he had listened to her and not to me. Her family had been trying to industrialize this country for 3 generations. Her great-great-grandfather had worked for the man they call the father of Chinese industry. Her great-grandfather had co-founded a silk mill. Her grandfather was in the first group of Chinese students ever sent to America, and Hong Kong textiles were dying under her hands, and she knew it. Everybody saw the queue outside the cinema, David Pong said. Nobody counted the queue in Watson's. He has taken marketing to its actual limit. The whole city went mad for a film and memorized a watch brand at the same time, and he did it in one transaction. Then he said the part that impressed her. And he remembers his customers. He sent tickets to the people who spend money in his shops. I did not see that in Switzerland, and I did not see it in America. She listened to all of it and gave him the advice that made him rich. Then stop trying to fight him and go and be his partner. Your businesses do not overlap. And those clothes in his magazine were drawn for those photographs, which means he is going into fashion whether you help him or not. She shrugged. Go now, and you are useful. Go late, and you are an obstruction. David Pong sat with that for a while, and then said it out loud for the first time, and he was the first person outside my own company to get there. He is not building a watch company. He is building a luxury empire. My father gave my crew $1 million. My mother nearly took the roof off. $1 million is the budget of an entire picture, and my father, who had squeezed every actor in Asia for 30 years, said the following, and I want it recorded because it is the only time I ever heard him explain himself. Chasing Girls will take 20 million in this city alone. $1 million is 5%. And I have learned exactly one thing in my life, which is how weak the words loyalty and friendship are when they are standing in front of a man's own interest. Jet Li came to me first. He came here, to this building, and asked, and I would not pay, and Golden Harvest took him, and he changed the world. Leonard Ho worked for me for 11 years and came to me for investment, and I would not pay, and he built the company that has beaten me for a decade. Donnie Yen's people made an approach, and I did not return the call. He put his glass down. That story does not get told a fourth time. Then he sent 4 people to Hollywood for a year at his own expense, and one of them was the man in the dark glasses who had stood up during our title sequence, and I had arranged for them to be attached to the crew of a certain adventure picture that was shooting that spring. I have watched what those 4 men made when they came home about 40 times. Then I bought 2 faces. We signed Tony Leung Chiu-wai and Joey Wong as brand ambassadors in the same week, $1 million each over 5 years. For context, a flat in Suan Wan cost $3,800 a month, and the largest television star in Asia was on a few thousand a month from the station. From today, you are the face of a brand, I told them, which means you dress like it, in public, always, and you wear the watch and the jewelry, even when nobody is looking, because somebody is always looking. Then I went and took the best action director in Asia away from the company that had made him. Sammo Hung came into my building the following Tuesday and stopped in the lobby to look up. I used to stand down there, he said, and be jealous of this building. I gave him 2 months to finish the martial arts picture he was already shooting. 1, he said. Give me 1. 2 is an insult. Then I put a treatment on the table with the title on the front and asked him to read the first 4 pages while I was in the room because I wanted to see his face. 5 men come out of prison and open a travel agency. In the version in my head, it was a cleaning company, and I changed it because a travel agency puts 5 idiots in Time Gallery, in Watson's, and on a tour bus full of Japanese customers, and a cleaning company puts them in a corridor. An international counterfeiting ring hides a set of printing plates in their bus. They drive it to Thailand without knowing. The police want it, the triads want it, they kidnap the girl, and 5 ex-convicts take apart Chinatown in Bangkok trying to get her back. This is a series, I said. Next time they go to Singapore, then Tokyo, then New York, which is why the policeman in Act 3 does not die, no matter what anybody tells you on set. Budget? Not less than 10 million. He looked up. Chasing Girls had cost 5 on paper. 20 million will not hold this film, he said, and he was right, and it did not. I gave him the cast list on the same page as the budget, which is a trick I learned from my mother. He got Tony Leung Chiu-wai, the gambler who had come back from the dead in the last picture, and his own younger brother for the stunts. And on the way out, Joey Wong caught his sleeve and told him something I had asked her to tell him herself. Brother Hung, in this one, I am the female lead. He stood in the corridor for a while after that. Because in the building he had left, he told me a year later, none of it would have been possible. $60 million of international ambition had gone into one man, and everybody else in that company was standing in the corridor waiting, and their 2 biggest stars had just been announced as supporting players in an American ensemble picture, 3rd and 4th on the poster, hired to be funny for 4 minutes and drive. They are going over there to hand out towels, Sammo Hung said. I did not comment. There was no need. I had already offered him a film with his own name above the title, and a female lead who could act, and he had been mine since page 4. David Pong came to me with a proposal, and I threw it in the bin in front of him. He wanted Swatch Group to invest in his garment factory, which had been making sportswear for a European brand under contract, and to promote it jointly. Swatch Group is worth $6 billion and has a retail network across Asia, I said. What do you have apart from a subcontract? I am going to be blunt with you because I do not have time to be gentle. You are not currently in a position to propose a partnership to me. He went white, stood up, and started for the door. So that is it? He stopped. You are going to walk out. You will not try a second time. I did not raise my voice. When I came back to this city and had to ask my father for money, I talked at that man for 3 hours. 3 hours, and I was his son. You have been in this room for 5 minutes, and 1 sentence has already finished you off. He came back and sat down, which is the only reason he is worth what he is worth today. 80%, I said. 50. You are welcome to refuse. I will find another partner, or I will simply enter the clothing business myself. I let that sit exactly long enough. If you would like to compete with Swatch Group, that is your right. He thought about Yang Shucheng. He thought about Chen Jianhong and about an old man in a hospital gown in Bangkok. 60. This is not a market stall, and we are not haggling over fish. I put the pen down. 70%, and in exchange, you get a company that will be listed inside 5 years and a chance to run a global brand. Both of us win. One of us wins more. That is what a deal is. My terms. Take them or build your own. 70-30. Full operational independence for him and cash for the equity, and I have never once overruled him in 20 years. Then I told him the thing that made him understand what he had actually walked into. The investment was not coming from Swatch Group. It was coming from me. Blancpain does not belong to Swatch Group, I said. Neither does Ulysses Nardin. Neither, since you are going to find out eventually, does Swatch. He stared. All three belong to me personally and always have. The group holds a license to use them. It pays me between 1 and 10% of annual revenue for that license. Revenue, he said slowly. Revenue, not profit. That is the difference between a dividend and a name, and it is the single most important structural decision I have ever made. A dividend depends on whether a company had a good year, on depreciation, on what an accountant decides to write down in March. A license depends on one number, and the number is how much came through the door. Boards change, shareholdings dilute, managers arrive and leave and occasionally try to take the building with them. My name is not in the building. My name is the building. The name is not in the building. David Pong sat there, and I watched him arrive at the correct conclusion, which was that the 30% he had just fought me for was not the prize, and that what he actually needed to spend the next 20 years accumulating was the right to decide. He got there. That is why I gave him a company. I named it myself, and I named the first brand the same thing, and I gave him the sentence to run it by. Affordable clothes, made fast, changed often, swatch, in the world of fabric, production and raw material on the mainland, logistics out of Hong Kong, all of Asia inside 5 years. The 2 Swiss watchmakers came to see me in January, and they did not come empty-handed. For 6 months we have watched you take almost half of the Asian quartz market away from Seiko, the older one said. We believe you may be the only person alive who can save mechanical watchmaking in our country. So we are going to tell you something that has not been printed. Then he laid it out. 10 of the largest Swiss banks were preparing to force a merger between the 2 great Swiss watch groups. One of them owns 4 historic houses, the other owns 2, and one of those 2 is the most famous watch name on earth after Rolex. It had not been decided who would run the merged group. If you buy that, the younger one said, you hold mechanical and quartz in the same hand, and with our technology behind you, Seiko is not a competitor in Asia. Seiko is a supplier. I sat there and thought 2 things at once, and only said one of them out loud. The thing I did not say was that in the version of history in my head, that merger happened later and produced the largest watch group in the world and was run by somebody else. My butterfly again. It kept beating its wings. What I did say, and they did not understand it, was 4 words about a man in an old book who walked into a warlord's tent carrying a map of his own country. Then I asked Li Wei how you buy a thing like that and answered it myself before he had finished thinking. You do not ask them. They have already told us. Watchmaking is a pillar of that country, and it feeds several 100,000 households. The government does not want it to fall. The banks certainly do not want it to fall, because they have already lent into it twice. And the workers do not want it to fall. So the negotiation is not with 2 watch groups. It is with 10 banks. We take them a complete plan for the survival of Swiss mechanical watchmaking, with our factories and our channels and our numbers in it. And if the banks agree, the 2 groups will not have a vote. So I had my target. Now I needed my 3 billion. Then we counted the money, and the money was the problem. The group had about $1 billion free against a 6 billion valuation and 1.7 billion of debt on a building. I had another 400 million personally. Between the 3 banks, I could probably raise another 400 or 500. The number we needed was 3 billion Hong Kong dollars, over 500 million American. Who on this island can produce the missing 2 billion? Li Wei said. Li Shaoqi, the shipping king? Even 4 of them together could not put that on a table in a fortnight. I did think, for about an hour, about pulling the trigger on Carrion early. Marcus's people had been inside 11 jurisdictions by then, and the report was 3/4 written. If I published it in February, that company came down, and my 17.8% and the short position behind it would produce most of what I needed. And I sat with it and put it away, and this is the reasoning, because it is the hardest thing I have ever made myself do. It was only 1981. The crash was more than a year out. Bringing down a company that size in a calm market gets you a fall. Bringing it down in a frightened market gets you the whole animal because everybody else is selling too and there is no floor underneath it. You get one shot at a thing like that. You do not take it early because you are impatient about Switzerland. So I did not fire. Not yet. I put it back in the drawer and it stayed there for 14 months. The board meeting about Switzerland was the first time my own people told me no. Lin Weiwen went first, which took nerve because he had been in the building 4 months. If we commit the working capital and the cash flow turns, we cannot fill the orders we have already taken, and if we cannot fill orders, Seiko takes back everything we won this year in about 90 days. Donald Brennan went second and went harder. The future of mechanical watchmaking is not a fact, it is a hope. 6 months ago, it was a corpse. You want to put every dollar of this company's working capital into a hope. They were both right. I want that on the record. Every objection in that room was correct. Then Li Wei, who had come up through the technical side of a factory and had never spoken first about anything in his life, said the thing that ended the meeting. Mr. Wu built this group in 9 months. Whatever he decides, I am behind it. And around that table, one by one, everybody remembered that I had not yet been wrong. Donald Brennan told me 2 years later what he was thinking at that moment, and I have never forgotten it, because he was not wrong either. They are blind, he thought. How is a personality cult like this permitted to exist inside a company? He went to Switzerland anyway. Dr. Miller opened the doors, and the two of them started working the 10 banks one at a time, and my instruction to him was one sentence. If there is a chance at all, I will pay any price for it. And I gave Li Wei the answer to the money, which he thought was a joke for about 4 seconds. No single man on this island will hand me $2 billion. Correct. So we do not ask one man. I was looking out at the harbor. We ask 10, and if 10 is not enough, we ask 100. I do not believe that if you tie every piece of capital in Hong Kong to the same ship, this city cannot buy the Swiss watch industry. The second half of the answer was Watson's, and this is where the next 2 years of my life actually began. I raised that company to the same rank as Swatch inside the group, not a subsidiary, a pillar. We had already gone from creams into shampoo, shower gel, hand cream and eye cream under our own name. Now I gave every regional head the right to buy local food, beverage, and cosmetic brands in their own market without asking me first, which the finance department fought for 3 weeks and lost, and then I put one more line on the board at the end of that meeting. A Watson's drinks range, distilled water, soda water, sarsaparilla, lemon tea, and a cola. Somebody actually laughed. Donald Brennan said the word Coca-Cola out loud in the tone you use for a natural law. Coca-Cola came out of a pharmacy, I said. It was invented by a chemist and sold at a soda counter as a patent medicine, and there is a photograph of the original sign if anybody would like to see it. I picked up my folder. Watson's has been a pharmacy since 1828. We have 400 of them. Nobody in this room is going to explain to me why the one thing we cannot sell is the thing our own trade invented. My film finished on the 30th of January. Chasing Girls came off the screens on the 30th of January after 37 days. Both competitors had gone in the first fortnight at 4.28 and 5.16 million. Our number in Hong Kong was $23.56 million, the first film in the history of this city to pass 12 million clear of the record that had stood since the summer. Outside Hong Kong, it did over 30 million across Southeast Asia. In Japan, it did 1.1 billion yen, which is about 55 million of ours, and which is a Japanese record for a Chinese language film, and which happened because my father gave their largest chain 10% of the gross in exchange for total support, and I had told him he was insane for doing it. 810,000 admissions in Korea, 130 million Taiwan dollars, about 150 million Hong Kong dollars worldwide, of which the studio's share was over 50 million, which is more than every film Shaw Brothers made in the previous year, added together. There was a side effect that nobody costed in advance. Tony Leung Chiu-Wai's fee for a picture went to $500,000. So did Joey Wong's. The gambler who had nearly been thrown out went to $150,000 and never gambled again, mostly. Michael Wong got the lead in a television serial. Aaron Kwok and Sean Lau both had agents by March, and neither of them had been in front of a camera 9 months earlier. One film manufactured an entire generation of stars in 5 weeks, and the trade papers all identified the same man standing behind them, and they were not talking about the director. My father read the final worldwide figures twice, and then looked up at me over the top of the page like a man checking whether he was being lied to. Is this real? One picture. Times changed, Dad. The model you built is dead, and the market killed it, not you. Big pictures, made properly, released everywhere at once, inside a media group that owns the cinema and the television and the magazine that reviews it. That is the whole future, and it is not complicated. He put the paper down. Then perhaps it is time I handed you Shaw Brothers. Dad, I am serious. So am I. I stood up. Sit exactly where you are. Wang Guohua drove me home that night, and he was quiet, even by his standards, and at the Hung Home Tunnel, he said the first thing he had volunteered in 6 months. You said a factory on the other side. I did. How long? 2 years, perhaps less. I watched the tiles going past. I am going up there myself next year, for my uncle. There is a grave in Shanghai that 3 old men want to put incense in front of before one of them dies. He nodded once. Then I will wait 2 years, he said, and did not speak again until the gate. So, my ledger, 12 months in. Here is where I actually stood. 12 months after my father asked me whether I wanted the studio or the station. Swatch Group, third largest company on this island, $6 billion, with 2 of the oldest names in Swiss watchmaking inside it, and a plastic watch on 10,000 wrists a day in a country that had spent 20 years laughing at us. Watson's, 600 shops and climbing. A tower in Central with my name on the lease and a 17.8% holding in the company that sold it to me, sitting in a drawer, waiting. A year earlier, I had walked into my father's house with a folder and no money and told him that Hong Kong was an assembly shop with no name of its own. I did not fix that. I want to be accurate. What I did was prove it was worth fixing in public with a number attached, in a city where nothing has ever been believed until somebody printed the number. That was my year, and it cost what it cost. There is a man who works for me now who went up onto a roof in July because of something I did on purpose, and I have never apologized to him, and he has never asked me to, and we have both decided to call that an arrangement. So the year turned, and I had about $1 billion, and I needed 3. Somewhere in a valley in Switzerland, 10 banks were about to be handed a rescue plan with a Chinese name on the cover. Somewhere in New York, a report 3/4 finished was sitting in a safe with a company's name on it, and the man who ran that company had just bought himself a jeweler in Paris on my personal recommendation and was telling everybody who would listen that we were brothers. And somewhere on the top floor of a building I now owned, I sat down with a blank sheet of paper and wrote one word at the top of it, which every single person in that room had laughed at 4 hours earlier: cola.